In a world where developers are developing the next great development, one developer's database stands head and neck.
Head and neck? What is that even? Guys, I said spicy, not senseless.
Spicy? I thought you said spacey. Like, this is Mongo from the planet DB.
No!
Unleash your inner builder.
No.
The quicker picker-upper of data.
No. Guys, do I have to get my boss on the phone?
No!
But I'm already here.
No, you're not.
But I am.
Come on. Ideas. Go.
Yeehaw! I'm Mongo!
No!
MongoDB. There for you 24/7 and 996.
No.
You can't spell MongoDB without AI.
The only way you spell it is without an A or an I. You get how letters work, right? No.
Hey, kids, I'm Mongo the Clown.
No.
The air is bad in here.
Stop! What are we actually trying to say?
It's just, we're a great f***ing database.
Oh, I don't think you can say f***ing.
We can't say f***ing?
F***ing. Huh. F***ing.
We literally can't say f***ing.
Why not? Just say it.
Just say it like,
Yes. MongoDB is a great f***ing database.
MongoDB. It's a great f***ing database.
This is great. I love it.
CJ, we're ready for you.
Let's go.
Welcome to MongoDB.local San Francisco. Please put your hands together for MongoDB President and CEO, CJ Desai.
So, welcome, San Francisco. You know, it's been a few years since we have reintroduced or relaunched MongoDB, and I'm delighted to do that with all of you here, so thank you. From my perspective, it is an incredible time to be a builder. And here is why I say it, okay? That if you think about currently how things are being played out, platform shifts they are happening, and for me, Silicon Valley has never been a place, but it is like this palpable spirit, okay? That is the spirit of innovation, and that innovation has re-accelerated with AI. I see it here, I see it in San Francisco, I see it in San Jose, and that just feels very, very special. Now, what is interesting about this whole thing is that when I look at software stacks are being completely redefined, and people are creating software in ways that I thought was not even possible. And even my daughter, who is at a startup locally here, she said, you know, why do you care about the languages and things like that when I can just build an AI application using AI? And for me, that is so interesting that you are now building a new class of application as a builder for AI using AI, right? I mean, when you think about that, that's a recursive loop and very, very interesting way to think about it. And the pace of innovation, whether you look at the pace of innovation in research, whether you look at the pace of innovation on how many applications are being built or reiterated, or whether you look at how some of the companies are scaling in terms of real revenue, I have never seen anything like this compared to other technological shifts that happened for the last 20 plus years in Silicon Valley. Now, when I was a computer science student, there were two classes that were really, really interesting to me. One was CS440, Artificial Intelligence class. This was right after the second AI winter, where you had a lot of skepticism in neural networks, a lot of skepticism, will this really work? There were not many investments. Companies were not investing. Governments were not investing. Infrastructure was not being built. And it was a tough class, and I think I got a B+. And then there was a database system class, CS411, and this was a relational database class that taught you about the architecture of relational database, rows, columns, SQL. I'm like, okay, that's an interesting language, SQL, but I got an A in that class. And so, right after graduation, I joined the greatest relational database company of the time, back then, Oracle. And at Oracle, during that time, this was the internet era, not the AI era, we built many, many internet-facing, people call it web applications. In that era, many, many applications were built or transformed using a relational database, including SaaS applications that started being created towards the last part of the last century and the first decade of this century, right? So then why MongoDB? Because I learned a lot building those applications on top of relational database. And since then, I worked at companies, created products, or created companies on top of relational databases. I understand the strengths of relational databases, and I also understand where relational databases break. So you'll say, okay, CJ, then why did you join MongoDB? Just FYI, this is my 62nd day on the job, and I'm going to figure this out. So the reason I joined is that when I was doing my homework on MongoDB, even though the founders created this database with flexibility, speed, agility, all the design principles, because they were very frustrated with relational databases, and this database was created for builders or developers so they can focus on the application they are building really, really fast without worrying the rigidity of the schemas. That's the reason. And my profound realization was, based on the architectural principles of MongoDB, this is the perfect database that has been created for AI applications, right? It was almost an accidental discovery or accidental disruption that was created in 2007, which is whatever, 18 years ago. And now when I think about it, it's a perfect database for AI applications. So why is that? AI applications are fundamentally messy. The data is fundamentally messy. You have, of course, text, images, videos, PDFs. You have also many other things like log files, emails. This is a lot of unstructured data. Whereas the application outcome you want in your AI application has to be very deterministic, very clear, and people expect a high level of always input versus output. And the document model of MongoDB on how it was created, the simplicity and beauty of it, allows you to build great AI applications with unstructured data that can scale across multi-cloud. So that's number one. Number two is when I think about AI applications, one of the fundamental things that I have learned is that if you want to create, and I have created some AI applications in the past, is you have to nail semantic retrieval. You have to nail it. There is no other way that people are going to say, yeah, this is fine, and for the most part, if the answers are accurate on a financial system or a healthcare system, we would be okay 90% of the time. That's not okay. So this whole semantic retrieval, having vector database, embeddings, as well as re-ranking built into the core MongoDB database also makes it ideally suited for AI applications. So these are the two real reasons that I think about it when you think about agentic applications, or actually any application that allows you to really, really scale while naturally interacting with the database. So that's what was my profound realization. Hence, I joined MongoDB. I have met many, many customers. There are 60,000 customers across industries, across many use cases, and hundreds of AI natives as well as digital natives that have built on top of MongoDB. And we have been just around for 18 years. I mean, think about it, right? So our goal from a roadmap perspective to always have a great data platform. We take care of all the elements of the data platform that are needed so that you, as a builder, can focus really on the applications you need to build, how you need to iterate, and how, as your business scales, the elements you may swap out or swap in, we want to make sure that we provide all the fundamentals or foundations underneath that platform from a data standpoint. So one of the questions that, agentic applications, I saw the progress we made as a community in 2024, then in 2025. What is that truly, really agentic architecture? And, last week at CES, Jensen Huang, he put this slide up, okay? And when you look at this slide, and he talks about, the frontier models, he talks about, the reasoning, as well as thinking, and so on. It's an hour 30 on YouTube, if you ever want to watch it. It's a great session. But when you look at this slide specifically on the data platform, look at the bottom part of it, okay? In the bottom part of it, there is MCP/data, you have sandbox, you have search, and few other things that are listed here. The way we think about it at MongoDB from a data platform perspective is almost exactly identical, right? So you look at this, and then you think about what MongoDB offers, right? You have database, text search, vector, and then embeddings and re-rankings, as well as sandbox. So look at that contrast, right? I mean, he puts this slide on how agentic architecture has evolved and goes into some of the history and where it's going. And then you look at MongoDB elements, and then you find, okay, that's a pretty good match. So this is what's exciting. It's our goal to work with all of you. Get your feedback as you're building on MongoDB, whether it's an agentic application or AI that you're embedding in it. Whatever the case might be, we want to learn from you. We want to make sure that this is a truly foundational platform as you create any type of applications, including AI agentic applications, and that's what we'll continue to innovate on. So talking about innovations, really excited today to announce, Voyage AI family became part of MongoDB about a year ago, and today we are releasing Voyage 4 family of embedding models. I would argue these are industry's leading accurate models that have mix of experts architecture and shared embeddings that allows you to build very accurate AI applications. We are releasing Voyage 4 Large. We are releasing Voyage Multimodal 3.5. The team told me I have to say multimodal before I say 3.5. So Voyage Multimodal 3.5. We are also releasing Voyage Nano. This is open weights database that you can use on your laptop in a sandbox environment. And most importantly, a truly unified data plane between Atlas Vector, our database, operational database, as well as embeddings and re-ranking. So it's really fired up about this big announcement today around truly allowing you to build accurate, dependable, secure, robust AI applications. So we are going to thank you. So we are going to, in this, one of the things that our goal was with this conference to do a lot of show and tell and keep slides to minimal. So I'm also going to take a risk. Yesterday, I think 4 times it did not work with Voyage 4, but we are going to do a live demo here and show you some of the capabilities that we have with Voyage 4 series, okay? All right, so the goal is to show you all the cool Voyage 4 functionality, and some of the builders have already set up helper functions. What I'm going to show you are the 3 problems that most of you face. Problem number 1, you want your applications to give accurate answers using semantic retrieval. Okay, so that's one, and that accuracy bar has to be very, very high if you're creating mission-critical applications. Number 2, you truly want a sandbox environment, and in that sandbox environment, whether you're on a flight, in Uber, you want to be able to work easily. And then the third thing I will say, this entire workflow by using models, some models are local, some models are in the cloud, and then that rigidity by which, as you're iterating your application, we want to solve those 3 pain points. So what I have on this laptop and we will pray to demo gods. And on this laptop, we have a local MongoDB database with vector turned on, and specifically embeddings using Voyage for Large. It has Airbnb listings of apartments and things like that. So first, I'm going to connect to this database and show you this document model that we talked about, a natural way to represent data. OK, this ran pretty fast. So it shows here, connected to MongoDB, database is sample Airbnb, collection is listings and reviews. And you see here there is ID, listing URL, name, summary, and space. Pretty straightforward. Now, what we want to do is vector search with Voyage for Large. So again, remember, this is the embeddings we already did in the database. And when you look here, this is a pretty tough search. A cozy apartment with a great view. Your definition of cozy and my definition of cozy may be completely different. Your definition of a great view and my definition of a great view may be also completely different. So if I click on this, I would expect, OK, query ran in 1 second. Now you look at this, a cozy apartment with a great view, large windows, 1-bedroom apartment. You have direct match there. Some people mistype cozy to cozy, rooftop of a wooden house, et cetera, et cetera. You get the point. Now think about you're now trying to do with what we announced today. And of course, my screen froze. What you see today is that if you're traveling, your airline Wi-Fi, which never works, is not working, and you still want to develop, so Voyage for Nano, which shares the embedding space with Voyage for Large, I want to run the same query. Now I'm going to see at the screen because my computer is frozen. OK, it looks like it ran. And then now you see here, and the results are fairly accurate and fairly relevant. So I was able to do, without any internet connection, use Voyage for Nano on my laptop. And because it shares the embedding space with Voyage for Large, the results are fairly accurate. This is pretty cool. I'm excited about this functionality. You should be excited about this functionality, too. And you really cannot build an application without our embeddings and re-ranking models. That's my take. So what's going to happen now is that our great product managers and innovators are going to show you how you go from idea, live demos, from idea to product to scale. And you will see that. And right after that, I'm going to be back with a great human being, unbelievable investor, how he's thinking about, at Sequoia, investments that they are making all the way from seed to next series of funding, and what he's seeing in the AI landscape. So I will have Konstantine here. Please enjoy the show. I'll be right back. Okay? Thank
you. Hello, ladies.
Hi. You're not registered. You're going to need to go to the helpline.
Who was supposed to register us? Can you sort it, please? And where's Derek?
Hey, Dick. Hi.
Alan.
Adam.
It's Richard now.
Oh.
Alan and
Adam?
Used to work for me until he ran off to start his own company, taking 2 of my best engineers with him.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
There you are, Derek. Where's the, Okay. Always one more. You don't need any of this stuff?
Oh, it's a lot of sharding layer. No, I don't need all the baggage. I actually built our startup on MongoDB.
That NoSQL toy? Why on earth would you need TangoDB?
It's MongoDB.
Okay, well, I guess it's okay for a little startup like yours.
Well, actually, not so little. We just reached 1 million active users.
1 million?
Yeah.
On that niche database?
MongoDB is used by like 70% of the Fortune 500.
70%?
Yeah, it's been nice not juggling all these bolt-ons and extensions.
Well, we've always done it that way. Relational databases have been around forever.
Well, Dick, it might be time to start thinking outside the bolt-on box. I mean, you could take a 10-hour Uber ride here, but why would you when you can fly?
I could have flown here.
There's always more than one way to get to the same destination. Okay.
tell me more about MongoDB.
Bongos are an African Cuban percussion instrument. Would you like to hear more?
I got him. Okay. Why is Derek wet?
Please welcome Frank Liu and Apoorva Joshi.
In the video, you heard that Aram built his business on MongoDB. But before he did that, he started in the same place as all builders, with an idea. And that blank page immediately brings up two very real questions. What am I going to build, and how am I going to bring this amazing idea to life?
In fact, Frank and I also faced this exact same blank page when we started working on this presentation. We wondered, what could we build that could show you how MongoDB supports all your ideas and all in one place, especially those AI projects you've been dreaming about. Ultimately, we decided to build something that many of us in this room may find useful, an application designed to make developers more productive. I mean, we'll take all the help we can get, am I right?
Look, man, you don't have to tell me. My productivity has absolutely tanked. Instead of writing code or training models, our CEO, CJ, he keeps having us modify the script for this keynote, so for what that's worth.
So we took our idea and built the first version of our product.
So first, we'll show you what this app looks like. And then we'll look under the hood to demonstrate how we created this using MongoDB. Should we show them our MVP?
Let's do it. All right. OK, so in this first version, we wanted to accomplish two things. One, allow developers to create and brainstorm projects with an AI assistant. And two, allow them to search through past projects and get inspiration for what they're currently working on. So I'm going to start by creating a new project. Name it Agentic Search. Type very carefully. And come in here and I say, I want to build an agentic search system. Now, once I do that, I can start having a back-and-forth conversation with this assistant, which is essentially an LLM, until we come up with a well-scoped plan for how to go about this project. Now, tomorrow, say I'm building yet another AI agent. You know it's going to happen, right? I can first search through my past projects to see if there's something similar that I worked on that can help me out right now. So say I'm now working on a deep research agent. Notice that it pulls up projects that are semantically related to what I'm searching for and not just exact keyword matches.
For folks in the audience who aren't familiar, semantic search here is valuable because it looks for meaning rather than exact matches to keywords or to phrases. Now, this way, we can find relevant projects even if we don't remember exactly how we describe them. Cool. So that's the front end. Should we take a look at its code for some key features as well?
Hell yeah. All right, so we want our assistant to have real brainstorming sessions with its users, right? Just like they would with their teammates and colleagues. So the first thing we do is store conversational history in MongoDB. So each time the LLM responds to the user, it first retrieves conversation history up until that point. Then once the LLM is done responding, we save the current user message and also the LLM's response back to MongoDB. For the search functionality, we perform a vector search across projects, but that's happening here. But vector search filtered by the user ID to only search through the current user's projects. We then sort them by decreasing order of relevance and return the top 5 most relevant projects. And as you can see, all of this happens in a single aggregation pipeline.
Now, vector, full text, hybrid search, and even graph lookups are all a part of MongoDB's aggregation framework, which Apoorva is using here. And in particular, filtered vector searches give MongoDB a critical accuracy advantage over stuff like Postgres. MongoDB filters the projects by user ID first, and then performs a vector search, making it far more likely to hit those relevant projects inside of the filtered set. Now, Postgres, on the other hand, will run vector search first before filtering, which means that you might miss relevant past projects in your search results. So with this capability, you can confidently apply filters such as business logic, user permissions, time ranges, and much more directly to your vector search. For embedding the messages, we're using our latest embedding model, and that is Voyage 4, which Apoorva is highlighting for you here. And as CJ mentioned a little bit earlier, all of Voyage's models are now in public preview directly inside of your MongoDB Atlas cluster.
Very cool. Oh, while we are here, I wanted to show you one more thing. MongoDB's MCP server. It integrates directly into your favorite IDEs, giving you all the benefits of developing with the Copilot. So I've enabled it in my VS Code here, so I can now use the GitHub Copilot agent to run commands against my cluster, and also get inline AI suggestions as I'm building my applications.
So what we've created at this point is a fairly basic MVP of our application, but nobody really stops building once that MVP is complete. People are using your application, you're getting feedback on it, you want to iterate, and iterate quickly at that. Now, MongoDB makes all of this manageable because your data model and your queries don't have to change every single time your application evolves. So let's imagine we want to take our app to a second version and build in even more functionality.
Right. So in V2, we added 3 new things. First, we wanted users to be able to ingest images in addition to text. Second, we wanted them to be able to search across mixed data types, in our case, text and images. And third, we wanted the assistant to extract memories from conversations and proactively use them to personalize user interactions. And if you're new to the concept of memories, don't worry about it. I'm going to talk more about it in just a second.
So just like with V1, we'll show you how the app experience has evolved, and then we'll show you the code underneath.
Right. So as before, I'm going to start by creating a new project. Once again, agentic search. But this time, instead of using text, I'm going to use an image. So let's say I just wrapped up a meeting with my team where we discussed the architecture of this new system we want to build. I can simply take a screenshot of my virtual whiteboard and drop that into my project. Now, this is happening live, folks, so let's give Claude a second to churn through this. But same as before, I can keep going back and forth with the assistant on my project plan. But this time, once I'm happy with the plan we've come up with, I'm going to hit this Save button. And that's going to trigger the memory extraction. Now, you might be wondering, where am I going with this? But just bear with me for just a little bit. So tomorrow, say I create a new project. I'm working on a deep research agent. Come in here and say, I want to build a deep research agent. Now let it do its thing, finish responding, and then we'll see if it used any memories from the previous project to inform this project plan. All right, let's see what it came up with. So it looks like it's remembering some of my past preferences from my previous projects. So for example, it remembers the fact that I've used MongoDB Atlas before for vector search. It remembers that I like to use Claude as my preferred LLM provider, and so on. So hopefully you're starting to see where I'm going with this whole thing around memories. And while we are here, let's also take a look at the project search functionality in V2. So say I'm now building a RAG chatbot. In V2, our app can search through multimodal entries. And we've done this by swapping out the text embedding model from our MVP with Voyage's latest multimodal embedding model.
So let's talk a little bit about what's happening behind the scenes, starting with the multimodal capabilities that we just added. Now with MongoDB, layering in image or even video understanding doesn't require you to introduce a separate component to your stack. All of this can be done with the newly released Voyage Multimodal 3.5, which, like Voyage 4, is now also available in your MongoDB Atlas cluster. Now, if this sounds interesting to you, my good friend Ken will be doing a Getting Started with Voyage talk using Voyage Multimodal 3.5 at the Builder stage right after this session here.
Nice. I know where I'm headed after this session. All right. Now let's take a look at the memory component. I've been talking so much about it. So memory is a key requirement if you're building long-running multi-agent systems. Memory is what allows these systems to maintain context, so things like user profiles, preferences, and past actions across conversations. So in the case of our app, we are extracting two types of memories. First, any technical preferences that the user mentions. And this falls under semantic memory, a type of memory that deals with facts, concepts, and relationships. I'm also extracting implementation details, and this falls under procedural memory, which helps the assistant build an understanding of how to solve a particular problem. So in this version of the app, whenever the assistant is responding to the user, in addition to retrieving conversation history, it also retrieves any user preferences or implementation details, aka memories, from past projects to inform the current project's direction.
Now, MongoDB's flexible data model is ideal for handling different types of memories with different data schemas. And the search and re-ranking capabilities in MongoDB ensure that only the most relevant memories are pulled into the LLM's context window.
And as we move from idea to V1 and then V2 of the app, we didn't have to think about our data layer, really. We were just iterating and building. MongoDB let us evolve this app without breaking or rebuilding what we started with. Let me show you how. So what you're looking at is my MongoDB Atlas cluster. So first things first, this is where you can get that Voyage AI API key from, right within your cluster. And then if you look at the data model, I needed just 3 collections to power 2 versions of my app, possibly even more in the future. But how would that happen? So let's look at my messages collection. And notice this version field here. This is MongoDB's schema versioning pattern. So when we went from V1 to V2, all we had to do was set this field from 1 to 2, and we were able to continue using the same collection as we went from version 1 to 2 of the app. Also, because arrays are a native data type in MongoDB, all I needed to make the messages and memories collection searchable using vector search was to add this embedding field right here. I didn't have to create any additional collections or perform complex lookups or joins in order to make this happen.
So we've gone from an idea to an MVP, and then layered in multimodal and memory capabilities, all without re-architecting anything. Now that same flexibility doesn't just stop at V2. Let's say we wanted to take this app to a V3 and beyond. The core capabilities that we need are all still available within MongoDB. Dynamic schema to support the evolving data storage requirements needed by different agents. Embedding models to search and retrieve agent memories by semantics. Multiple search techniques supported by a single unified query API. A powerful re-ranker to ensure that each agent gets only the relevant context without introducing context rot, and an MCP server to ensure that these agents are able to autonomously leverage all of these tools directly inside of your application. Now, if you're using a relational database like Postgres, bringing all of this together in practice gets very complicated very quickly, just like in the video, where the luggage cart is overflowing with bolt-ons.
And honestly, as a builder, you just want to start building. And all of this is friction that slows you down. But with MongoDB, on the other hand, you've been in one seamless environment from the very beginning. No add-ons necessary.
If there is one thing that Apoorva and I want you to take away, it's that MongoDB is the data platform that lets you bring your ideas to life and focus on what matters to you the most, building your product. But what happens when your user base starts growing rapidly, you raise more funding, or you want to scale your application? Now, just as MongoDB has the features you need at the early stages of development, you'll also find that MongoDB will be a trusted, solid foundation that supports you as you scale. Let's take a look.
Hey. Ooh, never enough table, huh?
Right? Did you push that security patch?
Didn't you?
Guys, nobody cares about security.
How dare you?
I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about... Dagnabbit.
I got you.
There you go. Solid foundation. Just like MongoDB gives to developers.
Why does everybody love that database so much?
Why? Well, I'll tell you. MongoDB is quite revealing, a database that has no ceiling. MongoDB, sing it with me. MongoDB will set you free. Wow. It would make a good musical.
Of course it would. Yes, it would.
I don't know about that part, but MongoDB is just developer friendly, whether you're building a prototype or enterprise ready.
Scalable, durable, available.
Cutting edge, built-in security.
I don't want to talk about security. Great, critical.
Yeah, because without a solid foundation, nothing else matters.
It really works as a musical.
So you're wearing tap shoes the whole...
Yes.
And now, to continue the builder's journey, please welcome Mira Carey and Ralph Capasso.
Up until now, we've been focused on building, shipping features, iterating quickly, getting something into users' hands. But at a certain point, the priorities shift. Now you're scaling, meaning more users, more data, and real business value riding in every interaction. Suddenly, things like security, durability, availability, and performance stop being optional. They become table stakes. This is the moment you realize your app stops being just a product and now has to hold the weight of the world. You can add features, you can hire engineers, you can optimize every corner of your app, but none of that matters if the foundation underneath it all can't handle the pressure.
At this stage in every builder's journey, a different set of challenges start to show up. So let's take a look at what some of those are and how MongoDB excels in those moments. We'll start with the moment that your product really takes off.
Here, you might notice that your vector search workloads are competing for the same resources as your transactional workloads. The pressure shows up in places you don't expect, including parts of the application that don't use vector search at all. From a user's perspective, the app feels slower and less reliable. And from a business perspective, that translates to lost trust, lost users, and engineering teams stuck fighting fires instead of building new features. Ideally, in this situation, you want to separate those workloads, giving vector search its own resources and scaling them independently of the rest of the cluster. If you're using something like Postgres with pgvector, your options are limited. These components are bolted together, and separating these workloads means building, operating, and maintaining separate systems, moving data around, and keeping everything in sync.
But with MongoDB, you don't have to make that trade-off. You get a single platform where transactional and AI workloads are natively integrated and can still be isolated and scaled independently when you need to. Let me show you how it works. Take a look at how I add separate nodes to the cluster to handle the vector search workload. I create a simple JSON config file. I set an Atlas instance size of S30 high CPU NVMe, which has 4 virtual CPUs and 8 gigabytes of memory. All search nodes use NVMe direct attached storage to provide a baseline of performance for all types of search workloads. Atlas provides high CPU, low CPU, and storage optimized nodes to satisfy the requirements of any search workload. I then specify a node count of 2, which can easily be increased or decreased at any time. I save the file. Then, with a single command, I submit the new config via the Atlas CLI. It updates our cluster configuration, instructing Atlas to add the 2 nodes, and voila, we are done. We've now separated search workload traffic from core OLTP processing, and we are in a much better state. Each workload can scale independently, and each gets the resources it needs.
Then we might encounter another challenge as your application grows and traffic patterns start to change. We are now noticing that on Mondays, we see a lot of user traffic spikes. On weekends, it's quiet. Scaling up and down all the time is not something we can sit there and manually manage every day. If you get it wrong, your users feel it, or costs spiral. This is where MongoDB's auto-scaling comes in. MongoDB supports both reactive and predictive auto-scaling. Reactive auto-scaling lets you set thresholds to trigger scaling events based on sustained resource usage. Predictive auto-scaling uses machine learning to anticipate future scaling needs based on historical usage patterns and attempts to trigger scaling events before the forecasted workload spike arrives. Ralph will show us how.
Here, I am configuring my auto-scaling options. So using this simple configuration, I enable compute auto-scaling for the cluster. I also enable downscaling because, as Mira noted, at times when we are less busy, we want the cluster to scale down to consume less resources and reduce our overall operating cost. I then set scaling boundaries to ensure my cluster is never smaller than an instance with 2 virtual CPUs and 8 gigabytes of memory. In Atlas, this is an M30 cluster. Or greater than an instance with 64 virtual CPUs and 256 gigabytes of memory, which is an M200 cluster tier. If I have a runaway workload, I want to intervene manually if I'm going to exceed that M200 instance size. So I save the config file and submit the update via the Atlas CLI. And I'm all set. It instantly takes hold. With auto-scaling enabled, the cluster now has the resources it needs when it needs them and scales back down when the demand drops. That means you're not over-provisioning just to feel safe, and you're not scrambling when traffic spikes unexpectedly. From a business perspective, this lets you spend your investment dollars wisely, putting them toward product and growth instead of idle infrastructure. And one more key feature. When you eventually shard, each shard scales independently, further tailoring the cluster resources to your workload.
Everything you've seen so far helps ensure your users get a consistently great experience in the application. And we aren't oversubscribing on resources to make that happen. But, and here's a third challenge. There comes a point in your growth where you reach the limits of vertical scaling. There isn't a bigger size to instance size to move to. When that happens, the only way forward is to spread the data out so you can scale horizontally. The only way to grow and serve more users is to go wide instead of tall. With sharding, you can go from storing terabytes to more than a petabyte. With the right schema design and optimized application, push total operation counts from the thousands to more than 1 million. For other databases, this often requires another complicated bolt-on with restrictions on the kind of operations you can perform or locking yourself into a specific cloud environment. And from a business perspective, this usually shows up as more operational risk and less flexibility right when you need the opposite. In MongoDB, horizontal scaling is built in. We handle horizontal scaling by partitioning a collection's primary key space across multiple high availability subgroups.
And importantly, this is the same MongoDB we started with, now scaling out to meet demand. Our first job is to pick an appropriate shard key, which the system will use to subdivide the key space and provide our horizontal scale. Let's walk through how we're going to do this.
We'll start off by logging into our cluster through the MongoDB shell. First, let's configure the query analyzer to sample traffic against our hottest collection. This will allow the database to collect metrics on the kinds of queries being run to give us some hints on which shard key to use. Now, we'll pause for a moment to allow the sampler to catch some traffic. Next, we'll run analyze shard key on some likely candidate keys. We're looking for one that's non-monotonic to avoid hot shards, has a decent number of distinct values to give the balancer something to work with, and that mostly targets individual shards so we can avoid scatter-gather queries. Great, there's a good one. Let's go with that, remembering that we can rerun this kind of assessment at a later time. That flexibility is the difference between scaling predictably and firefighting in production. So having gotten a good shard key, let's go ahead and enable sharding and shard our hot collection with the shard key we just picked. Then we're going to head back to our shell to add 3 more shards. I run the cluster describe command, swap num shards from 1 to 3. And after a cluster update command, we're all done. With that, we've added shards to our sharded cluster using tools available inside the database to analyze key distribution and ensure that we've got a key appropriate for our application's workload.
With MongoDB, you're now on solid footing, able to handle day-to-day traffic and growing customer demand. Which brings us to the next set of inevitable questions. Where does this application need to run? Is it available where our users are? Can we meet the availability that our users expect and demand? These questions define our next phase of growth. Take a look.
Hey, I caught your presentation, and it was really okay. Oh. Are they chanting your name?
Yeah, I guess they really like my demo. How's yours?
Great. It's called Scaling Context Sub-Millisecond RAG.
Oh, yeah, that's
Using materialized views, Postgres extensions, dynamic ETL pipelines, and fine-tuned vectorized search across multi-tenant microservices. It's about running a real-time chat agent using your proprietary data.
Okay, wow. Yeah, and it's oh, yeah, cool. Uh-oh, I think you might have an issue.
Oh, no. Is the Wi-Fi down?
Maybe it's your VPN.
Maybe your cloud region just needed some time off for self-care.
If the cloud is down, I'm screwed. Are you down?
Nope, I'm still up and running. My cluster isn't tied to only one cloud.
MongoDB can run as one distributed cluster across clouds. When one region stalls, another one steps in.
Automatically? Like magic?
Well, it's not exactly magic, but yeah, single cluster across clouds.
Even multiple clouds at once.
My setup can do that.
It could. It just might take 3 extensions, 2,000 lines of Python, and a weekend you'll never get back.
Burn.
Availability doesn't always have to be a fire drill.
MongoDB lets you run on-prem, in your data center, in the cloud, on Atlas. Wherever you want to work, it's essentially the same experience.
And you're not locked into a single vendor.
I'm not locked in. I'm strategically committed.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
You just got a little bit of a...
Ooh. Did you mean to do that?
The moment you start to scale your architecture isn't just supporting your product anymore. It's supporting your business. You now have multiple teams, multiple workloads, customers in new regions. Operational rigor, compliance, uptime, all of it matters now. And just like Dick experienced in the video, at this stage, the ability to run anywhere is the thing that unlocks your application's full potential. And this is also the moment many of us, including Dick, realize something for the first time. We can't just be on one cloud anymore. Thankfully, MongoDB makes this challenge straightforward. More than just running separate clusters on different clouds, the key is stretching a single cluster across multiple clouds so that your application stays available wherever your users are, regardless of what may happen with any individual cloud. MongoDB handles the data placement, the replication, and the synchronization for you. And here's how we do it. As you saw, scaling search, shards, or performance only takes changing a few lines in a configuration file. Spanning our database across geographies and cloud providers is no different. Here, you see I'm going to put one node in AWS US East 1 in Virginia, another in Microsoft Azure Asia Southeast in Singapore, and yet another in Google Cloud Europe West 3 in Frankfurt. This puts our cluster in 3 distinct cloud providers across 3 distinct regions. I save the config file, and using this simple Atlas CLI command, I apply the update. In just a short time, we've deployed a database that is cloud agnostic and globally distributed. If a region goes dark or an entire cloud provider goes offline, our app stays up. Our users and our business are not impacted. Multi-cloud with MongoDB enables you to easily distribute a single cluster across clouds. You are no longer locked in and at the mercy of a single provider. This is what it means to have a foundation that stays with you as the stakes get higher. The same MongoDB you used early on, the same MongoDB you scaled with, is the same MongoDB that is now running globally.
Of course, a funny thing happens when you start to find success. Suddenly, your application has a real footprint in the world. People write news articles when you're down. New feature launches draw crowds. The world is watching. At this point, keeping up with growth means having the ability to add capacity immediately without disruption. And yet another common challenge pops up, which is why MongoDB includes native resharding. Earlier, we sharded our hot collection, but left it intermingled with the rest of our transaction processing workload. To meet performance targets, say ahead of a major feature launch, we can separate that collection onto dedicated hardware, ensuring extra load won't impact the rest of our app, and increase capacity while we're at it. Resharding lets us stream an entire collection's data out and back into the cluster, making modifications like the partition key or shard assignment on the way, all without production impact. Another MongoDB feature you just can't get with a relational database. No maintenance window, no big bang migration, no yelling across Slack. We are just going to isolate our workload and double our capacity right now. Let me show you how. First, we'll log in with a shell and disable the balancer because we need a more rapid redistribution of data than the default background balancer provides. Then, head back to the Atlas CLI to add new shards. This time, pushing num shards from 3 to 9. And again, updating the cluster size. Now, let's log back in through the shell and tag those new shards into a zone, a MongoDB native way to refer to a set of shards to allow us to reshard into them specifically. We list our shards and iterate over the 6 newest, adding each in turn to our new target zone. And finally, we can reshard into the zone we just created, keeping our same shard key and forcing a redistribution of data. Note that all of our existing workload remains on the original 3 shards, while the 6 new ones we just provisioned handle all of this collection's traffic. Try doing that without downtime on a relational database. All finished. So let's turn the balancer back on to get us back to steady state. Boom. New shards come online, data redistributes, performance stabilizes, hot partitions disappear, cluster utilization drops, and your users never saw a blip. And if all that sounds a little too labor-intensive, I'm happy to say that it won't always be. Let me introduce horizontal auto-scaling for Atlas clusters, an upcoming feature that will allow Atlas to add shards for you, using the resharding functionality we just saw to rebalance data under the hood. Much like the automated vertical scaling that Atlas already provides, Atlas horizontal auto-scaling will allow you to automatically go wide. Public preview will open in the coming months, and if you'd like to kick the tires now, we're currently in private preview and happy to get more feedback. See the QR code above if you'd like to join the private preview or hear more when the preview goes public.
Throughout this journey, MongoDB gives you room to grow globally, reliably, and automatically. You are always ready for what comes next.
When your idea becomes a product, MongoDB helps you launch. When your product becomes a company, MongoDB helps you scale. That's what's inspired me the most in my 12 years in MongoDB. Not the technical challenges or the rapid growth, but a chance to make a critical piece of almost all modern software, data persistence and retrieval, just a little bit better. Easier to use, more efficient to run, fit for the biggest challenges. All so that all of our users and our users' users can take those savings and make the world just a little bit of a better place.
Hey, Dick. How you doing?
You were there.
Oh.
My demo never worked. The only reason they didn't fall asleep is because I'm wearing a sign that says Dick. This whole thing has been tech horrific 2026.
Yeah, all those keynotes and product announcements. I could have used one of those free stress balls. Whatever happened to those?
And free water bottles. No one gives away water bottles anymore.
Yeah. Hey.
Even when my cloud region came back up, I couldn't do my demo because somebody pushed a schema update.
Who would push a schema update in the middle of tech horrific 2026?
Right?
Weird.
Instantly, all my data was jammed into an array that would take 20 lines of code to fix.
Hey, MongoDB's document model, it handles arrays natively. So you just store it, you query it, and you move on.
Your demo went great, by the way.
Thank you.
But your Macho DB?
It's Mongo?
Yes.
DB.
What do you do about columns? Daddy likes his column.
You like mystery placeholders?
I do. I might need them someday.
Uh-huh.
What about nulls? How do you handle nulls?
Oh, we don't. If a field doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. So.
Sounds peaceful.
Yeah.
Like
Well, here's all of your, stuff.
Believe this belongs to you, Dick.
Actually, he prefers Richard now. Hey, so, I'll see you next year.
Maybe less baggage next time.
All right, yeah. Hey!
Hey!
All right, let's go.
All right, get in here. All right.
Tell me more about CongoDB.
Congo has spiders the size of dinner plates. Would you like to?
Balto. Taco. Ga. What is it?
Please welcome back CJ Desai.
Woo. So that was fantastic to see, from ideas to product to scale. The team did a great job. Please give them a big round of applause on showing you real time. And for the final segment, please stay with me. For the next few minutes, I have somebody very special who invests in the local ecosystem in San Francisco, talks to many, many companies, is a general partner at Sequoia, somebody who is a great thinker, great believer in all the innovation and the spirit of innovation that's happening right now in Silicon Valley. Please welcome on stage Konstantine Buehler from Sequoia. Great to have you.
Great to see you, CJ.
Yeah.
All right, CJ, you got a packed house here.
All right, it's exciting.
Yeah, I understand this is usually a concert venue.
Yeah.
On weekends, I was walking around and back, and I heard someone saying that they go here every Friday. Whatever company you're at, that is a great place to work.
So, thank you for being here with us today. First, I just want to say something about Konstantine. Grew up in Chicago area, and then went to a school here. No, not Berkeley, the other one. So went to school here and is now a great investor. Talks to many, many of you, have invested in many companies that are actually MongoDB customers. So thank you. Right. We appreciate that. And really, really gets to see all these ideas, many of builders trying to scale, and has a front row seat from my perspective to just figure out why, where, how you invest in these companies and in these builders. So my first question, first of all, you're amazing, and everybody tells me you are, all the entrepreneurs who work with you. So give me some numbers that, for the teams here, how many people reach out to you in, say, 2025, how many of them you meet, how many you invest in, and once you invest, how often you talk to them?
All right, well, a lot. We'll get there, but first I'm going to embarrass CJ just a little bit. I've been friends with CJ for many years now, and he is, you can tell, brilliant and talented, but he's also very funny. I'd encourage you to have him do some stand-up at some point, maybe if there's enough critical mass of people encouraging it, you'll get a few jokes out of him.
It's a great venue for it.
Excellent. And what I'll say about CJ is, as a community, as a developer community, I think we're all very lucky that we got a product-oriented CEO. He is someone who is truly product-driven for his whole career, deeply technical. You know, a lot of big companies at some point say, hey, we just want a GTM guy. Or, hey, we just want someone who's a Fortune 500 kind of a standard CEO. And CJ is the real deal on all things tech and engineering. So I got to reciprocate the kindness that you said.
Thank you.
And it's all very true.
Thank you.
So we look at a lot of companies. And turns out AI has only inflected the number of companies that we're looking at. You asked how many companies in a given year?
In 2025, like approx.
2025, probably about 2,000 companies will come across my desk.
Wow.
And in one way or another, and meeting maybe about 300 to 500.
A lot of hours.
And then new investments, maybe 2 to 4 in a given year.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So you go orders of magnitude on the actual investment from the number of companies that reach out to you.
Definitely.
And if somebody wants to reach out to you, it's usually they do via emails or text.
CJ, he's a great example. We work on several companies.
Yeah.
And, it's a great example. I'd say oftentimes cold email, oftentimes a warm lead. The value of a warm lead, someone that we know and work with and trust, is that they can say a lot about a person. The caliber, you can never escape from what you've accomplished in the past. And that really helps filter out who to spend extra time with.
Right. So thousands to single digits is basically the ratio. And say once, Konstantine, you make a decision that we are going to invest in this company, even if you don't fund their next round, for example, how long you stay engaged with them, you personally, whichever companies you fund?
Oh, a lot. Okay. So we see these as very long-term relationships. I don't know the exact statistics these days in the US, but the average Sequoia partnership with a company probably lasts about as long or longer than the average American marriage.
Interesting.
So for better and worse, it is a very long-term relationship. We take it very seriously. And years, many years.
Many years. So you go see them scale and other things. So, and alongside.
That's right.
With them.
Absolutely.
That's cool. So tell me, and if you, given the sample size, and then you finally invest in somebody, whether it's seed or Series A or whichever, what are the things that you look for, depending on, I know you do early stage a lot, so there are many folks here or many folks listening who are early stage. When they come to Sequoia, what are 2 or 3 things that you're like, this is a must-have when you finally get to speak to us where we'll invest in your company?
I'll unpack our mantra. Sequoia is about helping the daring build legendary companies. And I'll unpack 3 parts of that: daring, legendary, and company. So the first is we're looking for daring founders. Founders who are willing to take big risks, work incredibly hard, and do it with extreme integrity. The second is legendary. Sequoia is really made for helping build legendary companies. We were very, very early, 2 guys in a garage at Apple. It was Jensen with an idea at NVIDIA, Google, many, many trillions of market cap, MongoDB in the very early days. And we want to help build legendary businesses. And what that means is the idea has to be sufficiently large. If we don't feel like this idea is sufficiently large, it's not really a comment on the quality of the business. It's more that we have a duty to focus on this specific kind of business that can perhaps change the world. I feel that duty. So a sufficiently large market, and CJ is someone that I talk a lot with markets about because he, especially for such a technical product person, has a great sense of markets. And then finally, company. We're looking to build real businesses and someone who has commercial intuition. So often daring is technically brilliant, extremely hardworking, and the company component is commercial, interested in building something that lasts as a business.
That's a pretty good framework. And how much does it matter to you, the founder's credentials, say somebody just maybe drops out of a college and starts a company. And I'll say this is very uncomfortable for me. my daughter joined a company with somebody who dropped out of college. And I'm like, ooh, okay. And that's not how I was raised, so that was very uncomfortable. But you see that all the time, that, hey, these people don't have the previous background or warm intro, and they are truly disruptors going after massive market. That time, you don't have a lot of data points, so how would you make that call?
So I'll comment on the fresh grad, young founder, and then I want to talk about the breadth of founders that we work with. So for a fresh grad, it is all about slope. We talk about intercept and slope, and we're looking for extreme clock speed, very high velocity, someone who's going to be able to process new information quickly, learn from it, and then adjust rapidly. And the benefit of being fresh in an industry is you don't have these priors that turn into pitfalls. You have to learn everything from first principles all over again. So if you're in that cohort of people, that is your superpower. But by no means are we only focused on the first-time founder right out of college. In fact, more and more, we see repeat founders, founders that are deeply experienced, founders that have been building for many years within an amazing organization and saying, hey, I want to build a company on my own. And those founders now more than ever are well-positioned because they have the technical depth and because the founding ecosystem was so much larger. So we often look at the fresh out of college founder, but we'll also look at these repeat founders, tech executives, we call them the expert and the change maker, that are deep in what they do.
And you have a lot of data points on these people who they have worked with, and you can do some pattern matching to say, okay.
Their Mongo usage.
Yeah, thank you.
All of that.
Yes, appreciate that. So Konstantine, once, say you make a decision that we are going to invest in this company, where does specifically, I've seen externally available material, but how does Sequoia then really help them as they are scaling, product market fit, go to market? How do you help these founders?
Yes. The reality is every founder is different, and we tailor the experience to the founder. The easy way would be, hey, we have this machine and we've made it, and go try it out and we'll put you in it and spit you out the other side, but that would not be the right way. What we've learned is every founder communicates differently. That's everything from the way they speak to the areas that they spike and trough. They also communicate on different channels. Some of my founders are WhatsApp, some are call, some are Zoom, some are Teams, different ways. They also have different needs. Some are deeply expert engineers that are very early GTM. Some are commercial monsters that don't know nearly enough about product and engineering. And so we come up with an action plan specific to that engineer. How do we get the most out of your strength and complement your weaknesses? This idea of we got to strengthen your weaknesses, not a believer. Complement that. Find other people who can join your mission and just go extreme on your strengths. So each founder is a little bit different. We have a sunrise session with a lot of our founders where we bring in global experts from the Sequoia ecosystem. We help teach the founder about areas that they might not know as much about and help them hire in people who can complement it. And then in the years to come, it's specific to the needs of the company.
Got it. That's super helpful. So we have to speak, because many are currently figuring it out, how to create AI companies, AI native companies, or create AI applications if they are at a company that started with one and maybe pivoted to others. So specifically for this community, local community here, what are you seeing? When the inbound you're seeing versus where it's working, like how much churn, pivots are being made for AI native companies? There is, of course, a bull thesis. There is a bear thesis. Oh, are we in the bubble? What's your take?
So first of all, San Francisco is back in such a great way, and thank you, AI, for making that possible. All the real estate people in San Francisco should thank AI, because this is the city to be. And I couldn't be more bullish on the AI trend in 2026. For background, I'm an AI engineer by training, so I did my undergrad and grad work in AI back in 2010 era. And that was pre-AlexNet and the early neural net revolution, and at a time where it was pretty theoretical. And it kind of took over my life. It's been my focus area for all my investing career and why they pulled me into Sequoia to focus on this. And 2026 is going to be the best year yet. So 2025 was all about agents and this battle between the frontier four: OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini, xAI. 2026 is going to be about what we're calling the specialization of AI. And specifically, what I've been thinking a lot about is artificial specialized intelligence. AI is a very hard thing to define. If I asked this group, how would you define AI, there'd be 100 reasons. And then a couple of you would be like, I reject the premise of this question. You know who you are. I'm probably in that camp too. For specialized intelligence, it's very simple. When a machine exceeds the capabilities of the median human at a task, that's an artificial specialized intelligence. And in 2025, we saw that happen. We saw that happen with Waymo, where it's on the streets of San Francisco, it's 10 times safer than the median human driver.
Yep.
We see that happening more and more with basic development, where you use Claude Code, it is way faster at development than a median, and this is why it's very important to be the best more than ever. And we're only going to see more of that in 2026, but in specialized models and specialized company use cases. That's where we're particularly excited.
Okay, and you know, the cloud transition and how applications were created, then the mobile wave came.
Yes.
For all these builders here, I mean, that lasted for a long time, right?
Yep.
And it's still going on. I would say cloud transformation, I still speak to enterprises. They're still in the middle of the cloud transition, moving to AWS or a GCP or whatever, or multi-cloud. From an AI standpoint, to truly have, outside of these killer applications that ChatGPT or Grok or, you know, our friends at Anthropic Lab have created with Claude, truly consumer-facing AI application for a business, travel reservation, food delivery, this, that. How far are we from saying, oh, wow, this just is done and everything is just autonomous and all that, and you see true AI application, killer AI companies in a B2B context at scale?
We're getting there. We're getting very close. And I'll give two examples. I'll give examples in enterprise, and then I think consumer will follow here as more and more people use AI. And then I want your take on when enterprises are going to be adopting this in mainstream, not just experimentation. Yeah. So I'll give two concrete examples. The first is my wife is a surgeon. She helps people who are going through head and neck procedures. And she has a constant barrage of needs. So the health system she's a part of has a massive list of people that could be using her services and the services of the other surgeons. They find that the more AI they're using, and they're using a transcriber, companies like Commure and Abridge and Freed in that space, the more time the doctor has to actually do what they want, which is talk to the patient. And that adoption is going up and up and up. And what's happening is, it's not like the doctor gets home any earlier. They just get to focus on the patient for longer and maybe do some more procedures. So do more operations that change lives and help a lot of people. That is happening. I see it personally more and more all the time. Another example is in the legal space. My sister is an attorney. She texted me a few weeks ago. She's like, hey, one of your portfolio companies just saved my Friday night. I was like, what do you mean? So she uses Harvey, which is this AI legal company, and her CEO asked her to turn around some documents Friday night at 6 p.m. Of course, it was very important, and she was ready to do that. She was going to go on a date with her fiance, and normally it would take 3 or 4 hours without AI. Instead, she was able to immediately action it and turn around the contract in 40 minutes. So when I see that happening directly, and I encourage family members to use AI a lot, of course, because this is my life's work, and I think will be for the next 15, 20 years as well. When I see that actually making a difference in their lives, and this is just organic, truthful, inbound examples, I say, okay, we're really getting there. These are still the early adopters, but we're really getting there. So I think we're going to have much more in enterprise usage. That's going to lead to much more in consumer usage as people experience it at the workplace. And we're going to have a breakthrough in 2026 and 2027.
That's great. I look forward to it. From my perspective, just when you speak to large banks, large healthcare organizations, or manufacturing or food and beverage, you look at these classic Fortune 500 Global 2000, it varies right now. They are not ready to have a true agentic application at scale that is either transforming, which is an important word, not just being more productive, or completely changing their business model, right? And software stacks are being rewritten, right? And I would say it's been a while since software stacks are being rewritten. I think late 90s is when they started being rewritten for the internet age and then a little bit for the mobile. But this software stack's being rewritten for these large enterprises. When I speak to them, it's always about, hey, governance, security, regulatory pressure, data sovereignty. Can this run on the edge? Can this run in an air-gapped network? I just talked to a bank yesterday, and he said, CJ, we are not going to move to public cloud. We want to do AI on top of our commercial banking application, and your database better work for my on-prem environment.
Definitely.
With vector and all of those capabilities. So very specific. So there we are a little bit early compared to like a Harvey, which is very specific. Brett and the team at Sierra, they are scaling very nicely in the customer support. And I think what I saw in 2025 for just personally with engineering teams is that the coding assistants just took off.
Amazing.
Unbelievable. And they truly created a product on top of it, not just a wrapper, right? Because there was a whole thesis, why are you just a wrapper? And you meet so many of them. You're like, okay, I remember you mentioning, if I take AI out of your pitch, are you truly creating a durable business?
That's right.
That's what you said. And that really stuck with me that, okay, don't just come and say, I'm going to use this LLM, and then I have a UI on top of it, and here it is.
How do you, I know there was a lot of builders in the audience, and you advise some of the companies we work with and have given some terrific advice on enterprise. You're a master of enterprise. How do you, as a small startup, think about breaking into the enterprise if you're building something in AI today?
Yeah, I would say your disruptive mindset, if you're a startup, you're a builder, you're creating an application, and even if you came to MongoDB or CIO Deepa, if you come and say, my first reaction is anything you're trying to sell me, it's usually for a use case. We already have something that we are using, either human or a SaaS app or whatever it is for that use case. So I'm going to tell you, hey, if you truly believe that machines can do this task, that budget is going to come from my people budget. As in, I may not hire as many more people, as I may not hire as many more software engineers if coding assistants are truly going to improve, say, 20% productivity. So my backlog on innovation or my bugs that I have goes down, great. Then I don't need as many engineers next year when we grow, relatively speaking. We'll still need more engineers. And that's where the budget is going to come from. And a lot of what I find is when people are pitching to me, after joining MongoDB in the last 60 days, I mean, it's amazing. Every day I get so many emails. Oh, are you doing something on the patents? Are you doing this? And we have an AI company for that. And I'm like, okay.
That's cool.
Just give me how will the economics work, and just putting a MongoDB hat for our investors. We want to make sure that there is a good return of investment and not just trying something for fun. So, Konstantine, we're almost at time. So first of all, thank you. And second, in terms of if you want to get this group fired up as they're building, they're disrupting, and this whole spirit of Silicon Valley is accelerating with AI, what would you say that is there like any advice that you have seen companies like Harvey work, Rox is in initial stages. You look at, of course, phenomenal exponential growth at OpenAI and Grok and many other companies. Are there patterns you saw that would be helpful for the portfolio companies that scale like exponentially in AI?
So for the companies building in 2026, I have one word for you, which is courage. Because you see these giants fighting over a really big, important market, which is the foundational models. It can be intimidating. The conclusion can be, wow, so much time, resource, talent is being thrown at the foundation models that take over the world. I'm here to say, I think that in addition to those companies thriving, there's going to be specialized AI that are focused on real human use cases. So you can go to CJ and say, look, this is the ROI for this use case at your business. And those are going to thrive in 2026. You mentioned Rox as an example. So Rox is a portfolio company focused on GTM. When they plug in, they very quickly ramp your ability to sell and upsell and increase pipeline by 20% by using AI agents to constantly find and look for upsell opportunities. They actually migrated to Mongo recently in 5 days.
Appreciate that.
In 5 days on Dynamo, from Dynamo to Mongo. Pretty impressive. But that's a very specific use case driven by the fact that they're obsessed with one type of customer, which is the best seller at an organization. So they have the courage to say, no, not all of this is going to be done by a single AI, monolith AI that does all of the work in the world.
Yeah, Ishan uses the word that God agent does not exist.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that is the counter to one AI will take over the whole world is no, what really is valuable is the human. At the end of the day, it is all about you and your customers, and have the courage to say, I know that the person I'm serving is important, and that I'll constantly be able to innovate to serve that person better. 2026, courage.
Awesome. Please say thank you to Konstantine from Sequoia. Great conversation. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Courage.
Thanks again to Konstantine Buehler for joining us. Our .local sessions will resume at 11:30.
Neil, it's great to meet you. What is NPAL?
NPAL is in the business for sustainability and green energy, with about 80 to 85,000 systems in the field containing solar PV, batteries, wall boxes, and now also expanding into the heat pump market with about 3,000 heat pumps in the field already. Very, very fast growing.
I can imagine out there in the field, there's a lot of complex integrations with a very rapidly evolving electricity market. But from your position as a chief architect, probably also quite a lot happening, right? There's more and more devices out there. There's a lot of data coming in. What is that data? Where does it go? And what do you do with it?
To make it very simple, we get a lot of data from all these products that we're offering to the customer. We have to ingest all of that, make it available for the customer to basically see what's happening at his site. How much energy do I produce? How well is my battery charged? Is my car charging right now? And also give him control over these assets, like start charging my car now, for example.
Because your proposition is evolving and because NPAL is growing quite fast, I imagine the sort of data schema needs to be quite flexible as well, right? I presume a traditional SQL database would be problematic. So how are you collecting this data and how are you storing it?
How it is currently is that we are storing incoming data in a blob storage file that is basically accumulating all of these data points for a customer per day, which is very easy to query, so the user experience is quite fast, but it makes it a bit harder to do aggregations or to prepare certain things for our customer service to have it available early. So we now are in a transformation phase where we want to take all of these data streams and make them a bit more universal and make them available to our Streamline teams, and then go with a data cooling approach to have things available in data warehouses for like aggregation and historic evaluation.
And presumably this data coming from the devices, you'd consider that time series data, would you?
That is time series data, correct.
Okay, and you are using MongoDB as a sort of hot storage database for that?
Yes, and the approach that we are now going to implement, we basically get all of these time series data, lots of timestamps, lots of sensor values, and we are transforming this into a standardized format where we basically just define how something should look like in terms of what kind of sensor are we talking about. Put all of that in our time series database to have it available for now, for 30 days, but we also think about increasing this depending on the usage. And after that time, it will go into a data lake. The very positive part of this is that querying the database with MongoDB does not cost additional money. It's very easy to scope the costs, very easy to scale, and the queries are basically for free.
How much of your IT environment is in the cloud? How much of it is on premises?
That's a very good question. We do have quite a significantly sized cloud environment, as NPAL as a whole, but also in the IoT department. But we also have a dedicated team for system integration, which is closer to the hardware part.
Yeah.
There is this NPAL 1 box that is controlling all of the hardware pieces, like the wall box, the battery, the inverter. They basically make sure that things can talk to each other, which is a way different world with Modbus over TCP or EE bus. So we do have basically a contract between the hardware team and the cloud team so the communication can work.
How do you interconnect the two?
Currently, two methods. Well, one method is MQTT, which we onboard for newer use cases, for example, like VPP, that needs a higher frequency of data transmission. And we still have the IoT Hub, which is a Microsoft product in Azure that is connecting the more general use cases, but we want to slowly migrate away. We were on the lookout for time series databases and got in contact with at least 2 different companies of consultants. And the MongoDB consultancy was the best with quite a lot of distance to the other people. We had some very weird technical questions that you usually don't expect, because storage is one of the cost drivers, because there's just so much data.
Yeah.
We asked weird questions like, how would we expect compression to work? How does the compression algorithm go? How can we project how much data we can save by compressing our schemas? How should the schema look like? Or just simply, okay, if we do this, how big would the index be and does it fit into memory, right? Because that needs to be fast. And we got answers to all of that, actually, which impressed us quite a lot. MongoDB was very open for in-person workshops where our contacts, Andre and Philip, basically visited us on the headquarter office in Berlin. And we had a workshop together. And it was great, actually answering how the index is built and how it's fitting into memory. Working with MongoDB Atlas is very pleasant, actually. The Terraform integration is great, so all of your projects can live as code. And the DevOps team made it very accessible for devs. So whenever you have to set up a new project, you just contribute to a repository, they review it, and if it's merged, your project is up and running in like 10 to 15 minutes. That's very pleasant because it makes testing out things very, very easy. On the service part, whenever you need something, you can either configure this through this repository offered by the DevOps teams, or you can just go through Atlas and try things out. For example, if you want to just play around a bit, you can open a playground cluster, load the sample data set, which is available, and then, for example, try out Atlas Search to see how it behaves for you. And sharding in general is a pain, usually. It's very easy with MongoDB. For the schema, finding a schema that works can be very challenging, but MongoDB is always very open to do design reviews. So if you have questions or if you are in doubt that your schema...
Hey, I'm Eric Newcomer, the author of the Substack Newcomer here at MongoDB.local. We're about to do a bunch of one-on-one conversations focused on AI startups building on MongoDB, and we're going to learn a lot about interesting businesses that are being created, and then some of the big trends for 2026, what people are watching, what people really doing the building are seeing on the ground. I'm super excited to have our first conversation with Manoj Agarwal, the co-founder and president of DevRev. Super excited to talk to you. Do you want to just start off and just tell us what you're doing with DevRev and give us some of the history on the business so people can really understand what you're building?
Thank you, Eric. Super excited to be here and speaking with you today. DevRev has 2 words, Dev and Rev. Dev is for development, which is proxy for
and
product.
Revenue, yeah, I get it.
And Rev is for revenue, which is proxy for customers.
Right.
And any enterprise, when you go and look at it, why they exist because of those 2 things. Because you have the product or services that you provide and the customers that you serve. How do you really bring these 2 things together with all the work that happens for the product and customers in a system on which then the entire enterprise AI, conversational AI that is built then? Like today people talk about the agentic AI, but clearly there is agentic AI, but there is also applications or apps that existed also to really be talking to the customers, to be able to go and do the development work and doing the marketing and the sales and all of that we used to do. How do you really bring that together in a way that conversationally that I can do the business now. I can run the business now.
So give me, like what customer is having the most success, or just walk me through like a customer using DevRev and what their experience is like.
So there are two use cases in the conversational AI space that we talk about. One is the CX. This is the customer experience use case. This is where that you see the customer support, customer success that sits in. So conversationally, just think about the customers. They interact with the organization through chatbot, through help desk, through email, through WhatsApp, through iMessage, through voice, and so on. But when it comes to the organization, like today there are people, there are L1 support people, there is level 2 support people. When it becomes more technical, you go to the L3 and L4. So DevRev, where it gets deployed in the CX use cases, is all the way from serving the customers on those channels to be able to go and automate a large percentage of the resolution in the L1, get into the L2, also down to L3 and 4. Because L3 we are talking about, it becomes very, very technical. That simply means that, okay, the problem that let's say the machine was not able to solve, the people, they were not able to solve in the L2. How do you really bring it down to the L3 where the system did a lot of work already to bring it in front of the technical people so that they can take actions, they can really debug the problem much, much faster and easier and so on.
And so that's the customer experience part. And then you said there was a second one.
And there is a second one, which is the employee experience. And now when you talk about the employee experience, the very first thing that comes to mind is like, which employee? So today people will talk about the enterprise search being the foundation for the employee search, employee experience. Now, so what we do in the employee experience side, first of all, for every department there is data. There are systems that they have. So to be able to go and provide not just the enterprise search capability, but being able to answer, being able to take actions autonomously, to provide that experience, what you're providing to the external people, that now you're providing for the internal people also. So we have both the surfaces, externally that where the customers are sitting, internally where the users are. And you provide those two interfaces seamlessly.
And what can you say about like the scale of the business, how many employees you have, or what stage are you?
Yeah, so we first of all founded 5 years or so ago.
So in AI world, you've got the long in the tooth, you've got some experience here.
That is true. And that actually allowed us to really build, like just let me give you the scale. We close to 200 or so developers. They worked almost for 2 years to really build the foundation first before we went to first customer.
Yeah.
So today we have around more than 700 people worldwide, 8 different locations. Just the deployment that we have it across all over the world now. There are 7 different regions around the world that we serve our customer. There are lots of enterprise level paying customers. There are lots of mid-market level paying customers. But also we wanted to make sure that we bring the startups and the more innovative companies along also in this.
So you can see what people are doing on the cutting edge. We're obviously here, at MongoDB's event. You're building on top of Mongo. What brings you here? How do you work with MongoDB?
It's quite foundational for us, the MongoDB. In fact, back in 2020, or late 2020, when we were looking at our architecture and more closely that we were thinking about how do you really go and build this data? How do you really bring both structured data and unstructured data, both of them? How do you really combine that data sources? Do you really need a database that can scale with time?
Right.
And we looked at a lot of databases back then. And we zeroed down to like the simplicity of, let's say DocumentDB was something that we wanted to narrow it down. Then we wanted to narrow it down to, okay, which are the companies that we know that is going to be cloud agnostic?
Right.
And if I want to go and build something multi-tenant, also that I will be able to go and build it. Somebody who is willing to carry the PagerDuty also for us, which is like we looked at, back then it was quite in infancy, frankly speaking, on the entire service offering that Mongo had.
Right.
And but we bet on it, and we are super happy, super excited. So the entire
They've really
knowledge
leaned
graph
into some of the AI tools, vector search and everything.
The thing is that when you start to think about, you go deep on the structured data, let's say, first of all. And structured data is all around this. You look at Salesforce, you look at Jira Atlassian, you look at Zendesk, you look at ServiceNow, and so on. Each one of them have lots of objects, tickets, issues, accounts, leads, people, users, and like all of that you start to look at it. How do you really map it into a knowledge graph? How do you build this ontology of the business? How do each of these custom objects that easily that you can go and build it on top of a like something like some database and so on. The simplicity of JSON and being able to then also customize it for every single organization. There's nothing out there that you needed something like MongoDB to be able to go and build.
In terms of DevRev and your product, there are obviously businesses are redefining categories, customer experience, and employees. Like, what AI startups do you want to coexist well with DevRev versus you're like, oh, we want to do that? When are you saying, okay, yes, I don't know, like Glean or something? Do you play nicely with that, or you're like, we want to provide a lot of what they do? What startups do you think fit nicely with what you're building, and which ones that's part of our ambition?
I mean, first of all, in the ecosystem, you have to really play nicely if you are going to play a platform.
Right, you want to interact well with every service.
So first of all, you have to have deep respect for the companies, like the pre-GPT era companies that are there. So you want to be able to connect with all the data sources that they own, or they have it. And so that's the first thing.
That's like Salesforce.
So being able to connect to Salesforce, to ServiceNow, to Jira Atlassian, to let's say the Confluence, to Google Docs, Google Drive, to Notion, and each one of them, they should be able to go and connect. Being able to then talk about at the infrastructure layer also that you want to partner the whole day, including Mongo. You want to do more and more with Mongo, not less, as a partner there. And then, let's say people and the companies that if they are building, let's say the agents and so on, that we should be able to provide this MCP server to them to be able to also go and use this knowledge graph to be able to extend the capability of the platform and so on. So something that, for that very reason, very early on, we launched our marketplace also. We wanted to do our own development at arm's length with the API and webhooks that we provide to others to build on top of it. But we wanted to build ourselves also like that. So without really naming the companies and so on, we believe in extensibility of the platform. We believe in partnering with the existing ecosystem partners.
What is the state of agents in 2026? I think, Andre Karpathy, end of last year, put out something where I was like, I don't know, agents have been somewhat overhyped. I think there's some concern. I think in coding, we've seen so much success where, people are really having success with coding agents. But in a lot of other categories, maybe like customer support, I think people are bullish. But what's your read on what agents today are really capable of versus where you want to sort of avoid selling customers on the potential of agents when after they do the work, they're like, it's not really solving our problem. We need to have a human still doing that task.
There are a lot of questions in the one that you're asking. Philosophically, we think that there is we don't call it AI. AI is obviously there. Artificial in AI is all about the data that was created by human. If you just think about it.
Yeah.
Because that's where that we are trying to bring the intelligence. But we believe in the team intelligence. And team intelligence will mean that, okay, yes, you have data that was created, which is where the AI playing or Gen AI playing a big role. But humans also, they need to coexist with the AI. So that's the one philosophy that we have. The second thing is more things that you think that is changing, actually they more remain the same in terms of running the business or the business problem that we are solving. So the most of the world, when we think about the Gen AI in particular, they think that, okay, it's all around the unstructured data, the conversation that we do and so on. And the structured data as if that problem is solved problem. The reality is that the business that we were running with the structured data, like Salesforce of the world, ServiceNow of the world, I wanted to narrow it down out. This particular account, this particular case, this particular features, this particular issues, this particular sprint, what exactly is happening. That's the way that we were doing the work, and this particular user, this particular customers, and so on. And that is not going away. That thing is still there. So when you look at agent today, and people talk about the entire probabilistic part and deterministic part. But probabilistic part is very good with the unstructured data content. But the moment you talk about the structured information, you want more deterministic way of getting
go
that
back
data.
to the old way of doing it.
Old way. But now are the interfaces through the agent, because agent is just the first level, that what we are talking about. I can have the full code to low code to no code to, let's say, the prompt engineering, context engineering I can do. But the data retrieval that is happening, do you have deterministic way of getting the data also? Do you have probabilistic way of doing the data also? The most of the systems are designed for one or the other, not both. And this is where that you start to see the challenges. L1 support works, but L2 doesn't work or L3 doesn't work. The moment I have to go and interact with the customer, I can't be talking probabilistic at that point. When they ask, okay, how many P0s I have?
It needs to be right or wrong.
It has to be right or wrong. And this is where that our thesis from the very beginning was that we have to take sides on both. The pre-GPT, which was the structured content, and the post-GPT, which is the unstructured content. Both of them need to get the equal attention. So when you do the retrieval, no, you just don't do it through the vector database. You also do text to SQL. And then you have to combine those results with the augmentation and generation that you do to serve the conversational interface at that point. And that's where we see that it's just massively different. So I do agree with what people are saying right now. Many of these things are not working. But because the first principle approach, people are leaving behind.
The AI bull case has just been, it's getting smarter and smarter. So the agent, unstructured data will eventually, we'll be able to figure out it'll be reliable consistently. You're saying, no, we need to root a lot of these core answers in structured data.
Eric, I'm sure that you have heard many times the SQL is going away, but long live SQL. I don't think that when you ask for, okay, this, let's say in the B2C use case, this store, this particular article or this particular brand of bags and this kind of users, I want to understand what exactly is happening over the course of last 3 months. How do you answer that? Now either you are feeding the entire data to the AI, and you are asking it to just go and do the deterministic work in there. First of all, you are consuming tons of tokens. Second is that it is by nature, it is probabilistic. It is not deterministic. So you start to talk about also economics part of it. Okay, if I'm able to do the text to SQL on that data, it's very cheap to do that, as opposed to going and just burning so much tokens. So even practically, even if the cost goes very close to zero, it's not possible.
Changing gears slightly, when you think about building your own company right now, how much are these our coding tools building the company versus human engineers, or what success are you seeing internally? What are you doing in terms of embracing things like Cursor and Claude Code and everything else?
In fact, we are big on it because our company is all built with that thesis also, with the AI. First of all, the entire company uses DevRev. We are 100% on DevRev. But on the coding tool, this is where that, which we use Cursor. I would say that when you are writing the new code, it is very good at it. The moment you have to go and edit the existing code is where that still there are challenges. I'm sure that as an industry that will continue to go and evolve and get better and so on. Readability has become better for the people to be able to understand code, because when you look at developer, a lot of time that they were spending on reading the code and understanding what exactly it was doing, especially when you are going and debugging something. There is a huge help that you see there. A lot of I would say the code reviews and so on. Previously that was quite difficult or time-consuming stuff. Is a lot of times just the practices, internal practices that you wanted to go and invoke. Many of those things that now can be automated. So there is productivity gain.
Right.
It is only getting
great,
better.
Great for new coding. Old databases or old code a little bit more difficult. For like a startup founder starting a company today, what advice would you give them in terms of building in a way that it's like, okay, it's the ground is changing beneath our feet. How do they sort of set up their tech stack today, not knowing where things are going to be in 5 years?
I would say, first of all, this is the best time ever if you're starting a company right now, because the amount of help with the tools that is available is mind-boggling, like where just a few people can build the entire company. Doing a prototype is much simpler, much easier. So I would say that they will have to be bold in terms of not go into the old practices of using the old tools and so on. Embrace, not everything is perfect, but I think if you start with the right systems, right tools, right database, right cloud, I think you'll be further ahead, way ahead than everybody else. So I will say that start to embrace the new stuff.
Right. And going back to sort of the very beginning of this conversation and just sort of the customers and how they're using DevRev, like, is there a particular, like, can you give us like one customer where you really feel like, oh, this was a delightful outcome? Or I always just like to hear like a great story of how people are really getting the most out of the product.
Yeah. So let me give you one example of a customer. This customer is in the US. They have close to, I would say, 1% of the GDP that runs through their platform,
wow.
which is like pretty big.
Okay, we might be able to figure that out.
500,000 customers that they have. So their cost overall just to run the customer support, obviously they were running on the legacy infrastructure and so on. It's pretty high, like every single conversation or tickets that gets created is expensive overall. They partnered with us to really deploy this. And I'm talking about customer interfacing stuff also, the chatbot, the help desk, and so on. But internal interfacing, then you have the teams and so on. More than 2 million conversations that were happening or 2 million tickets that gets created every single year for them. And the idea was, if I bring DevRev, how much of that is autonomously taken care of? Not deflection, resolution.
Right.
Because the deflection typically is that, okay, I gave you some information, go away. Don't come and ask me. As opposed to, actually, I resolved things for you.
Right.
The results are mind-boggling. In fact, the thinking process was, even if you do 10% resolution, you made the money already. Right. And we are talking about close to 70% resolution already for such a deployment. Those, like, you start to look at tens of millions of dollars in terms of the ROI that the team starts to get, which now they can go and invest back into the product to really delight customers more. And these are like the CSAT and all that improves significantly. There was another one that I wanted to just talk about. It's another customer.
Okay, quickly. I think we're at time.
And it was like the enterprise experience, like the employee experience use case. They have SharePoint, they have OneDrive, they have Salesforce, and so on. This is where the structured and unstructured coming together. And this company, to the internal employees, after the deployment, they asked, okay, so what? What are you getting when you are using DevRev right now with a computer brand that we provide? This is a computer interface through which they ask questions and they do things. They said, things that I was able to ask computer and what it did for me took me less than 10 minutes to really construct everything. Typically would have taken me 2 to 4 days to do. I think that's the kind of power that we are seeing it now.
I mean, amazing today, just like the scale of ambition that's possible with something like MongoDB powering you, and then the new AI tools to go after customer experience and employees. Great to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. All right, that's one.
You're standing on the factory shop floor, watching the production line move like clockwork until suddenly everything stops. Something's gone wrong. An unplanned outage brings production to a halt, and every second you are not back up and running, your bottom line is suffering. For many manufacturers, every unproductive hour can cost thousands or even millions. And with complex machinery, global supply chains, and fewer skilled technicians, manufacturers are under serious pressure to keep things running smoothly. Predictive maintenance has been the answer to many of these challenges, using data to anticipate failures before they happen. Over time, it's evolved from simple statistical models to advanced machine learning, and now to intelligent systems powered by generative AI and retrieval augmented generation. But what if we could go even farther? What if your system didn't just monitor and detect potential issues, but knew what to do next? AI agents are the next step in data-driven manufacturing. Intelligent systems that don't just predict problems, they diagnose issues, generate work orders, and schedule repairs automatically. So, how do you build something like this? Let's break it down. To make agentic AI work on the shop floor, you need more than a powerful LLM. You need the right data foundation. MongoDB Atlas gives you that. It's trusted by leading manufacturers to power mission-critical applications, handling massive volumes of real-time IoT data where downtime isn't an option. MongoDB's flexible document model makes it easy to ingest and integrate diverse sensor inputs. Combine that with a highly available distributed architecture, and you get a platform built for the scale, reliability, and speed of modern manufacturing. All this, together with an extensive set of data services built for the AI era, make it an excellent choice to build and operate your AI agents. So, how does this all come together? Let's walk through a multi-agent predictive maintenance system built with MongoDB Atlas, LangGraph, and Amazon Bedrock. It follows a supervisor-agent model, where each AI agent has a specific task. The failure agent performs root cause analysis. The work order agent generates detailed job plans. And the planning agent schedules repairs with minimal disruption. Here is how it works in 4 steps. First, MongoDB Atlas ingests and processes telemetry in real time. We can use stream processing to integrate with an external machine learning failure prediction model. Once a potential issue is detected, an alert is triggered. The supervisor agent takes over and coordinates the next steps. Next, the failure agent consults the machine manual, past work orders, and additional context using the various search methods supported in Atlas. It runs a root cause analysis, generates a report, and recommends a fix. After this, the work order agent pulls the historical data to estimate time, materials, and required skills. It autofills a work order template and routes it for human review. Lastly, the planning agent checks maintenance shifts, production schedules, and parts inventory. It finds the optimal time for maintenance with minimal downtime and syncs it with the scheduling system. And that's it. Diagnosed, documented, scheduled. Let's see it in action.
Clicking this button will simulate a machine streaming data to MongoDB. You can see the values updating in real time. Now, using these 2 sliders, we can introduce abnormal scenarios, triggering our machine learning model to detect an issue and raise an alert. Once the alert is triggered, it's routed by the supervisor agent to the failure agent. The agent then performs a root cause analysis, consulting available data sources like past work orders, interviews with the maintenance staff, and the machine manual. Check how vector search is used to find the most relevant parts in the available data sources. After gathering the necessary context, it generates an incident report with the root cause and recommended actions. When a new incident report is added, the agentic process continues. The work order agent looks at similar past work orders to estimate the duration, required parts, and the necessary skills for the maintenance team. Once the data has been analyzed, it generates the new work order draft. At this point, a human can review and edit the draft, or, if everything looks good, confirm it. But now we can go one step farther, automatically scheduling the best time for maintenance. As soon as the work order is confirmed, the planning agent checks parts inventory, technician availability, and the production calendar. And based on those inputs, the agent suggests an optimized maintenance window, and updates the production calendar accordingly.
As you can see, this is more than automation. It's autonomous intelligence. Faster diagnostics, fewer outages, smarter operations. That's the power of combining AI with the right data foundation. Want to learn more? Check out our blog and GitHub repo in the description for a full hands-on walkthrough. Thanks for watching.
Maritime first data company. Our high-level goals are de-risking, decarbonizing, and essentially creating efficiency gains all across the maritime sector. What we're doing is trying to bring maritime into the data age, into the modern age. We have these vessels that historically, all of the components on the vessels, be it your engines or generators, they could have hundreds, thousands of sensors across the whole vessel. They'll be polling data at hundreds of thousands of times a second, some of them. So you're creating gigabytes and gigabytes of data every day. But historically, this data's just been woefully underutilized. It disappears into the ether. It runs around the local network of the boat and then it disappears. Our customers haven't historically realized how valuable that data can be. And I think as well, connectivity's been the issue. If you have a vessel in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, for example, and you have gigabytes of data being produced, there's been no way to get that data off the boat, especially live. By the time it gets ashore, again, you've got reams of it, and people haven't historically known what to do with it. You know, I think previously we lived in like an informational drought. Now it's a bit like we live in an informational flood, but no one can swim. Data storage needs, we use MongoDB. There's just been our perfect sort of one-stop shop for everything we need data-wise. The majority of what our data is time series. I mean, we ingest gigabytes and gigabytes of time series data. Mongo's been perfect for that because where the data's coming from and how the data looks, there's always scope for change. What we're seeing generally is a little bit like plug sockets, if you like. Everywhere you go in the world, they have a best practice, but what we're trying to do, what Mongo does is it's like that multi-plug that you can fit into any plug and then put ours on the back end. You know, the schemaless approach has been really helpful for us. It just allows us to ingest all this time series data in basically any capacity that we need to and any way that it comes in. Our job is coming in and, you know, trying to teach them how to swim and feel like, you know, we're going in, we're doing the analysis, we're taking that data and trying to unlock value from it. And that's one of the things we love about Mongo. It provides so much of the hard work is already done for us. We don't have to go in there and do the hosting, or we don't have to apply resource for optimizations. We do some stuff, but occasionally Mongo just flick a switch behind the scenes and all of a sudden we've gained like a 100% improvement.
We're back. Hi, I'm Eric Newcomer, author of the Substack Newcomer and host of the Cerebral Valley AI Summit. We're having fun conversations with startup founders and other technologists at MongoDB.local. I'm really excited for this one. I feel like we're going to get into some the nerdy, real questions around building on databases and how to construct your company in the AI world. I'm here with Aram Shatakhtsyan, the founder of Modelence, a 3-person company, so early stage, which I love. In some ways, you know, to stand out, you got to be the most honest, direct about how you see the world. Before we came on, I mean, you were sort of saying we want to be this Supabase, as Supabase is to Postgres, we want to be to Mongo. Explain that. What's the vision for Modelence?
Yeah, definitely. So this whole idea actually started a long time ago. I co-founded another startup before Modelence, and we built and scaled it for over 10 years. At some point, we started noticing these patterns on things that repeat themselves, like these building blocks that you keep building as an engineer, and then you realize that it's not directly related to your product. Like,
oh, this has been done before, and we're spending a lot of time on core pieces of this.
Exactly. Like authentication, or just setting up your database, or adding monitoring, cron jobs, email integration. So there are those building blocks that pretty much every application needs, and we've realized that we spend way too much time on building each piece and integrating them together to the point where that became like a whole separate team in the company that has to do that work. So we started asking ourselves, why do we not have a framework and a platform that just does this? And obviously there are frameworks that do this, but The difference in how we like to think about this is the framework has to come with the cloud itself where you deploy and run the application, because if it just lets you build something and you don't know how to run and host it and you have to do the DevOps work yourself, then it kind of defeats the purpose as well. And then later led us to, we saw what Supabase did with Postgres, and then there was a moment when I was like, wait, that's what we wanted to do too. But we were MongoDB users for a long, long time, and we didn't see any alternative for MongoDB because MongoDB doesn't have anything like that where it just gives you everything. It's a great database and we love using MongoDB, but every time we built MongoDB applications, we still had to go and do all of this work manually to get a user management system, to get monitoring, to get cron jobs, to get all of this.
And so, what features can you provide today, and give us a hint of the pipeline as you sort of grow and build?
Yeah, so authentication is, I guess, my favorite, the primary feature of what we usually put in front of when we describe what Modelence is, because any application you build, the first question you ask yourself is, do I have users, and do people have to log into my application or sign up? And I think it's also one of the more complex things to set up, because as soon as you have that, you have a reset password, you have all of those different flows, or log in with different social providers, and what happens when someone tries to sign up too many times. You have rate limits and everything around that. So that's what we started from.
Authentication.
Authentication is, I think, one of the big pieces. And then the second big piece is the database itself. Again, we're basing this off of MongoDB, so we use MongoDB Atlas under the hood. But it's one thing to just have a database, another thing to have it connected and fully integrated into your application, because at some point you start thinking of your connection, database pool, and how does everything work? What ORM do you use? How do you interact with the database? And we've tried to simplify this to the point where it just works and you don't have to even think about it. You build an application, it's there, it's already set up, it's connected. And most importantly, it was about how those different pieces work with each other. Because if you separately integrate authentication, you take some separate database, you take some separate monitoring system and a separate cron job system, you still have to make all of those work together and orchestrate them. And we've realized if we have a framework and a cloud that does all of those, then it can also pre-integrate them in a way that's completely seamless. Because a lot of the work that we used to do, it was that glue work, connecting everything. Right. It wasn't even solving each part separately. And that's why we care so much about giving you this end-to-end experience instead of giving you separate pieces.
One thing I've appreciated watching the Mongo keynote is that they're very open, that there's a sort of battle with Postgres going on, and obviously people are making a decision. What do you think of sort of the current state of play when people are starting companies and thinking about Postgres and Mongo, and what's your calculus been on supporting this ecosystem?
Yeah, and I'm obviously a little biased because I've been personally a big MongoDB fan, and mostly because of the developer experience, because I just enjoyed using MongoDB as a developer, and second because we've never had any significant issues at my previous startup after using MongoDB for 10 years and scaling to millions of users and enterprise customers. That was kind of a big living proof that it's a great database, as opposed to what many people think that, if I use MongoDB, what about this? Is this going to be an issue? But today I think it's really, as you said, it's between MongoDB and Postgres. When you think about it's SQL versus NoSQL is one of the biggest debates. And unfortunately, I think many people pick SQL without even understanding and really thinking about the pros and cons of each. I think a lot of it today is there's some kind of momentum that developers just want to try things that are just more tried and more used by other developers. And at some point when yeah, exactly. You get a critical mass that's already using one thing, and then everyone else just uses the same because they see others using it, other startups using it. So we've done our own research, like even inside Y Combinator within our batch, and the stats were kind of crazy. It was like a huge number using Postgres and SQL, and very little actually using MongoDB, which was the opposite of what I've seen just a couple years ago. And we definitely believe that this is...
But you've bet the company on the opposite. So what's the case? Did you succeed in persuading any of this fellow YC startups to change direction? What's the case?
I think the biggest case today is AI. Again, there was always a very strong case for MongoDB, which was developer experience and the scalability and the way that it just makes you not have to worry about schema migrations. But I think when it comes to changing people's minds, a lot of time it has to do with what else is changing. And because I think AI is creating a great opportunity for MongoDB right now, because MongoDB has already been doing so much work to make it great and provide that same great developer experience, not just in general, but also specifically for AI use cases with vector search, and now with the Voyage AI integration that's kind of more seamless, more all-in-one.
It is amazing how much... There was a moment where it seemed like vector search was going to create all these like huge standalone companies.
Yep.
And obviously Mongo and others sort of like embraced it as, oh, that is a feature that we provide, but not necessarily a standalone company. Is that your conclusion, or you think there's still?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've always been all for having more platforms that do things end to end for you, just like Modelence that we're building. So, to be honest, like I always looked at vector search the same way as what MongoDB is doing today, that it's just part of your database. Because as developers, I mean, we prefer simplicity, right? You don't want things to be more complex than they should be. And ideally, it should be as simple as your business logic. And when you have more and more of these technologies and tools, and AI created even more of them, I don't think we need more platforms and more types of databases. We actually need less, because otherwise it's just not going to be possible to quickly build products anymore if you have to worry about 5 or 10 different platforms to set up before you can even build the product.
Right. How did you forge the relationship with Mongo? Like, in some ways they want to provide all the services around the database, but they also have this sort of platform strategy. So how did you sort of forge that relationship?
Yeah, so we actually got introduced to MongoDB through a common connection. And at that time, I think it was very accidental. But what I've surprisingly realized is, as soon as MongoDB heard about what we're building, there was kind of this spark where they were like, wait, this is exactly what we were looking for. And suddenly there's this huge interest from MongoDB where we, like every week or every month, we had a new like VP or a new director from MongoDB reach out to us, or like a new lead PM, and they were all super interested in what we're building, partially because it aligns so well with their own vision of having, like taking MongoDB and making, like building something on top that makes it an end-to-end app platform, because that's a mutual win-win. Like the more people use MongoDB, the more they would use Modelence, and the more they use Modelence, the more MongoDB they would use. But also it happened because building applications was always, I think MongoDB had a period when there was this data layer on top of MongoDB. When we talked to MongoDB's one of VP of products, they explained that they intentionally got rid of that layer, and they expect partners like Modelence, companies like Modelence, to build that while MongoDB is focused on making the database great. And that totally makes sense for us. So it was great having that confirmation that we're not actually going to be competing with MongoDB, and there is not really any overlap in what we're doing, because we are fully focused on the application layer. That's what interests us. That's what our strength is. And MongoDB provides all this great experience that can serve as a foundation for it.
To shift gears somewhat, just to, the state of AI and startup creation today, obviously you have this great lens, having seen a lot of a recent YC batch. I don't know, what excites you at the moment in terms of like the startups you're seeing get created? Like, I don't know, any particular like startups that you're watching, or just like, what you think is really exciting going into this year?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to find, like there's so much noise today because everyone wants to build AI startups.
Right, exactly.
And it's really tricky to like find a good way to differentiate between what's a good defensible business between
right, exactly. Please help us. What are they? Yeah, it's hard to know. Yeah.
I think like.
And I guess if you ask a lot of people in a YC batch to guess who's going to be the big success, it's hard to do. It's hard.
It's really hard. Yeah.
Anyway, you were gonna,
especially for investors. But I think, for example, AI coding, like coding agents, app builders, I think that's been by far one of the biggest product market fits of AI's usage, because we've seen companies like Cursor completely like skyrocket, and it was a great validation. Like people really needed AI for coding,
right?
And they adopted it so quickly. So I think that was one of the biggest use cases, something that's more defensible. But at the same time, there are so many like more app layer challenges, which is again something that we're doing because we believe that there is still a lot to do when it comes to the application layer.
Are you using Cursor or other coding tools?
We do. Internally, we use Cursor and Cloud Code for our own development, and it helped us speed up by a lot. So even as a 3-person team, I think we operate like maybe a 10-person engineering team would have operated a few years ago.
Do you think your code base will look significantly differently than it would have in a sort of human-built
Hopefully
world?
not. So I think that's the most tricky part of it, that I think it's really easy to overuse AI coding tools and just almost go into vibe coding.
Right.
But as a developer, I think your main goal, main purpose is use AI, accelerate your work as much as possible while still like having the same exact output as you would have had without AI, because I think ideally AI shouldn't change your vision and your architecture and your strategy of what you were building. I think it should help you, maybe help you brainstorm and make it even better, but I don't think you should just delegate all decisions and just ask AI, hey, how do I architect my whole application? So that's been one of the tricky parts, actually, like what do you delegate to AI and what do you not? And where do you push back? Because it's easy to just ask it to do something and then not criticize it enough. But I think that's up to that's the main developer's skill now, to like know when to push back and
how
when
much
not.
to turn over your brain to somebody else. I mean, as a writer, you can feel the same temptation where it's like,
exactly,
it's created text. My job in the most cynical way is to create text, but then obviously you look at the text and you're like, oh no, this isn't the quality that I would have delivered. I feel like code, unlike writing, has this sort of different element in that it's like, well, it's working, it does the thing I want, and so it's like, how much do you consider like the aesthetics?
Right, you're tempted to just, commit that and open a pull request because it actually works.
Right.
But I think that's a very short-term thinking, because very soon you're gonna start finding things that you're not happy with.
Right,
and
structure matters. And
yeah, I think if you don't review and don't criticize and don't adjust that AI-generated code enough, you're unintentionally giving up the ownership of that code. And if you're not the owner of the code, I think AI can't really come back and answer why the architecture isn't good or take ownership for that, because at that point it'll be like, sorry, yeah, I agree that this is something that doesn't scale and I don't know what to do next. So I think it's still up to you. You should treat it more like a junior engineer who's helping you, not as the main developer working on a project.
Do you have any, obviously we've been talking about databases a lot, but AI infrastructure hot takes, or what startups do you think and companies are having a lot of success building infrastructure for this AI?
Yeah, and to clarify, when you say infrastructure, do you mean like infrastructure for inference or infrastructure?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be
AI?
talking to the Fireworks of the world. So I obviously Together is an interesting company. I don't know. I think there are lots of where a Databricks fits in or whatever. But I'm open to sort of any categories where you think there's...
Yeah, I mean, I think infrastructure is one of the most defensible areas right now, because it's really, well, first of all, it's really hard to build. It's something that's like once you use infrastructure, it's hard to move and switch between different tools and platforms. But at the end of the day, I think it's all about what does your infrastructure do? Like, is it really, like, how is it related to AI, right? Are you just, I think there are two types of infrastructure companies now, like one, like very deep tech, like making AI work faster and accelerating inference. And there is infrastructure more like what we're building, which is infrastructure powered by AI,
right?
Where it's still infrastructure for apps, but AI makes it easier to use. And I think that's one of the most exciting areas right now.
Why does AI make it easier to use?
For example, one thing you can do is DevOps in general, right? If you've built general infrastructure that does everything, it's really hard to automate and have an agent that does everything for you. But if you've purpose-built an infrastructure and an app platform for AI agents, you can actually, for example, something that we're doing is collecting structured telemetry data. And then our next step, something we haven't done yet, is we're gonna add a Modelence agent in the future that actually is in the full life cycle of your application.
Okay.
So any incidents, like your metrics start exceeding the thresholds, like something weird is happening in your infrastructure or your production, the agent can be proactively following, like creating an incident and resolving
It's almost
incidents.
like a Modelence like consultant, where you're like, it's like an advice.
Yep.
Now when you buy, software, you also get like, oh, we get a full-time sort of agent advisor for what's going awry. Is that sort of how you think?
Almost, yeah. It's kind of your on-call engineer,
right,
who's always on call 24/7.
Right.
And if it's infrastructure purpose-built for agents, that agents can use the same way as a human developer could,
right,
then it can take over a lot of that work that you would have done otherwise. So
yeah.
I think the overall AWS for AI vision is really interesting for this coming few years.
Right. What tease, your small team now, what, a year from now, what would you like to be doing?
Well, I think we would really like to become the standard backend for TypeScript and MongoDB applications to start with, and then
right,
expanding to more and more technologies from there. But
yeah,
we've focused on MongoDB specifically in the short term because we see such a big gap. So I think in a year, I would love to see us as the top platform for anyone who's building on top of MongoDB and is looking for a backend for that.
And how much right now are you working with like particular customers, trying to build sort of almost custom for them, or like what's your approach in these super early days to how to build, targeted on customers versus building what you think is generally applicable?
Yeah, so we don't try to customize it too much for a specific use case because, again, the use cases are very general.
Right.
But with MongoDB, there's like certain types of things that people use today, like vector search, and we've been focusing a lot on those features that people already use
right,
to make it easier to use.
Right. Aram, CEO of Modelence, thank you so much for taking the time. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Got to some of the core debates powering databases today, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks
Great.
for having me.
Awesome.
You want to get started with MongoDB, but you're hearing mixed messages about the database in online discussions. In this video, we're debunking 5 common myths about MongoDB to set the record straight. Let's dive in. Myth number 1, you can't use MongoDB with relational data. This is false. First, let's clear up one misconception. Almost all data is inherently relational. If data couldn't relate to each other, it would be completely pointless. So despite what some developers think, MongoDB can indeed store relational data. It does it in a slightly different way from traditional relational or SQL databases that is sometimes, believe it or not, more effective. In MongoDB, relationships can be created by referencing, just like in SQL, or embedding data. The golden rule for MongoDB is that items that belong together should be stored together so they are easily retrieved without needing to be joined across collections. This will result in an increase in performance when you read from your database. You get a performance gain as well as an improved developer experience because your objects can be retrieved from your database in one single operation, already shaped in a way that your application can use. It gets even better though. By using various data modeling patterns, you can make your schema even more efficient. Speaking of schema, myth number 2, MongoDB is schemaless. This is yet another myth. It's more accurate to say that MongoDB provides schema flexibility, not schema absence. Developers can choose their level of schema structure and validation, which eliminates the limitations found in both rigid relational databases and completely schemaless systems. Remember that when you opt for a schemaless system, you may run into data quality issues, errors, and technical debt. This is what can happen when there's a lack of data structure. With MongoDB's flexible schema, you can avoid this. Yet another benefit is that this increases developer productivity since you can adapt your schema as your application evolves. With MongoDB's schema flexibility, you can balance rapid development and robustness for evolving application needs. You can still make MongoDB as strict as you'd like with JSON schema validation. Even after development, you can lock in the schema so you maintain control of your database. The point is that the control is in your hands, giving you a database that's easy to work with and secure. Myth number 3, MongoDB doesn't scale well. Some developers worry that MongoDB won't be able to adequately scale.
Hi, I'm Eric Newcomer, author of Newcomer. We're here at MongoDB's local event. The amazing drop-in when you get the CEO, 65 days into the job, to show up on stage. This is your big event. What's the message that you really wanted to carry to the attendees here?
I would say, Eric, first, thank you for having me, and thank you to you for letting me crash the party.
Of course, I love it.
So,
we just talked to a 3-person company, so now we're going much larger.
Yes, sounds good, Eric. So 65 days in, and one of the things that our previous CEO, Dev, and the entire team, we realized, so first of all, from just being in Silicon Valley for a long time, San Francisco feels like it's back. San Francisco is back.
Right.
During the pandemic, people went a little dark on San Francisco, but with this AI platform shift, San Francisco is back. And as you know, we are a New York headquartered, New York founded company.
Listen, I'm a New York based person who also believes in San Francisco, so we have sort of a shared spirit on that, realizing that AI boom is here.
Yes.
We're also in New York, so yeah, I feel it.
So San Francisco is back. MongoDB, about 10 years ago, did a really nice job with San Francisco.
Yep.
They were in front of software developers, builders, saying, build on MongoDB, here is why, speed, agility, scale out, many advantages. And then the team realized, Dave and the team, that we kind of, as the company succeeded, we took our eye off the ball, for a lack of a better term.
Okay.
And so after 4 years, we decided to reintroduce MongoDB today in San Francisco. So today is an auspicious day. Thank you for coming. And we wanted to launch and tell people that we are here. We are MongoDB. It's a great data platform you can build on, no matter what kind of applications you're building on, digital, native, AI native, or you have AI++, whatever the case might be. It is a great database. And one of my biggest profound realization was that when I was doing my own diligence to join MongoDB, even though the founders didn't create with AI in mind, unstructured data, flexible schema, semantic retrieval, and all these things that are part of now the platform, it is like the platform for AI applications. And so we wanted to tell that to everyone, and we got a great customer today to validate a great founder who said he has built 3 companies on MongoDB.
Oh, you're talking about Mike Krieger. Yeah, you had the nice self
yes.
video Instagram founder.
Yeah.
You created Artifacts, which you talked about briefly, which is an interesting for me in the news world. And then obviously he's at Anthropic. Yeah, that was an exciting endorsement. What is your read on, I don't know, AI hype in 2026? On some level, you must think this is obviously a phenomenon to say you're doing this big San Francisco push. Dave, I think I talked to him last year. He has a dose of realism to it all. What's your personal perspective on where we are in this hype cycle?
He's smart and realist, and I'm an optimist. So that's how I would.
I brought in the guy like, oh no, this thing is going strong, and we're gonna get in front of it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say since 2022 Christmas-ish or October-ish, when you look at the evolution of AI, and you look at some of the killer AI companies where they have scaled business in a significant way, has been, of course, OpenAI. Everybody understands that is a killer app from my perspective. But you also look at Grok and how fast they have grown, XAI.
Right.
And then Anthropic, the entire team at Anthropic Lab, that is a truly killer AI app for coders. I mean, people love that platform, and they sometimes use it with Cursor, this, that. So you are seeing that these companies, if you look at like internet age in 90s, you look at mobile age, they did not scale this fast.
Right.
How fast these companies have scaled, that's like pretty amazing from my standpoint. And in 2025, I think the killer apps were the coding tools. They were the killer app, besides ChatGPT, of course. And now as we go into 2026, which ones are going to take off? I'm optimistic that some very specialized vertical apps related to maybe a healthcare or an insurance assist or something may take off.
Yep.
But you will see some take off.
We're close to a bridge and open evidence. Those are super interesting applications in health. You interviewed Konstantine and Sequoia. Obviously, they're bullish on Harvey.
Yes.
So a lot of these vertical applications are exciting.
And Harvey, I met them a couple of years ago, and they were still, truly with the legal firms, they were using them. And then now you have the in-house counsels use them as well. And so they have gotten a perfect product market fit, and they're expanding now their use cases. So but that's very specialized, right? It's not just generic, I come in and help me review this contract from a legality perspective and so on.
This is a drop by, so I don't want to take too much of your time. This will be the last question. How do you think about, there's so many models available. How do you think about where to provide your own versus to just sort of say, you're obviously going to bring models from other places. We provide sort of the database layer.
For databases, we want to be model agnostic.
Yep.
We want to provide best embeddings, so your retrieval quality is high, accuracy is high, but we want to be model agnostic. And when I speak to customers, including AI companies, like everybody originally was telling me OpenAI, then they shifted to Claude. I think the innovation cycles are very fast, and then you look at some of the firms in China, and you look at DeepSeek and others, that innovation cycle
can come from anywhere.
Yeah, that could come from, and the product cycles are shorter, right? Product cycles are shorter. So multi-model, not multimodal, but multi-model will be a way to go, and it gives freedom to people to use whichever model is best. Gemini may be today better, tomorrow maybe Anthropic again. And I think that's how it's going to work. So we will be agnostic, regardless of who you use. Our goal would be always to give best, semantic retrieval capabilities and completely provide a scalable data platform.
Well, I love, Newcomer, we use green, so it was easy to share the stage, but honored that we get to share branding with Mongo. Thanks so much for having me here, and thanks for dropping by our stage.
We appreciate it, and we'll see you in Brooklyn soon.
Sounds good. All right, thank you.
And today I want to talk about one of the most powerful features in MongoDB, the aggregation framework. If you've ever needed to analyze, transform, or group your data directly inside the database, the aggregation is the tool for you. But what is exactly an aggregation? What is a pipeline? Well, the idea is pretty simple, and we can compare it to something many Java developers already know: strings. Take this example. Imagine we have a list of names. With strings, we can map them to lowercase, filter only one, then one starts with the letter A, remove duplicates, and finally count them. And if you notice it, each step, each stage transforms the data and passes to the next one. That is the essence of a pipeline. And MongoDB works in a very similar way. So aggregation is a sequence of stages where each step processes the data and sends the results to the next stage. One stage can filter documents, the next can group them, the another can sort the results or projects, okay? And the cool part is that MongoDB has many different stages you can combine to build exactly the results you need. Let's go through some examples. Let's start with the first stage, the $match. It's basically used to filter documents, just like a where clause in SQL. So you only keep the data that matches your condition. For example, imagine we have a transactions collection and we want to filter only the document where the status is equal to error. When we run this, the result will include only those transactions that match this condition. Another useful stage is $count. As the name suggests, it simply counts the number of documents that made it through the pipeline. In our transaction example, we could add a $count at the end to see how many documents have the status error and retrieve just these documents. And next we have $group. This stage lets us group documents by a specific field and apply operations like sum, average, or count within each group. For example, in our transactions collection, we could group by the status field and count how many transactions fall into each status. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you found it useful, feel free to share with your friends and colleagues. And don't forget, you can always connect with the MongoDB community to learn more and get support for your projects. Okay? See you next time. Bye.
I'm Christian Mastrodonato. Everybody here in UK calls me Chris. I work in a wider LexisNexis risk solution group, in particular for the ICIS business. ICIS is a business intelligence company. It's a data services company, and we focus on providing basically data of different kinds for different kind of actors in the commodity industry.
Hi, I'm Eric Newcomer, the author of the Substack Newcomer and host of the Cerebral Valley AI Summit. We're here at MongoDB's big event. We've got a great conversation now with Muktesh Mishra, head of lead AI engineer architect at Adobe. And obviously, Adobe has a lot of interesting AI applications. Honestly, my wife is a documentary filmmaker. She's very bullish on Adobe in AI because it's like, that's where I am. I'm using it. So it's easy to bring AI tools to creatives instead of saying, hey, creative, think about AI and then use it. You're saying you use this already, let's introduce AI into your workflow. So you have a homegrown, I guess, Adobe loyalist here. Just start off, what's your focus? How are you spending your time personally? Obviously, huge company, a lot that Adobe can do. How are you thinking about how you guys deploy AI?
So first of all, thanks Eric for having me. So I work on the Developer Foundations team, which is focused on enabling others to build AI applications. So think about providing a highway for people so that they can build things and stuff. Now, the way we see it, AI is going to stay. So we need to think it as an enabler or as an augmenter to increase productivity.
Right.
One of the goals our CEO has highlighted is like creativity for all, but now how we augment the AI in the creative workflows so that they can stay there in their flow, that's where we think as AI. Now, we have different, back in the days we used to have different personas like coding, for example, coding used to be pretty niche or specific. Now those lines are diminishing. The cost of innovation or building something is really getting down. So that's what pretty much we are thinking of.
And so like plugging in external companies into Adobe so people can enhance your products?
So that's one thing. And then we have huge population of internal builders, as we call, because everyone is a developer or builder now.
Right.
So we have a lot of internal builders or developers who want to build AI-enabled applications or hook up AI into their applications. That's what we support for. That's what we enable them.
And obviously we're here at Mongo's event. You guys must have a close relationship. Explain how you're using MongoDB in that relationship.
So first of all, we have a very good partnership with Mongo. We use them in a lot of products. One of the things we appreciate Mongo in, like the way they are able to support and bring everything in a single platform. So with emergence of AI applications, for example, there is a lot of need for searching or things like that. Now with Mongo, like you can get all the capabilities of persistence, searching, retrieval, all of that in the single platform. So so far our partnership has been great. Team is pretty great, and we use Mongo in a lot of places for now, in a lot of products.
There are three letters that I haven't used yet, but MCP, Model Context Protocol. You know, obviously this was sort of, I don't know, really buzzy in 2025, how we're going to get agents to get context so that they can sort of operate independently. Yeah, where are we in sort of Adobe's MCP ambitions and the general like push?
So I'm glad you asked that question, because when MCP came out as a protocol, I still remember, like in the last January or February this time, we had like a introductory session at Adobe, and it blew up. Like within 30 to 60 days, we started seeing a lot of MCP servers popping up. Like everyone wanted to enable, like give the data and the context to the LLM and enable that through MCP. Now, when I look back and see today where we are, now we moved from that and we are in a more governed cycle. So like we have, for example, we started creating like paired path for developers to build MCP, so they don't need to go and explore their own loop. And there is like a paired path. And then a lot of aspects around governance. How do we make sure it's trustable? How do we make sure it performs better? So a lot of effort is on that side as well, because Adobe is a big company and we have a certain brand value associated with our products. So it's good that engineers are thinking about enabling MCP-based use cases or AI-based use cases for the product. But it is also equally important to make sure the product which we are building is world-class and the experience is better. So a lot of effort and a lot of emphasis is on the proliferation and governance and life cycle as well.
Started off, this is a grand experiment everybody's excited about, and now it's like, okay, we need to make sure we're maintaining our brand, not letting people have access to our context without some sense of what they're doing with it.
And context is going to be the most important stuff. Like we already seeing that pattern. I think 2026 is going to be more important in that aspect, because you see there are a lot of design patterns emerging, like how do you manage context, how do you orchestrate your agent, how two agents talk to each other. So everything, as far as I can see from my end, it's all about like how do you manage the context well. You give the agent superpower so they can operate, and they need to operate reliably. So that's what.
You said before we came on to ask you hard questions. I've interviewed Dylan Field at Figma before. How do you think Adobe's approach to AI? How are you differentiating from Figma strategically? Are there sort of areas where you're proud of your approach?
So I'm not sure if I should talk, but the way we see it is like we have great products already, and we want to augment the AI flows, not like separately living something, so that they can they enable the existing experience in a better way, and people become more productive. So think in terms of design, think in terms of creative process, think in terms of document, anything. So we want people to be more productive, more creative, and augment AI not as a separate tool or a layer, but rather embedded in the product itself.
Right, they sort of fractured their product a little bit, and you're like, let's add features inside products.
That's like these are two different directions. A lot of companies, like we are sitting in the Silicon Valley, so a lot of companies are taking those sort of directions. Like there is like a specific path forced towards AI versus like augmenting AI
Right.
into your existing suite.
Right.
So yeah, you are seeing the clear patterns.
And how do agents fit into the strategy? You know, I don't know, if I'm a designer using Adobe, like I have an agent that I say, all right, I've been hired to build this product, and I can just be savvy and say, all right, agent, I think you can do this whole thing end to end? Or like, how do you think of the fact that, I guess, creatives are often your customers, they want to defend their role, but at the same time, if an agent could do something pretty sort of seamlessly, how do you think about serving your customer while giving them the technology that's possible?
So as far as agent is concerned, the way I see it is more like people are still experimenting with agents. Like we are not in a fully autonomous mode yet.
Right.
But people want to experiment more with agentic workflows where you have more determinism. Like what an agent is doing, why it is making a choice. So that's how we see it. And then from creative process point, like we want to identify where agent can help people, but in a reliable way, in a
Right.
deterministic way. Not like it goes wild, wild west,
Right.
you give something and it...
Is it even an agent, though, if it's deterministic? Or, you know, in some ways, that statement is a refutation of some of the bullishness of last year.
So that's the pattern. Like if you have seen the patterns, like you have agentic workflows versus agent. So fully autonomous agent versus agentic workflows. Agentic workflows are where you have more control on the loop, like which path agent takes. But we are pretty innovative in that sense. Like we are still experimenting with agents, but we want to make sure it is reliable, it performs well because again, it's associated with the brand value. So we don't want agent to go fully autonomous yet until we have a reliable way of predicting the output, or it is supposed to do what it is supposed to do.
Right.
So that's where we are.
What do you think are the biggest, like, wow AI features that Adobe has right now? Or just in terms of where customers are really getting a lot of value, like, just like what are some of the core features or use cases?
So one of the use cases we have like our Acrobat Assistant in PDF.
Yep.
That's like one of the hit products, hit integration we have done in Acrobat itself. There are a lot of integrations.
What's it do?
So you can chat with your PDF, you can do all of that. It's like RAG use case. And then there are like a lot of agents.
Why is that better than uploading a PDF to ChatGPT? Or
I think it's just
where you are. It's like you're here.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, so a lot of from my perspective, one of the things I have been big proportionate of is is staying within the context.
Yep.
So now, like the Acrobat as a product, there are a lot of functionalities where you want to stay within the window,
right?
And you want to chat cross PDF and do all of that workflow. So it's all about like staying within that flow,
right?
Because every time you switch the context, there is a cost associated.
Right.
That's the way I see it. And that's why you are seeing like a lot of patterns around like coding agents and deployment, like all from the single surface. So yeah, that's.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the things that makes me sort of stickiest as a customer for a particular product. I mean, you know, I use ChatGPT a lot, and it's like, even as Anthropic has a better model, one moment it's like, oh, I have such a history there. I can imagine, you know, I know people in advertising. It's like you have these advertising agencies who do tons of stuff on Adobe. I imagine you want to make sure that they're interacting with all those files in your software, not like uploading them somewhere else to then process them. Like, how do you see that? Yeah, how do you win that race, I guess? This same work with the files here instead of just manipulating them here and then uploading them somewhere else and getting your sort of AI interaction.
So I think the value proposition is still staying within the window, like where you have everything together. In the beginning, I gave an example of Mongo.
Right.
One of the reasons Mongo work well for us also is like as a platform, because you have the storage there, you have the vector search there, you can do the search, persistence, everything there in the single platform. Versus you do something somewhere else, you do something somewhere else. So it's like the broken experience. Right. It's a loss of productivity. Right. Our products have like battle tested. They are like they are being built in. They are already used by a lot of customers. So that's why it's important to enable AI layer within the product so they can stay within that surface and do whatever they want to do using AI.
What are you excited about in 2026, or what do you think do you think we're going to see a lot of improvement thanks to technological unlocks, or you think this is going to be a slowdown year? Do you have a general view of how sort of the pace of change continues?
So the way I see it, we in 2025 we got a lot of like the patterns around like providing data and context to LLMs. Models got a lot better. I think in the 2026 we are going to see a lot of specialized agents or specific agents.
Right.
So lot of domain expertise. Agents are able to perform a task in a more reliable fashion, in a more domain-specific task. And I think models are going to get better with different architectures coming in and things like that. So yeah, I think this is going to be evolved. And another thing is the context. Like people are doubling down on the context, how to optimize the context, how to generate different design patterns in an efficient context management. So I think we are going to see a lot of value in that side as well.
If I'm an Adobe partner, are there other ways to get context besides MCP? Are there more like how do you think about sort of, I guess, this neutral protocol versus sort of like people directly integrating and having some sort of connect with the product?
So one of the biggest value proposition for MCP is the interoperability.
Right.
Like it's a standard.
Right.
So,
but isn't that's desirable for the other partner? But if you're like a big company, wouldn't you want? Why is interoperability a priority for Adobe?
So it's more because you want to integrate into multiple surfaces, and that's a common standard. So that's a common layer versus everyone building their own stuff in their own way.
Right.
That's going to be a challenge then over the period of time, because if you want to integrate with something else, like everyone is having their own way of building things, so that becomes a challenge.
Right. So you're pretty bullish on MCP overall.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you decide, or not decide, the market sort of decides, but a challenge for potential partners is what's like a feature and what's like a standalone company. If I build something so valuable that it could be a standalone company plugged in, will Adobe build that as a feature? Or like how do you think potential like partners should think about real areas of opportunity to enhance like Adobe products without sort of risking that it's something you decide is part of the core business?
Yeah, I think the answer lies in think about the customer and the problem, what you're trying to solve. So if you are trying to solve something really needed by the customer, you should double down and have. And one of the things I think that is also going to be like seeing a lot of builders and companies around Silicon Valley. One of the themes is also like be courageous. So like if you have the faith, if you are clearly seeing the problem, like just go and build something around that. Versus like partnering and you can think of. So one of the challenges or one of the themes around big companies, like there are a lot of products.
Right.
And it's the actual customer who is using that product. They see the clear pattern or clear gaps, which sometimes builder has to see from some other lens.
Right.
So I think there are like, depending upon what you find out, if there is a clear customer requirement, clear customer ask, you should build that.
Any ones that you'd say, somebody should build this, or any areas? I mean, you have so many products that it can be, like I don't know that I would have thought of Reader, though obviously that's a huge Adobe product. I don't know, I think of, Photoshop and InDesign sort of the core. Are there areas where you think people should spend more energy trying to build on top of Adobe as sort of a new generation of AI products?
So we have a lot of creative products. So like if you can hook up the creative product, we have like a great platform called Firefly, which is like you can find the model, you can find like different creative aspects there. So you can think about building something on top of Firefly. You can integrate it because what it gives you it already gives you the model, choice of model. It already gives you like lot of head start. So you can think about building something on top of Firefly, whatever you want to build it. Like there are things like you can like use it in different workflows actually.
Do you have a view on the quality of AI video at the end of this year? Just like, are you someone who's people love to make the predictions like, oh, there'll be a totally AI generated movie that wins an Oscar for short or something like that. Do you tend to be bullish on the quality of fully autonomous video, or you think human in the loop is still going to loom?
I think in some way we are seeing the trends already. So yeah. I think by we are going to see improvement in gradually for sure. Whether that year is going to be 2026 or later than that, probably we need to wait and find out. But yeah, models are getting better. The output is becoming better and better day by day. So I think we are going to see improvement for sure.
In a world where an AI agent is fully creating a creative product, how fleshed out is Adobe's strategy in terms of, we're providing tools to somebody else's agent, building, using our techniques, or when it's not a human builder, what is the strategy selling to sort of an AI using Adobe tools to build something creative?
So it's going to be through agents. We have the agents, you can talk to that agent and build the patterns or build the integrations around that. That would be one strategy. But yeah, I think as the time evolves and integration patterns emerge, we are going to see a lot of different design patterns or integrations as well.
Yeah. And you're pretty model agnostic, or what's the philosophy in terms of foundation model connections?
So we are, Adobe has its own foundation models also. And then we are, in that sense, we are a big believer on whatever does the job best. So it's not yes, we have our own models. They are one of the best, but it's there is no panacea. Different models, there are different models, they suit for different jobs. So from where I sit, I'm a builder myself. We are enabling builders. So whatever does the job best, in terms of coding agent, in terms of debuggability, we are not tied to one model. It is about the plethora of models and whatever does the job best.
Great. Well, yeah, super excited to see what 2026 delivers in terms of creative elements created by AI. So great to talk to you.
Same here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
I'm Christian Mastrodonato. Everybody in UK calls me Chris. I work in a wider LexisNexis solution group, in particular for the ICIS business. ICIS is a business intelligence company, it's a data services company, and we focus on providing basically data of different kinds for different kind of actors in the commodity industry, up-to-date market information, market trends, forecasts, and so forth.
That must put a certain amount of pressure on the back-end systems that you use. Give me a bird's eye view of what the IT estate looks like for ICIS, and then we'll drill down into some of the more exciting things you're working on.
Sometimes I actually joke that this sort of industry is not really about big data in an actual storage sense, but is more about the quality of the information that you manage. In general, our data is very mixed. So we have a lot of numerical data, as you can guess, mainly prices, of course. We deal a lot of prices and what we call fundamental data. But we also have a lot of content because we have editors, journalists doing research, talking to people all the time. And so what makes ICIS special in this sense is having quantitative and qualitative data that you have to match all the time. And using documents in MongoDB has been very beneficial.
What are you building on MongoDB?
I would split it up into two major areas. One, which is our core business, really about managing the content. So, and we are moving towards a micro front-end architecture for all our web channels. And MongoDB has been fundamental as a persistent layer for all these new transformation of our web applications. And the other side, which is more explorative, is around our new generative AI interface, which is called Ask ICIS, which recently launched in production. In that case, we use MongoDB as a vector database for basically what is a RAG application. The key point for us was let's get in front of the customer as soon as we can. So in that sense, we basically leveraged Azure Cognitive Services Stack plus MongoDB to just get out of the door as soon as we could a chat interface to our customers. Most of the value you're getting is just having customers putting a real question every day into the system. And that's really helping us to understand how the user experience is going to change. Because I think when it comes to RAG and GenAI application, the real transformation is in the user experience and how our customer interacts with our data, which is completely different as it was before.
What is MongoDB like to work with as a non-engineer myself?
the conversation we usually have is basically the speed of transaction. And in that sense, the data quality you want to ensure. When we move closer to slow-moving data that we want to ensure very high quality, especially at the relationship level, of course, we still to go towards SQL. But when we go closer to the customers, and therefore transaction speed starts to become important versus, I would say, enforcing the quality of your relationship in general data models, MongoDB is becoming sort of a default choice for us. We just tried it. It worked out of the box, and that was it.
Yeah, what are your development priorities over the next year?
One area for us where, again, MongoDB is definitely a core element is this transformation of what all of our content creation workflows, which are enabled by web channels because our content creators, they need to access via web system. Then the other priority is around improving the structuring of what we call the central lakehouse structure. The more we can focus on the data quality and in general, the quality of the data model and the way we exchange data across all the estate, the more rapidly we can spin out new application. And especially when it comes to Gen AI, you clearly see the typical computer science rule, garbage in, garbage out. And then these are sort of two foundational elements. And then on top of that, we are what we are calling at the moment the AI factory, building a set of tools where we can easily spin out new AI application.
What do you think you need to do to make that AI factory kind of most effective for the business? What processes are you still refining there to build replicable, easily deliverable AI applications? What do you think still needs a little fine-tuning?
We need to make still certain steps to structure very well the data dictionary in general, the data mesh as a clear domains and bounded context to basically access data in a structured way with the quality that you want. So that's definitely going to be a step. And then the other element is set up a set of tools available to our internal users to build these applications. Gen AI is one of those, but we're thinking, you definitely want to go beyond that. For example, one of the areas that we're exploring a lot is knowledge graphs, which we believe is going to be a core element and also possibly a competitive advantage to being able to build our own knowledge graph and being able to structure it in a way that can be automatically accessed. We believe is going to be a big change.
We started with a vision. That vision was, can we build a marketplace that makes it easier for insurers and brokers to do business together? If you look at the way the market works at the moment, there's a lot of individual connections. There's a lot of effort that goes into it from a broker perspective of getting the data to the insurer and for the insurer to be able to make a decision and be able to get that back to a broker in a meaningful time. All of that is slow and complex. So we started from the premise of saying, can we digitize this process so that there is an easy way for brokers to get information into the system, so there is an easy way for that data to traverse into the multiple insurers that it needs to. When you're working in an industry like insurance, you can't just say something looks like X or something looks like Y. Neuron is a solution that works inside the commercial market. The commercial insurance market is a huge thing. It's not one thing. So that might be ranging from small businesses who just need to insure a vehicle. It might be enormous organizations who need to insure satellites. When you're dealing with that kind of difference between the goods and services that are being dealt with, you can't just assume that there is a single source of data, single types or sets of data that are valuable. Having a lot of flexibility around the tools that we use. We can't just put in a monolith and assume that that's going to work for the next 20 years. This isn't an internal system, it's a client-facing system. And it is a multi-tenanted system. So we're providing access to many, many different clients, both insurers and brokers. That means that we have to be able to flex. We have to be able to change while still giving access to, for example, to older versions of APIs for people who can't move as quickly. So the challenge is always meeting those regulatory requirements wherever they are in the world, and even wherever they are in a given country. If you're in the US, you have multiple different regulations that you have to deal with depending on what state you're in. Meeting those security requirements of your customers' expectation of the data. Also working with the risks, understanding those inherent risks that you're dealing with, and making sure that you are cognizant of and working inside a risk space that you're comfortable. So our strategy has always been to use SaaS technologies wherever we can, because who knows how to run a technology better than the people who've built it. MongoDB itself is pretty unique from a database perspective because it allows us to store data in that document data store rather than in a relational database. It has the flexibility that we need to deal with all of those different kinds of insurance, those different markets, without having to create a hugely complex, difficult to maintain, difficult to update set of relational databases to solve that problem. If you think you need help in doing some of these implementations, reach out to MongoDB, because our experience is that you get really high quality level of support, you get really good quality direction. They offer that at a reasonable price. And I'm starting to sound a little bit like an advert here, I know that, but genuinely the service that we got from actually asking questions rather than trying to figure it out for ourselves, the difference in the outcomes were stark. Take something that could have taken hours, days, weeks, and you can turn it to something that takes seconds.
I'm confused. MongoDB is a non-relational database. That means you can't store relationships in MongoDB, right?
Well, Jesse, that's a little confusing, isn't it? But you actually can store relationships in MongoDB, even very complicated relationships. They are just stored differently than you are used to in relational database. Instead of non-relational, think of MongoDB as non-tabular. We even have a tool to help you modernize your applications by migrating from old relational database to MongoDB. It's called Relational Migrator.
Interesting. Well, which databases can it migrate from?
You can use it with PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, and several others. It's pretty flexible.
That seems too good to be true. What about data migration, stored procedures, schema modeling? I mean, MongoDB is schemaless.
Well, not exactly. MongoDB has a flexible schema, but you can define a schema and make it as rich as you would like. It's up to you. With Relational Migrator, you can migrate data, including stored procedure, and even help model your schema with a user-friendly interface. And it's not too good to be true. It's a super tool, but it still relies on the expertise of architects and MongoDB specialists to guide the migration process effectively.
I got it. So it's more of an advanced tool for those who already know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not hard to learn. Let me tell you a little more about why you should use Relational Migrator to migrate our applications, okay?
Okay. I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Ricardo Mello, Senior Developer Advocate over here at MongoDB. And today we're going to talk about Relational Migrator. But before we dive into the tool itself, let's take a step back and understand some important concepts that set MongoDB apart from the traditional relations database. One key concept is scalability, which refers to the ability of a database to handle more data and traffic without losing performance. While traditional relational database typically scale vertically. Okay, but what does this mean? It means they require more powerful hardware such as CPU, RAM, and storage as demand grows. However, this approach has some limitations. For example, there are always a physical cap on how much a single machine can handle, making upgrade expensive and sometimes impractical. MongoDB, on the other hand, is built for horizontal scaling using a technique called sharding. So instead of relying on a single powerful machine, MongoDB distributes data across multiple servers, known as shards. Each shard stores part of the data, and if more capacity is needed, just add more servers. This ensures high availability, keeping the system operational, even if some shards fail. And, of course, there is flexibility. MongoDB is built for flexible data. Unlike relational database with rich tables and predefined columns, MongoDB uses documents, structured like JSON object. Each document can store data in any format such as string, double, date, and even object. And different documents in the same collection don't need to have the same field. So, for example, if we want to add a new field, address, to the document reference code 2, we can simply update it without needing to modify other documents. Now that we've covered the advantages of MongoDB, the question is, why is migration to MongoDB so important? What benefits can a migration offer? Well, to answer this question, let's talk about the challenges of legacy relational systems. First, they are often necessarily complex with rigid schemas, database-level code, and complicated application logic. This makes them hard to modify, difficult to scale, and honestly, no fun for anyone involved, right? Migrating to MongoDB gives you a modern experience, agile development, and real scalability. Well, with its flexible schema, built-in scalability, and high availability, MongoDB lets you handle growing workloads, adapt quickly to new requirements, and scale easily without the limitations of traditional database. Okay, I know you are already convinced to use MongoDB, but you are wondering, how do I bring my relational data into MongoDB? What are the common challenges, right? The first challenge is to answer the question, how do I start? What modules should I migrate first? A typical company has hundreds of applications. Think of a system with a customer management module and a sales module. Which should I migrate first? This is a common question that challenges us during the migration process. Next, we need to understand what a modern schema is. How should I model my data in this modern era? With this answer in hand, we arrive at how do I put my data into the new schema? How will the data be transformed and converted into NoSQL, considering performance and security? And last but not least, what happens to my application code, that old code? How do I transform and adapt it to work with MongoDB? And that's where the Relational Migrator comes in, a tool designed to help you migrate your relational workloads to MongoDB. With Relational Migrator, the migration process becomes simple and well-defined, following 4 key steps. First, connect to your relational database and analyze its schemas. This gives you a solid starting point without the need for manual effort. Next, create an optimized MongoDB schema based on your existing relational model. Once the schema is ready, transfer your data from Oracle, PostgreSQL, MySQL to MongoDB, minimizing risks and downtime. And finally, take your migration step further by automatically generating application code and converting SQL queries. And it's important to keep in mind that Relational Migrator is not a magic solution that will instantly modernize your applications, meaning it requires careful planning and doesn't automatically fix everything. Also, MongoDB Relational Migrator is not a replacement for the expertise of architects and MongoDB specialists, so it still requires skilled professionals to guide and oversee the migration process. And finally, it's not capable of solving every migration challenge today, meaning some complexity may still need custom solutions and adjustment during the migration. But it is a set of tools designed to improve productivity and reduce risks in migration projects. Migrator is built for experienced architects. This means designed for professionals who understand the complexities of database migration and can leverage the tool effectively. And finally, it's continuously evolved based on feedbacks and results. This means it's always improved with new features and updates driven by user feedback and real-world experience. Great, now that we've learned a bit more about Relational Migrator, it's time to move on to the practical part. In the next video, we will walk you through migrating a relational workload to MongoDB. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Typically, whenever change happens, it's a month. And now with AI, the speed to value is expected to be weeks. If someone can't do it, they will perish. We are into the BFSI, which is basically banking, financial services, and insurance. So we pretty much serve top 5 to 7 banks globally. Overall, we support $2.8 trillion of assets under management, and we power more than 450 million customers. The first challenge is it's very siloed data. We started having some fundamental challenges in terms of the data availability. The whole process is, because it's so tightly coupled, the schema is very rigid. Change requests are taking a few months. with AI, right? I mean, it's important for every business to become a kind of a cognitive enterprise. Earlier, you can live with a technical debt for many years and you're still okay to somehow manage it. I think those days are gone. We understood what is the power of MongoDB and how its readiness from AI use cases. I thought, why we have to just fix this OLTP problem or OLAP problem, how we can ensure that take this opportunity to reimagine what the wealth platform should look like for the AI world. We work very closely with MongoDB for their modernization journey. MongoDB really understood what our current estate looks like, what is working, what is not working, and how the data model can just not lift and shift, but reimagine. First important outcome is we are able to operate in production at a 30% of the cost. From a performance perspective, it is minimum 50 to 70% faster than what it was, and certain thing more than 200x. It is giving some invaluable outcomes on the AI use cases where we leverage the MongoDB vector search. We have a production use cases where the accuracy is above 90-95% consistently. This journey helps us to really future-proof ourselves, the kind of a workload that we anticipate for our platform, and also kind of a new user journeys that we can power leveraging the MongoDB and the AI.
Ever felt the frustration of a search that just doesn't get what you're looking for? MongoDB Atlas Search is a lexical search service that allows you to create sophisticated search experiences without managing separate infrastructure. But to fully leverage the capabilities of Atlas Search, we first need to understand how it works. In this video, we'll explore what Atlas Search is, provide an overview of how it works under the hood, and examine some key use cases. Let's get started. Atlas Search is most useful for scenarios where users need to find relevant information quickly through keyword search. Some common use cases include e-commerce product discovery, content management systems, knowledge bases, and any application where traditional exact match database queries fall short of delivering intuitive search experiences. To understand why it's useful in these scenarios, let's look at an example. Imagine we're working on a recipe app and we want to allow users to search for different foods and recipes. We could use find with regex to query the database for matching documents. For example, we can look up pasta using this query, and we'll find documents that contain the word pasta, like this one, prosciutto and parmigiana pasta. However, with this regex query, we have to scan all characters in the name field, which can be very inefficient with large datasets. Additionally, these types of queries don't support the advanced search features that users expect from modern applications, like autocomplete or fuzzy search. But with MongoDB Atlas Search, we can create a search index, which will provide fast, relevant results and build search experiences with all of the features that users expect. Let's take a closer look at how this works. To use Atlas Search, we need to create a search index on a MongoDB collection and write search queries using the search or search meta aggregation stages to retrieve and display relevant results. In this example query, we'll be using search. So now, let's use this Atlas Search index and query to find matches for the word pasta, just like we did earlier with that regex query, except that Atlas Search is going to make this search much more efficient and easier to manage. By now, you probably know how indexes and queries work in MongoDB, but in Atlas Search, they work a little differently. Atlas Search has its own indexing technology based on Apache Lucene. The Atlas Search process, MongoT, acts as a bridge between MongoDB's query engine and Lucene's search engine, handling both text indexing and querying. When creating a search index, the data from the collection is transformed into a structured format using a process called tokenization, where text fields are broken into smaller components like words or phrases. We can customize how data is tokenized with different analyzers. These tokens are then stored in the index along with relevant metadata for quick retrieval during search queries. Let's take a closer look at our example to learn more about how this works. To implement Atlas Search, the first thing we need to do is create a search index. For our recipe app, let's create a search index for the food collection with the createSearchIndex method in the MongoDB shell. First, we come up with an index name so that we can use it in our search queries. Let's use foodNameIndex for the index name. Next, we can decide to index specific fields or all fields in the document. We'll talk more about this later when we discuss static and dynamic mappings. Here, we're only indexing the dish field so that users can use keywords to find dishes. We'll also need to provide the data type of the dish field, which, in this case, is a string. Once we create this index, Atlas uses the Lucene engine to process and organize data in the food collection. With the search index set, the MongoT process can query documents we want to search. So now, how do we execute a search query? We need to use another powerful tool known as aggregation. If you haven't already, or simply need a refresher, check out our aggregation skill. To use aggregation with search, we use the search stage or search meta stage. Search is used to return documents that match the search criteria, while search meta is used to retrieve metadata about the search results. It's important to note that the search stages must be first in the aggregation pipeline for a query to execute correctly. For example, if we were to place a match stage before a search stage, we would get an error. This is because the match stage creates a new dataset that no longer has access to the search index. The search stage performs a full-text search on a specified field or fields that are defined within the search index. Let's look at the search query from our example earlier. Here, we created an aggregation pipeline that uses the search stage with the foodNameIndex index created earlier. Next, we specify our query criteria. Here, we're using the text operator to perform a text search. We'll explore more available operators in future lessons. Finally, we define the query and the field path we want to search on. We're searching for mentions of pasta within the dish field for now. When we run this search query, every document that's returned has pasta mentioned in the dish field. Atlas Search assigns a relevance-based score to each document in the result set. It then returns these documents ordered from highest to lowest score making sure we see the most relevant results first. So in our example, we know that these two documents at the top of the return set have higher scores and are most closely associated with the search term, pasta. This relevance scoring uses the BM25 ranking algorithm, which is designed to analyze the relationship between query terms and index data in your MongoDB collection. MongoDB Atlas Search also has additional controls for customizing scoring behavior, allowing you to tailor relevance ranking for specific fields or attributes. Check out our docs to learn more about how to adjust scoring and ranking. Once we've created our search index and built our search query, there are a few methods that can help you manage Atlas Search. To view all of your search indexes, you can use the Get Search Indexes method. To update an existing search index, use the Update Search Index method, along with the new index definition. And to delete a search index, we can use the Drop Search Index method, but make sure to evaluate the impact on your application first. You can also easily manage your search indexes and test out your search queries with MongoDB Atlas and Compass. Ready to master the fundamentals of Atlas Search? Click the link in the description to claim your skill badge and boost your expertise. In this skill, we walked you through how to build search indexes and queries with these considerations in mind so you can take full advantage of Atlas Search. First, let's recap what we learned in this lesson. MongoDB Atlas Search is an integrated full-text search service within Atlas, enabling sophisticated search experiences without separate infrastructure management. The MongoT process facilitates the ability to create search indexes and search queries. To use Atlas Search with your Atlas cluster, you must first create a search index on a collection. You can then perform search queries using the search and search meta aggregation pipeline stages. Finally, we showed you shell methods that you can use to manage Atlas Search indexes, including Get Search Indexes, Update Search Index, and Drop Search Index.
Neil, it's great to meet you. What is NPAL?
NPAL is in the business for sustainability and green energy, with about 80 to 85,000 systems in the field containing solar PV, batteries, wall boxes, and now also expanding into the heat pump market with about 3,000 heat pumps in the field already. Very, very fast growing.
I can imagine out there in the field, there's a lot of complex integrations with a very rapidly evolving electricity market. But from your position as a chief architect, probably also quite a lot happening, right? There's more and more devices out there. There's a lot of data coming in. What is that data? Where does it go? And what do you do with it?
To make it very simple, we get a lot of data from all these products that we're offering to the customer. We have to ingest all of that, make it available for the customer to basically see what's happening at his site. How much energy do I produce? How well is my battery charged? Is my car charging right now? And also give him control over these assets, like start charging my car now, for example.
Because your proposition is evolving and because NPAL is growing quite fast, I imagine the sort of data schema needs to be quite flexible as well, right? I presume a traditional SQL database would be problematic. So how are you collecting this data and how are you storing it?
How it is currently is that we are storing incoming data in a blob storage file that is basically accumulating all of these data points for a customer per day, which is very easy to query, so the user experience is quite fast, but it makes it a bit harder to do aggregations or to prepare certain things for our customer service to have it available early. So we now are in a transformation phase where we want to take all of these data streams and make them a bit more universal and make them available to our Streamline teams, and then go with a data cooling approach to have things available in data warehouses for like aggregation and historic evaluation.
And presumably this data coming from the devices, you'd consider that time series data, would you?
That is time series data, correct.
Okay, and you are using MongoDB as a sort of hot storage database for that?
Yes, and the approach that we're now going to implement, we basically get all of these time series data, lots of timestamps, lots of sensor values, and We are transforming this into a standardized format where we basically just define how something should look like in terms of what kind of sensor are we talking about. Put all of that in our time series database to have it available for now, for 30 days, but we also think about increasing this depending on the usage. And after that time, it will go into a data lake. The very positive part of this is that querying the database with MongoDB does not cost additional money. It's very easy to scope the costs, very easy to scale, and the queries are basically for free.
How much of your IT environment is in the cloud? How much of it is on premises?
That's a very good question. We do have quite a significantly sized cloud environment as NPAL as a whole, but also in the IoT department. But we also have a dedicated team for system integration, which is closer to the hardware part.
Yeah.
There is this NPAL 1 box that is controlling all of the hardware pieces, like the wall box, the battery, the inverter. They basically make sure that things can talk to each other, which is a way different world with Modbus over TCP or EE-bus. So we do have basically a contract between the hardware team and the cloud team so the communication can work.
How do you interconnect the two?
Currently, two methods. Well, one method is MQTT, which we onboard for newer use cases, for example, like VPP, that needs a higher frequency of data transmission. And we still have the IoT Hub, which is a Microsoft product in Azure that is connecting the more general use cases, but we want to slowly migrate away. We were on the lookout for time series databases and got in contact with at least 2 different companies of consultants. And the MongoDB consultancy was the best with quite a lot of distance to the other people. We had some very weird technical questions that you usually don't expect because storage is one of the cost drivers because there's just so much data.
Yeah.
We asked weird questions like, how would we expect compression to work? How does the compression algorithm go? How can we project how much data we can save by compressing our schemas? How should the schema look like? Or just simply, okay, if we do this, how big would the index be and does it fit into memory, right? Because that needs to be fast. And we got answers to all of that, actually, which impressed us quite a lot. MongoDB was very open for in-person workshops where our contacts, Andre and Philip, basically visited us on the headquarter office in Berlin. And we had a workshop together. And it was great, actually answering how the index is built and how it's fitting into memory. Working with MongoDB Atlas is very pleasant, actually. The Terraform integration is great, so all of your projects can live as code. And the DevOps team made it very accessible for devs. So whenever you have to set up a new project, you just contribute to a repository, they review it, and if it's merged, your project is up and running in like 10 to 15 minutes. That's very pleasant because it makes testing out things very, very easy. On the service part, whenever you need something, you can either configure this through this repository offered by the DevOps teams, or you can just go through Atlas and try things out. For example, if you want to just play around a bit, you can open a playground cluster, load the sample data set, which is available, and then, for example, try out Atlas Search to see how it behaves for you. And sharding in general is a pain, usually. It's very easy with MongoDB. For the schema, finding a schema that works can be very challenging, but MongoDB is always very open to do design reviews. So if you have questions or if you are in doubt that your schema is fine, you can always hook them in, basically explain your use case, show the schema, and get something out of it, like an improved schema or like a way forward at least.
That sounds genuinely really helpful.
That is very helpful, especially if your team still has to grow skills in the particular technology.
MongoDB.local San Francisco will be resuming shortly on the forum stage. Please make your way inside and take your seats.
Another one bites the dust, and another drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks.
MongoDB.local San Francisco is about to resume. Please take your seats and silence your phones.
I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me. No, no, nothing can break me.
Light is on the floor. It's that time again. It's that time again. What can I do? I screwed up again.
Welcome to the very first live recording of the No Priors podcast with host Sarah Guo and MongoDB President and CEO CJ Desai.
All right, great to see you.
And mic drop. Okay, hey everyone. I am so happy to be here with you guys and my longtime friend CJ. I know you guys have had a great day of announcements and learnings here at the conference, but I'm really excited personally to have the opportunity to zoom out with CJ to talk about the future of software, what's happening in SaaS, and where the value is going to be. These are important questions to me in my day job as a venture investor. So CJ, you have worked at these platform enterprise software and infrastructure companies, became CEO of MongoDB recently. I feel like the one question that we were just talking about that every investor asks you, and then everybody in the technology ecosystem has the back of their mind is, what is the value of software when you can generate a bunch of software? And so I'd love to just get your thoughts on this.
It's a very spicy question to start with. I like it.
I'm making sure everybody's awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First, thank you for doing No Priors live for the first time. It's maiden, and we have a really good crowd here, so it's always exciting. You know, when you think about technology transitions, software, whether you look at internet age or mainframe all the way till AI, you have to really think through what is the moat here, right? Whichever applications you create, you know, SaaS applications got created late 90s, right? Late 90s. I think Salesforce had their 25 years anniversary recently. And so SaaS has been around for at least 25 years from a transition perspective. And now with AI, the question is, just in general, what is the future of software? What's the stack? And do you really have a moat as a company or not? And there are folks, Sarah, who will say, hey, my moat is I have a great customer relationship, or my channel is amazing, and that's my moat as I disrupt myself within. But from my standpoint, speed matters, right? Speed matters. So when technology transitions happen, are you building as fast as you can? And then are you learning on the technology shift, whether it's the internet age or AI age or mobile back in early 2010 when Meta made the pivot towards mobile? Are you pivoting fast? And if you pivot fast to leverage the technology, whatever the platform shifts are happening, I think it is fine. It's just that you have to stay ahead of that game. If you fall behind that game, investors or customers will always ask you that question, what is the future of your company? And that is something you have to be on the leading edge. Not every bet will work. But from my standpoint, just going on the extreme, terminal value being zero for some of the software, they are overblown. And, you know, we'll figure this out together.
So, you know, a big part of your career, you were leading product at ServiceNow. It is one of the most durable enterprise software companies, or so everyone assumed until relatively recently. And now this question's up for debate. I think for a lot of people within an engineering mindset who think about buying developer tools or using developer infrastructure, the word like customer stickiness or distribution as the moat, it feels very abstract. Can you just talk a little bit about like how important, you know, ServiceNow as an example is to its customers and what you think about that?
Sure.
Yeah.
One of the things is platforms are sticky, products are not.
Okay.
So no matter which software company you create today in the world of in the age of AI, or you created in the past, products can be replaced. My hiring manager at ServiceNow, Frank Slutman, used to say, tools are for fools, as in if you say this is a software tool, that's never a good sign. And that's why he used to say that tools are for fools. So one is products can be replaced because that's a fast, software is a disruptive market. So you want to make sure that you have a platform that you are positioning to the customer, whether it's a builder here in San Francisco that is creating a brand new company for a use case, all the way to a very large company that is selling to, say, a large bank, okay? So one is, when you position yourself as a platform, maybe that increases your sales cycle versus selling, hey, you are using this, now you can use this, go ahead and replace it, right? So platforms are sticky because it's a thoughtful decision from a customer's perspective. The second thing
This is actually not the general advice of many people in the startup and VC community. So I want to talk about this a little bit, and then I want to get to your second point.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people talk about having like a wedge, right? And for ServiceNow, you know, IT service desk would have been considered the wedge. Is that not the right, is that like a wrong retelling of history here?
I mean, you need an initial use case, and that initial use case has to be a killer use case, because if you go in front of a large bank or a healthcare company or a manufacturing company, say you are building something here with this great audience we have, you can say, okay, this is a disruptive way to think of a legal use case or a finance use case or a help desk use case. That's great. That's your entry point. But then the entry, that was easy for you to get in if it was disruptive. Exit would be in a similar way easy because they have not built things around you, right? So that's the main part, that, okay, today it will work for your maybe 0 to 100 million, 0 to 10, 10 to 100, whatever steps you want to go in. But it gets harder and harder, Sarah, from 100 to billion, billion to 5 billion, and then 10 billion plus. I mean, how many companies today that are there that are more than 10 billion in software, 10 billion in just pure play software revenue? How many companies are there? It's single digits, okay? Why is that? The software industry has been around for a long time, created by many, many smart people like yourselves. Why is it only single-digit companies are more than 10 billion in revenue? Because
platforms are rare.
Platforms are rare, and platforms are rare. So one is your dream or aspiration as a software company should that you become a platform. And once you're a platform, that means you have n equals at least 2. You have 2+ products being used by your customers from whatever you're offering. They all work in unison with each other. So it's sticky, truly from a technology perspective. And then what I would argue further, all the integrations that your customer has to do with their existing systems, because remember, if you go to a large bank has been around for some of them 100+ years. You go to a large insurance company, they've been around for 100+ years. If you go to a healthcare company, same thing. You look at Fortune 10, Fortune 100, Fortune 500, that's where the TAM is. And if that's where the TAM is and you go there, and if it is just a product, eventually you're going to max out, and then you will have to add multiple things. So if you're a platform, you're sticky, products work with each other, and then those products work with all the systems you have. And I'll just make it very specific. Speaking to a bank on behalf of MongoDB, they run their commercial banking applications on top of MongoDB. They have built a lot of other integrations. They have done all the security checks, governance, all of that stuff. And I said, wow, gee, how many applications you have built on MongoDB? They say, very critical and that matter. I said, how many? And finally, the CTO tells me in London, 300. I said, wow, okay, that's great. 300 applications built on MongoDB. And said, CJ, don't worry. Thank you for coming to London. We are not going anywhere. I said, can I just ask you what's the denominator? I understand the numerator is 300. He said, 9,000. I said, 9,000? That's a great opportunity for MongoDB.
And he said, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So that's when the more they use, the more sticky we get, and then we are in the fabric of their infrastructure.
So the other premise that some builders and buyers and investors now have is those 9,000 applications with vibe coding being possible, or engineering and some code generation. Some set of those are just going to be made on demand or in niche ways by every company. What's your take on this? And that's the way that this bank or whoever it is as a customer is going to get exactly what they want, and they're not going to be horizontal, more standardized, or even vertical applications anymore.
Yeah, but if you are trying to sell, banks have huge budget for technology, right? So, okay, you used a vibe coding platform A, B, and C, you created an app, great. So your app velocity has increased. If you used MongoDB, it accelerated. Just kidding. Okay, but your app velocity is high, got it. But you still need that go-to-market channel. How are you going to approach the bank? And then what is your true disruptive way? And then the bank will ask you, hey, we talk to regulators a lot more than we speak to our customers and vendors.
Stuff.
Yeah, will this work? Will it pass our regulatory test? We need resiliency. oh, what do you mean you have just built in AWS? It doesn't work in GCP. I need multi-cloud resiliency. Oh, I really need for this banking application in on-prem, truly sandboxed, or better way to say it is an air-gapped network. I mean, these are like enterprise class things that you need where the TAM is, right? And so that's what could hold you up, that is this truly an enterprise class application that you can go to a healthcare company or a public sector federal customer and do that. So yes, vibe coding will allow you to create an app fast. You have a great use case, you have some disruption in mind, that's excellent. But then there is a lot of things that you need from a go-to-market perspective to be able to break in, pass all their checks, governance, security audits, and things like that.
Oh. You are, and I want to talk about the decision to join Mongo and lead it in a minute, but having worked at these platform companies that are incumbents, ServiceNow and Cloudflare and such, what would you do if you were them or any other large enterprise software vendor today? What do you think is the path to success 5 or 10 years from now that the investor community does not understand?
Wow. It's a tough question. What would I do if I was there recently at Cloudflare? I would say the TAM for these platforms still exists, and the TAM is still large. So that's a good thing, because if you feel like your TAM is decreasing or all of a sudden not relevant anymore, that's an issue. But whether it's MongoDB or anybody here who are working on their company, Sarah, I would say you really, really need to understand what is that moat you have, and you need to protect that moat or maybe strengthen that moat even more using AI. Whatever that moat is, okay? If the moat is truly, you are the platform, you already have integrated with 50 different systems in that large healthcare company, great. Why can't you now integrate with 100 more companies in there? Why can't you create additional products for additional use cases really fast using AI and continue to show, I want to say, re-acceleration of growth, that AI is really helping us innovate more and sell more? Because if you can't, if you say you're innovating more, but you're not selling more, then you have potentially issues, no matter who you are, any company. It's a generic comment. But can you innovate more? Can you disrupt within? And can you sell more? That's what, if I'm an investor, and we speak to investors all the time, that's what they are looking for, that, hey, will AI re-accelerate this company's growth? And unless you show re-acceleration, they're going to say, okay, maybe I'm neutral, or in some extreme examples, I'm a bear.
When you were at ServiceNow, you got a lot of calls for different jobs, and at Cloudflare, you got a lot of calls from different jobs. I know because I called you about several of them. There's actually been this big shift of dollars in the investor community. I'm really thinking about public markets, but also private markets, from business software to essentially AI infrastructure, right? And the model layer.
And maybe hyperscalers.
And hyperscalers, yes. The data and developer infrastructure layer has not been the focus of that dollar movement, and you could have done any of these things. How did you think about what sectors would be long-term relevant? And it sounds like you're pretty committed to being platform, so be a platform.
Yeah, it's absolutely true that I had choices, and choices are always hard. Or I could have, Cloudflare is a great company, and I could have stayed at Cloudflare. So from my perspective, the first thing I look for is there a durable TAM, right? And I started my career out of college with Oracle Corporation and understood how they scale the database platform, truly created apps on top of it, and a bunch of other things during Oracle's organic growth days before they started buying various assets. And learned a lot on how did they really think about the database platform, then the middleware, then the application layer on top of it, and so on. So one, with Cloudflare, having understanding of the database market, large TAM, that's great. And then MongoDB is also a large TAM. So that was the sequencing between Cloudflare and MongoDB. Second, with MongoDB, when I truly talked to I want to say, many, many customers when I did my own diligence on MongoDB. One of the surprises I had was mission-critical apps, whether it's an e-commerce app for a retailer, or whether it's a commercial banking app, or a healthcare app, or an insurance claims processing app. These are a very critical app. And database industry, Oracle will celebrate its 50th in a year and a half.
Okay.
So it has been around for a long time, 50 years. MongoDB has been a truly disruptive force with being created in 2007. So it's been only 18-ish years. And so there is a large TAM that could be disrupted, and whether you believe database market has been around 50 years or 60 years. And MongoDB is truly the only disruptive force. And then the second thing I learned by speaking to some of the companies here in San Francisco area was that some of the digital natives around 2010-15 timeframe, and some of now the AI natives that I spoke to were building on top of MongoDB. And I'm like, wow, okay, so there is something. And when the founders created the company, they didn't know that, hey, it was like almost accidental, that it will be full of unstructured data, and you would want very high velocity, and you will need to be able to search on this, which is what AI applications, just the data is so messy, and MongoDB is perfect for that. So I said, okay, cloud transition is going on. It's still going on. When I speak to Fortune 500, I can tell you without hesitation, they are all still talking about I need to move X% of apps to GCP, AWS, Azure, some combination, Alibaba in Europe, whatever the case might be. So that's one. But second, AI transition has just started. So if cloud started with AWS, we are in the almost approaching 20th year, and it's still going on. AI will still go on, and this is a layer you must have. That's it. So TAM, must-have layer, no risk of disruption.
I think it's actually a really interesting observation that in this clearly core and durable and very, very large market, the number of like pervasive disruptive technologies is very few over many decades, right? And so there's more to do with that starting point.
The previous CEO, Dave, wonderful human being, told me that, CJ, you know, that there have many attempts have been made by many folks to create next version of database and this and that, or next disruptive database. Nobody has passed billion, and definitely nobody has passed 2 billion, and MongoDB did that. So there's something special there.
When you think about the like investor focus on the model layer versus the application layer, or the anxiety, they're anxious about the SaaS applications. They're anxious about data infrastructure because it feels like the way you build applications is still evolving very quickly.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
And tell me if you disagree with any of these assumptions. And then they're anxious about the AI native companies because they're worried that all of the value ends up in the models. So I just feel like it's a very anxious investor environment overall.
That's the bear thesis, right?
That is the bear thesis, but I think it is like the dominant thesis right now in the investor.
It is the dominant thesis,
yes.
okay.
Well, change my mind on the assumptions. What do you feel like more confident on, in terms of ways in which applications will be valuable in the future?
I would say, just even speaking to since 2022, I think that's probably a very pivotal moment with the ChatGPT in the fall. Since 2022, now we are 3 years plus in that journey. I have never seen this because it's been pretty static for a while. The future of software is in question. It's definitely in question. And this is from the investor community, but also customers are asking, hey, should I use X or should I use Y, and whatever, right? So definitely it is a very pivotal moment on the software stack. And then you look at the software stack and you say, okay, what is the one thing that will always be there? I mean, LLMs will be there for the software stack for foreseeable future when you are truly building AI application that rely on that stack. And even you have seen a lot of innovations you look at XAI came from nowhere, kind of, and how well they are doing overall. But that stack will be there in the agentic software framework. So that's a constant. And the data layer has to be there because you need to store data somewhere. So the data layer has to be there. So that's the second one. Everything, that is around that, that's going to evolve, and you better show true value on whether you use the platform analogy or whatever, whether it's the top layer of the stack, where you really understand use case for the insurance industry, and you are building an AI native company for the insurance industry. Insurance industry has multitude of use cases. You say, okay, please move from old SaaS X to new Y, and this new Y, the speed to value is going to be this fast, and we will always be ahead. And things that you thought were not possible with the old SaaS are now possible because of AI. So that use case focus on the top layer, besides the LLM and the data layer, will still always be critical.
What is your sense? Mongo has startup and individual developer customers all the way to Fortune 10.
Yeah.
Almost all of them.
Yeah.
What do you hear from the buyers and builders at the very largest companies in terms of their real perspective on like AI value and what they're excited about or skeptical about now?
Yeah, so I would say on the office, and I speak to customers all the time, and I feel this is something I've shared with the team, but I feel it's a total failure of a week if I don't speak to at least 10 customers a week. That requires a lot of prep, a lot of follow-up, but it's usually at least 10, okay? And so I'm constantly getting these data points and trying to do pattern matching on what's going on. The first thing I would say is that when you think about Fortune 500, Global 2000, and the community there, some of them are here, it is still not moving very fast. A lot of them tried with the office productivity type co-pilots. Unclear how much value they got out of it. They're like, okay, this really works with my Excel, or can I really do this thing, or create a PowerPoint slide using natural language? The feedback is not great on the value they got. The feedback on coding assistance, that kind of took off in 2024 in a meaningful way. Very, very positive. 2024 and 2020 started with GitHub Copilot, then few others, all the way to Anthropic, and so on. So 2025 was a breakthrough year from my perspective on the coding assistance, and that's still going on. I get very positive feedback from customers. Hey, I'm using this particular coding assistant or this one, and it has improved the innovation velocity, security, whatever I'm looking at, and so on. And then people are still tinkering around customer support. That. And on customer support, they're like, okay, truly, if I'm a large, say, telco, or I'm a large healthcare company, can that fully be done on this AI native company that does customer support? Not there yet, right? They are going after initial use cases, and that's great in certain industries. And
you mean the end-to-end customer experience?
End-to-end customer experience. Yeah. And the question that I get from these customers, they ask me my perspective on SaaS, is that should I think about this AI native company in customer support as an and or an or? So I have a system of record on one of the companies for customer support, and
we can say Salesforce. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Salesforce. And if I'm using,
HubSpot, yeah.
And I have this disruptive company that came and said they can solve these problems, do these support cases. Should I think about that as an and or an or? And I ask them the same questions. We use these systems of record, SaaS systems of record. And when somebody comes and says, I'm like, are you a layer on the top of system of record, or you can replace the whole system? Because you will have my attention as a leader. If you say I'm going to replace it, it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be faster, it's going to be better. And oh, by the way, I have disrupted pricing. And for the value you get, that's when you pay me the money. That's a conversation I'll have every single day.
That's a very surprising attitude, actually. I think it is risk-taking, and the value that you're asking for is much higher, but you're showing openness to a lot of pain or being willing to ignore a bunch of the sunk cost of the implementation of the systems you already have.
Yes.
And having built systems of record yourself, you think that's feasible, that other people will do that too?
I mean, absolutely. If you are, our CIO here is in the audience, Deepa, and when we have this conversation, she gets approached by AI native companies daily, multiple times a day. And when she comes and asks me, how do you think about that, whether it's for go-to-market, sales, marketing, whatever the case might be, I said, this is how I think about it, that if this allows us to hire fewer people, makes our people more efficient, then we will use that budget. And I want to be AI-first organization on behalf of MongoDB to say, we are transforming our business, not making just productive. Productive is okay, but we are transforming our business using AI.
Yeah. I think that's really interesting because a lot of the conventional wisdom would be, the system of record is so embedded that you're going to come in with a wedge or a layer on top.
Yeah.
And like that is different from what you're describing, which is I'm going to sell platform, and I'm willing to buy a platform if the use case is good enough.
That's correct.
But I actually think, coming full circle, that's a very interesting opportunity for, MongoDB in particular, because one of the reasons you might actually replace these systems of record in this age is you want to keep much richer information about interactions or whatever else it is in your system of record, and it's messy. It's got to sit something, right?
Yeah.
It might not be Oracle anymore. Yeah.
I was talking to a European retailer day before yesterday at NRF in New York, and they said they tried a bunch of systems of record for ERP, expensive, failed implementations, lots of issues on supply chain all the way to financials, and decided they are going to invest in just building it themselves, and they are building that on MongoDB. And I mean, that's a great use case, and I'm like, okay, you had me at hello. And to do that, but if these kind of organizations are going to transform within or disrupt within, I asked Deepa, our CIO, the same question, that are there things that we can build ourselves to disrupt within on MongoDB? So that's the story and the compelling value we can articulate also to our customers.
I want to take the last couple minutes that we have together to talk a little bit about leadership, especially as a product person. I think of you, first and of course as a CEO, but first and foremost as an extraordinary product person. I do think you talk a lot more about business strategy and have for the decade I've known you than many product people. Like, when did you start thinking about that as a product and engineering person? Because when you're talking about defensibility, moats, like how people buy you,
yeah.
And I don't know, that's a lot of business orientation for somebody who's also thinking about the product itself.
Yeah, I think it was our CEO at the time was John Thompson at Symantec, and this was early 2005-ish timeframe, and I learned a lot from him, and specifically his bar on how you interact with customers, how you sell to them, how you serve them, how you show up in front of them was very, very high. And through my early career as a product person, I was director of product management, I still remember, I made a huge impression on me. And
how was it higher than other people's, right? Because I think everybody would be like, oh, I'm going to be a high quality product director.
Yeah. What he basically taught me, Sarah, was, hey, when you speak to customers, not only you ask them how we can serve you better, but ask them, hey, what other problems they are having, what pain points they are having, and you fly there, you meet them, you have coffee with them, whatever it is, truly understand, because it allows you to see around the corner. And you cannot be a great, one of the best advice he gave me, you cannot be a great products and engineering person unless you speak to customers all the time, okay? All the time, because that will allow you to not only do a pattern match, but see around the corner. So even when we have a platform story and I'll say, hey, this is what this another retailer at NRF in New York on Monday or Sunday, I met him, and he's the CTO, reports to the CEO, and I said, oh, so you use MongoDB for your e-com application? He said, yep, we're very happy. E-com is 20% of our revenue. I said, great. Do you know that you are not using our search, we also have vector search. He's like, oh, I didn't know that. Does my team know that? And we are following up with him. But this kind of like having that customer intimacy makes you much better of a product person. I would say any product person who thinks as you build, they will come, that does not happen. And that gives you the orientation that how do they think about deploying your product? How long will it take to deploy that product? How much value they expect? And these people, I never say that a large bank has bought, say, ServiceNow or Cloudflare. I will say it is Jeremy at this large bank who made a bet on Cloudflare, for example. So that has been for last many, many years. That has given me a lot of on how do sales teams show up, how do we price the customers, if something bad happens, an outage happens or something, how do we show up during the crisis? Those are the things that have really made me very, very grounded product person and understanding the go-to-market channel and the business strategy.
Some of the step function jumps that a lot of SaaS and infrastructure companies don't make are from a single product to multiple products, right? Or maybe it's because they were never platforms to begin with, but let's say like to multi-product.
Yeah.
And then also, it's technology transitions, right? Like Mongo got Atlas to be great and dominant, but it was a question at some point. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, right?
Yeah.
And many companies struggled through the cloud transition and will now have to address the AI transition. What do you think differentiates like a product and engineering organization that does it versus fails?
Yeah. You get comfortable, and I still remember we were early on ServiceNow on AI, and when I'll speak to our engineering team, they're like, oh, this is just something that's out there, not sure. And I said, no, not leaning in is not an option. Not leaning in. This is a platform, whether it matures 2 years from now or 4 years from now, we have to do that. So I think it is more of a change management thing, because if you are doing something really, really well, I mean, I'm going to date myself. You think about Nokia handsets, they were doing really, really well. And even if you think about BlackBerry, do you know that when actually iPhone launched, I think I want to say 3 or 5 quarters after the iPhone, BlackBerry was still selling a lot and was not being disrupted until it got really disrupted. So these transitions, is more of a change management thing, and that's when you achieve the step function to say, like MongoDB did the Atlas transition or multi-cloud transition nicely, and they have to do the AI transition nicely. Fortunately, a lot of architectural advantages are there, but they still have to nail it and get the trust and permission from the customer, and that's when it happens. Otherwise, you are on the bare thesis that I'm not sure, and the only way you prove investors wrong on the bare thesis, because sometimes they don't get it right, is by re-accelerating and showing that, hey, now we are back.
We're out of time here, but I think this is such an interesting question of can the incumbents get AI right or not? And one of the dynamics that I think is worrying people is one of the ways you sell as a very large incumbent is you bundle a bunch of products together.
Yes.
And then you call a piece of the product that may or may not be working for customers cloud, or you call it AI, and you do like, let's say a bunch of like pricing hijinks to like make the number. And I look at this and I think it's so interesting because so many talented people work at any of these incumbents. And so my observation would be, you absolutely need people who are committed to those transitions, a leader with innovation as their like North Star, and you also need like some guardrails for intellectual honesty in the organization between what is working for the 10 customers you talk to every week and the street.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. And the only thing I would say, that's why even MongoDB published our Q3 results. I got asked this question over and over again. Is this because of AI? And I said, absolutely not. Yes.
You're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I said, this is our core. And our core on CNBC, I said, it's our core. Yeah. Yes, we have AI native companies building on MongoDB. And we have hundreds of them. But that's not, because once then I give them X% of this is how I think about AI native companies, then they're
The
like,
company can optimize for that.
yeah. And then you go into a different cycle. And I said, yes, whenever they do something at scale, because let's look at it. Like if you think about however you define success for AI native companies, whether it's 100 million ARR, billion ARR, pick one. There are like 10 companies like that today, right? There are not that many companies. And if there are not that many successful companies, they won't have a lot of data. Some of them who have data do use MongoDB, right? So from my standpoint, this will be an and, not an or, that when AI wave really takes off, that will of course add, but our core data platform and core business is still growing. That's the answer I gave because that was the truth.
Great. Well, thank you so much for doing this.
Yes, and thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're standing on the factory shop floor, watching the production line move like clockwork until suddenly everything stops. Something's gone wrong. An unplanned outage brings production to a halt, and every second you are not back up and running, your bottom line is suffering. For many manufacturers, every unproductive hour can cost thousands or even millions. And with complex machinery, global supply chains, and fewer skilled technicians, manufacturers are under serious pressure to keep things running smoothly. Predictive maintenance has been the answer to many of these challenges, using data to anticipate failures before they happen. Over time, it's evolved from simple statistical models to advanced machine learning, and now to intelligent systems powered by generative AI and retrieval augmented generation. But what if we could go even farther? What if your system didn't just monitor and detect potential issues, but knew what to do next? AI agents are the next step in data-driven manufacturing. Intelligent systems that don't just predict problems, they diagnose issues, generate work orders, and schedule repairs automatically. So how did you build something like this? Let's break it down. To make agentic AI work on the shop floor, you need more than a powerful LLM. You need the right data foundation. MongoDB Atlas gives you that. It's trusted by leading manufacturers to power mission-critical applications, handling massive volumes of real-time IoT data where downtime isn't an option. MongoDB's flexible document model makes it easy to ingest and integrate diverse sensor inputs. Combine that with a highly available distributed architecture, and you get a platform built for the scale, reliability, and speed of modern manufacturing. All this, together with an extensive set of data services built for the AI era, make it an excellent choice to build and operate your AI agents. So, how does this all come together? Let's walk through a multi-agent predictive maintenance system built with MongoDB Atlas, LangGraph, and Amazon Bedrock. It follows a supervisor-agent model, where each AI agent has a specific task. The failure agent performs root cause analysis. The work order agent generates detailed job plans. And the planning agent schedules repairs with minimal disruption. Here is how it works in 4 steps. First, MongoDB Atlas ingests and processes telemetry in real time. We can use stream processing to integrate with an external machine learning failure prediction model. Once a potential issue is detected, an alert is triggered. The supervisor agent takes over and coordinates the next steps. Next, the failure agent consults the machine manual, past work orders, and additional context using the various search methods supported in Atlas. It runs a root cause analysis, generates a report, and recommends a fix. After this, the work order agent pulls the historical data to estimate time, materials, and required skills. It autofills a work order template and routes it for human review. Lastly, the planning agent checks maintenance shifts, production schedules, and parts inventory. It finds the optimal time for maintenance with minimal downtime and syncs it with the scheduling system. And that's it. Diagnosed, documented, scheduled. Let's see it in action.
Clicking this button will simulate a machine streaming data to MongoDB. You can see the values updating in real time. Now, using these 2 sliders, we can introduce abnormal scenarios, triggering our machine learning model to detect an issue and raise an alert. Once the alert is triggered, it's routed by the supervisor agent to the failure agent. The agent then performs a root cause analysis, consulting available data sources like past work orders, interviews with the maintenance staff, and the machine manual. Check how vector search is used to find the most relevant parts in the available data sources. After gathering the necessary context, it generates an incident report with the root cause and recommended actions. When a new incident report is added, the agentic process continues. The work order agent looks at similar past work orders to estimate the duration, required parts, and the necessary skills for the maintenance team. Once the data has been analyzed, it generates the new work order draft. At this point, a human can review and edit the draft, or if everything looks good, confirm it. But now we can go one step further, automatically scheduling the best time for maintenance. As soon as the work order is confirmed, the planning agent checks parts inventory, technician availability, and the production calendar. And based on those inputs, the agent suggests an optimized maintenance window and updates the production calendar accordingly.
As you can see, this is more than automation. It's autonomous intelligence. Faster diagnostics, fewer outages, smarter operations. That's the power of combining AI with the right data foundation. Want to learn more? Check out our blog and GitHub repo in the description for a full hands-on walkthrough. Thanks for watching.
Maritime first data company. Our high-level goals are de-risking, decarbonizing, and essentially creating efficiency gains all across the maritime sector. What we're doing is trying to bring maritime into the data age, into the modern age. We have these vessels that historically, all of the components on the vessels, be it your engines or generators, they could have hundreds, thousands of sensors across the whole vessel. They'll be polling data at hundreds of thousands of times a second, some of them. So you're creating gigabytes and gigabytes of data every day. But historically, this data's just been woefully underutilized. It disappears into the ether. It runs around the local network of the boat and then it disappears. Our customers haven't historically realized how valuable that data can be. And I think as well, connectivity's been the issue. If you have a vessel in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, for example, and you have gigabytes of data being produced, there's been no way to get that data off the boat, especially live. By the time it gets ashore, again, you've got reams of it, and people haven't historically known what to do with it. You know, I think previously we lived in like an informational drought. Now it's a bit like we live in an informational flood, but no one can swim. Data storage needs, we use MongoDB. There's just been our perfect sort of one-stop shop for everything we need data-wise. The majority of what our data is time series. I mean, we ingest gigabytes and gigabytes of time series data. Mongo's been perfect for that because where the data's coming from and how the data looks, there's always scope for change. What we're seeing generally is a little bit like plug sockets, if you like. Everywhere you go in the world, they have a best practice, but what we're trying to do, what Mongo does is it's like that multi-plug that you can fit into any plug and then put ours on the back end. You know, the schemaless approach has been really helpful for us. It just allows us to ingest all this time series data in basically any capacity that we need to and any way that it comes in. Our job is coming in and, you know, trying to teach them how to swim, if you like. You know, we're going in, we're doing the analysis, we're taking that data and trying to unlock value from it. And that's one of the things we love about Mongo. It provides so much of the hard work is already done for us. We don't have to go in there and do the hosting, or we don't have to apply resource for optimizations. We do some stuff, but occasionally Mongo just flick a switch behind the scenes and all of a sudden we've gained like a 100% improvement.
Idealo is Europe's biggest price comparison service. So we are talking about 10,000 online shops roughly. And we have, of course, also the big marketplaces connected, eBay and Amazon. And especially with these two marketplaces, it is quite challenging to keep their data up to date because we are talking about billions of offers. And we do not just import the data from eBay and Amazon, we are also the keeper of the so-called offer store, which is the biggest database at Idealo. And that's the place where we put all the things together.
It sounds like there's a lot of data coming in, it's updated quite regularly, and you have to store a lot of rapidly evolving data as well. Let's pick up a few elements there. So first, in terms of just getting that data and how often that's updated, how do you do that?
Especially eBay and Amazon, they provide APIs, different APIs, and they have all their specifics. So the mass updates we receive via huge CSV or XML feeds, we get them every hour. And we have to check in the first step whether these updates from the shops are really relevant for Idealo, because not every field offered data set is really relevant for us. Yeah. And all the data then flow to the next components, and all our services are connected via Kafka. And then we have to store everything in this offer store, but not just store it there. We also have to provide to our downstream consumers at Idealo what has changed on the offer. And there are about 60 fields on every offer, which might change. We run around 20, 30, 40,000 queries a second, but every single query contains an in clause with thousands of IDs. So the work behind every single query is enormous.
Forgive me, did you say an in clause?
Yes.
What is an in clause?
You can ask for a single document.
Yeah.
You usually perform a find by ID. Say, okay, give me the document with a specific ID. Or you can also say, give me all the documents matching this list of IDs. And then you pass 1,000 IDs in a single query to the database. And then it's the task of the database to collect all these 1,000 documents from the different charts. And you get one single response. We need this raw power of reading data fast, and we optimized a lot on our code. So this 20-shard system we had in the data center with these huge nodes, we are now, for the same functionality, down to a 12-shard system with M80 nodes, so 2 tiers below the initial setup. I was told that Idealo was running the biggest on-premise MongoDB in Europe. From my developer's perspective, I'm really happy that we opted for MongoDB Atlas. It is really easy to use, and we never had the situation that something didn't perform as expected or that we're facing any problems or something like that. So from the technical perspective, it is a very good setup, but also the contact to our support engineers. They know our use cases, they know our usage patterns for the various databases, so they can help us best.
Started with MongoDB, but you're hearing mixed messages about the database in online discussions. In this video, we're debunking 5 common myths about MongoDB to set the record straight. Let's dive in. Myth number 1, you can't use MongoDB with relational data. This is false. First, let's clear up one misconception. Almost all data is inherently relational. If data couldn't relate to each other, it would be completely pointless. So despite what some developers think, MongoDB can indeed store relational data. It does it in a slightly different way from traditional relational or SQL databases that is sometimes, believe it or not, more effective. In MongoDB, relationships can be created by referencing, just like in SQL, or embedding data. The golden rule for MongoDB is that items that belong together should be stored together so they are easily retrieved without needing to be joined across collections. This will result in an increase in performance when you read from your database. You get a performance gain as well as an improved developer experience because your objects can be retrieved from your database in one single operation, already shaped in a way that your application can use. It gets even better though. By using various data modeling patterns, you can make your schema even more efficient. Speaking of schema, myth number 2, MongoDB is schemaless. This is yet another myth. It's more accurate to say that MongoDB provides schema flexibility, not schema absence. Developers can choose their level of schema structure and validation, which eliminates the limitations found in both rigid relational databases and completely schemaless systems. Remember that when you opt for a schemaless system, you may run into data quality issues, errors, and technical debt. This is what can happen when there's a lack of data structure. With MongoDB's flexible schema, you can avoid this. Yet another benefit is that this increases developer productivity since you can adapt your schema as your application evolves. With MongoDB's schema flexibility, you can balance rapid development and robustness for evolving application needs. You can still make MongoDB as strict as you'd like with JSON schema validation. Even after development, you can lock in the schema so you maintain control of your database. The point is that the control is in your hands, giving you a database that's easy to work with and secure. Myth number 3, MongoDB doesn't scale well. Some developers worry that MongoDB won't be able to adequately scale with their data, but both horizontal and vertical scaling are supported. It's as easy as setting the right configuration. Vertical scaling means you configure a cluster tier, and within a tier, you can scale even further. Vertical scaling supports cluster auto-scaling, which is based on cluster usage. This is a very straightforward approach, but it has its limits since you can only scale a single tier so much. That's why vertical scaling is a great fit for smaller applications. Horizontal scaling, also known as scale out, comes through the deployment of a sharded cluster, which means that you scale by distributing data across multiple servers, which are called shards. Since with horizontal scaling, you can add as many shards as needed, you're essentially offered limitless growth. If you're using MongoDB Atlas, our database as a service platform, you'll have access to all sorts of tools and features that help you manage and optimize your scaling strategies. Myth number 4, MongoDB isn't secure. MongoDB offers built-in security controls for all of your data. These include authentication, authorization, auditing, data encryption, network security, and data sovereignty. Authenticate with your MongoDB Atlas credentials or
Hi, it's Eric Newcomer, the author of the Substack Newcomer and host of the Cerebral Valley AI Summit. I'm here at MongoDB.local in San Francisco. This is our second run of talking to founders and other operators building on MongoDB and operating in artificial intelligence. Have a great conversation. I'm here with Chenyu Zhao, the co-founder of Fireworks, one of the key AI infrastructure providers that's gotten deep in reinforcement learning lately. Yeah, Chenyu, great to have you here. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, pleasure to be here.
Do you want to start off? I mean, yeah, what is the mission of Fireworks today?
I mean, Fireworks is, we're trying to be the generative AI platform of choice, whether your goal is to train models, tune models, serve them for inference. Our bread and butter right now is to just power the whole kind of generative AI stack from top to bottom. Our focus right now is primarily open source models and helping customers enable and use open source models to power their production use cases.
And you were saying right before we started, Cursor is one of your biggest customers.
Yeah, Cursor is probably one of the biggest names that everyone's heard of based on the growth, the tremendous growth that they've had. We power pretty much all of their LLM use cases for their agentic use cases, their code completion use cases. Yeah, I mean we've worked with them for almost 3 years now, and they were one of our earliest customers.
I'm excited to get into a lot of the big trends in AI because obviously you're sort of deep in it and seeing what people are building. But first, obviously we're at a Mongo event. How do you work with MongoDB?
Yeah, we have a close partnership with Mongo. I mean, like I said, our bread and butter is powering kind of LLM and Gen AI use cases, whereas MongoDB, they have a tremendous source of unstructured data. And the reality is when companies use LLMs, one of the biggest problems is, of course, hallucination and access to real-time production data. When this is a very
connect us with the database, where the actual information is, to make sure you're delivering the right answers.
Exactly. So we rely on companies like Mongo to be able to serve as the vector search data retrieval backend for a lot of LLM-based use cases.
Yeah, for a second it seemed like vector search was going to be a standalone company category. Obviously, there's some well-funded startups in that area. How do you see vector playing out? Or it's more a feature than a company, or how do you see differentiation among different vector offerings?
Yeah, I think being able to provide high quality, low latency retrieval is going to be absolutely critical for the agentic AI use cases of the future. Like I said, being able to accurately retrieve the most relevant piece of data for your LLM to process and reason about is going to be absolutely critical. Like, if you don't have access to that data, you won't be able to make the right decisions and reason about the particular prompt that you're trying to solve.
All right, so I want to get at, like, how is AI doing in 2026? Obviously, you work with companies like Cursor, putting that type of company, like the highly capable AI startup. Like, the more traditional, like, enterprises and like companies that you work with, where they're sort of like, they adopted it because they know they're supposed to, and then they try it out. And like, where are they? Like, how much inference activity are you seeing? Like, what has been sort of the learning curve for enterprises that sort of started off with, our board says we need to do this AI thing, then they sort of, where are we in 2026 in terms of inference activity for that kind of company?
Yeah, I think I would say 2024 and 2025 was a bit of a challenge for a lot of these companies because, like you said, a lot of it was just a top-down mandate to, quote unquote, apply AI to improve company efficiency by 10%, 20%. But now that we actually have like a bunch of real concrete use cases, we see companies leveraging basically AI agents to pretty much solve all sorts of different problems. It's a very, very general and powerful tool, right? Whether it's like a conversational agent, customer support help desk, whether it's a coding agent, document processing agent. So I think a lot of these companies, they're finding value in being able to have like an in-house like machine learning team to be able to apply AI to solve.
So they're using it more if they narrow in on one of the use cases that works, and if it was sort of an experiment.
Yeah, you see AI being applied both in terms of like internal use cases to improve internal productivity within the company, as well as like external use cases where they try to leverage AI to kind of like disrupt like the traditional algorithms that they use for their business model.
So you work closely with the open source models, have a great view of how they're doing. That's, you often, if I'm a company and I want to bring in a model of my own and I'm not a foundation model company, I use open source and fine tune it around the edges. What are the best open source models today in your view?
Everyone is still using DeepSeek. Kimi came out a couple months ago with a very, very powerful model. And most recently we saw GLM 4.7 come out, which...
What's that? I don't even know.
GLM is another large model that was produced by ZAI, another kind of like Chinese foundational lab. The reality is like a lot of the top open source models today are coming out of Chinese labs. For a lot of businesses that have more, I guess, stringent like regulatory requirements or like data privacy requirements, and they tend to shy away from, I guess, like the Chinese models, there's still a couple options for US models as well. OpenAI most notably released their own set of open source models a few months ago, GPT-OSS, that a bunch of companies also use.
And how are our friends at Meta doing? How's Llama these days?
Obviously, I think it's no surprise that Llama 4 was met with lukewarm support. Controversial, lukewarm support. But we do, like I said, we do see some companies leveraging Llama today when they have some of these like more like stringent like security requirements. And I heard good things about Llama 5. People are kind of eagerly awaiting to see what they can kind of cook up there. I think they recognize the challenges that they had with Llama 4, and hopefully they can rectify it.
Are all these open source models equally open source? Obviously, open source when it comes to models, some people don't even think it's the right term because the training data is not publicly shared. Like, how does that matter to your customers, or how does that end up playing out when people are adopting these models?
It depends. I would say most customers are less sensitive to the source of the model or the training data of the model. In more, secure, like regulated environments, there are some concerns around like what sorts of data was used to train and whether there's like inherent bias within the model that could be used in some sort of negative way. But for most like generic use cases, let's say you're trying to build like a travel AI agent, that's not as much of a concern.
Let's drill down into like customer service, customer support, chatbots, given that that's one of the use cases that's really taken off. Do you have a view in terms of, is it going to be this sort of specialty provider like Sierra, who their expertise is chatbots and then sells it to Macy's or whoever, or will every company say, oh, I have such unique data that I'm going to need to do human reinforcement learning on my own models, using open source models? I don't know. How do you see that sector shaking out? Is it too soon to know? Obviously, it could be a little bit of both.
I think we'll be a mix of both. And perhaps like the most likely outcome is that the end consumer or company will likely tune their models through one of these like vertical specific AI companies. Because tuning really is the key to unlocking the best model quality, right? If you just use like a generic model like GPT, there's only so much you can do with prompt engineering and just with the tools that you're given. The key is actually leveraging your own proprietary data to get the best model quality. But of course, tuning does require a certain amount of expertise. Like I said, tuning is right now at a stage where you still need an ML engineer or an AI researcher to be able to extract the best model quality, to construct the right model evaluations, to be able to judge the quality of the model. That's where I think a lot of these companies like Sierra will come in to provide that expertise or provide like some sort of like vertical specific like guardrails to get the best model quality.
Any predictions about the rate of model improvement in 2026?
I think we'll see the trend continue. I mean, 2025 was like a fantastic year, especially for open models. I think every single year we've seen the gap between the top models from Frontier Labs.
Because of reasoning model improvements, or
reasoning was one of the biggest like breakthroughs in my opinion in 2025, and I think 2026. This is just my prediction, but I think we'll see models that can have longer context windows and be able to better leverage the context windows. Because, like I said, AI agents is kind of the next big thing, and I guess the biggest challenge with agents is being able to fit tons and tons of context for them to be able to reason about and to make the right decisions.
Isn't that the case against fine tuning? If you have all this if you can put everything in the context window, you don't need to fine tune, right? That's something people thought for a second.
I think the predominant opinion kind of flip-flops like every 6 months to a year. Initially when LLMs became like a big thing, fine-tuning was actually quite large because the base model was not powerful enough. When we first started out, we actually started out as kind of like a platform for serving fine-tuned models. But then when more powerful base models got released, like DeepSeek, there was kind of like a trend towards, maybe that's just good enough, right? But then I think companies started creating better data sets and better evaluations. And with that higher quality set of data, you're actually able to squeak out quite a bit of extra performance from it.
And that's going to stick around even if context windows get bigger.
Exactly.
What's your read on the neo clouds? I don't know. Feels like the whole stock market and the American economy is hanging on the growth of some of, obviously, chips plus compute. I don't know. What you work with a lot of these companies. Any observations about sort of the boom in neo clouds?
Yeah, I don't know how many dozens of neo clouds are out there today. Fireworks, we personally work with over a dozen neo clouds. We procure capacity from pretty much all of them. It's a very difficult market to be in. I'm not envious of the position that a lot of these neoclouds are in. It's a very capital-intensive industry. It's very, very cutthroat. Margins are extremely, extremely thin. So I mean, to
Happy
anyone,
to be a layer on top of that.
I'm happy to be a layer on top. Negotiations are very, very tough when we are with them because, like I said, they're selling a commodity. I mean, everyone is selling the exact same GPU, the same H200, B200 chip. So the amount of differentiation you have, especially on paper, is very difficult.
They argue. I mean, in their S1s and everything, they try to say, oh, they have some technological differentiation. You're not seeing it.
In my opinion, the biggest differentiation between the neoclouds is reliability and the level of support that they have. If on one end of the spectrum, you have neoclouds that basically just deploy hardware, like bare metal machines. They give you SSH keys and nothing else. On the other end of the spectrum, you have, I guess, like the more mature neoclouds like CoreWeave, where in addition to the bare metal, they've built like a virtualization layer on top so that managing these machines is a lot easier. They have a software stack for things like Kubernetes or Ray so that you don't have to operate at the machine level. And like I said, reliability is not just like the software, it's the hardware itself. The reality is like GPUs fail, and quite often.
Right.
And sometimes in spectacular ways. Right.
It's that operation.
There's a lot of
delivering the
operational
capacity
things,
that you promised. I asked you, you were doing a good job on 2026 predictions. We almost went off on a tangent. Like, you offered larger context windows as one reason you think models will improve in 2026. Any other areas where you think we're going to see significant improvement, whether it's models or like agent capabilities?
I mean, who knows what the foundational like modeling labs are cooking up? I mean,
you don't get to see it. You have to sort of wait.
That's kind of like their secret sauce. We have to wait for the papers to come out there.
Right.
But I think people are finding just like very creative ways of like leveraging these models, whether it's on the tuning front, finding creative ways to fine tune them using reinforcement learning. There's like a bunch of active research in terms of like how to use RL to get the most performance out of these models, what sorts of data sets they should be creating, what sorts of types of evaluations they're creating, different reinforcement learning techniques. But then also, I think managing context is also extremely important. I mean, you can always fill up the context windows with a bunch of nonsense.
Right, but keeping track of what matters.
Keeping track of what matters, yeah. And then especially for these like multi-turn agentic use cases where the agentic system is like talking to the model, 50 to 100 times. You have to discard a bunch of like the older context that might be less relevant.
Chenyu, co-founder of Fireworks, thank you so much for sitting down with us. You're deep in it, and we appreciate your view on what's happening in AI in 2026.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We live in the digital era, and nowadays getting a receipt by email or through an app after a purchase is totally normal. Paper is becoming old-fashioned. But behind the scene, the truth is that data isn't properly stored and managed by the business. It can be just as useless as a paper stuffed in a drawer. In this video, we will explore how retailers can use digital receipts to create personalized recommendations, and how MongoDB plays a key role in overcoming the main challenges. We are going to walk through a demo showing how product recommendations powered by Voyage AI embeddings, vector search, and real-time data in MongoDB create a smarter, more personalized customer experiences. Let's dive into it. When a customer visits a physical store, offering a digital receipt becomes a strategic touchpoint. By asking for a phone number or an email, we don't just send a receipt, we onboard the customers into a smarter journey. This makes it possible, for example, to create a personalized digital receipt featuring tailored suggestions and a link to continue shopping online. And when the customers move to the online experience, they receive recommendations enriched by the entire purchase history, including in-store activity, and don't lose any loyalty points, delivering personalized experience through a true 360 customer journey.
When a business adopts digital receipts, it gains access to a powerful set of benefits. Retailers can take advantage of this in many ways, from eliminating the need to print, store, and manage paper receipts, significantly reducing operational costs, to gaining valuable insight into customer behavior and preferences at scale. Hidden within this data is something even more powerful, the ability to enhance customer engagement through personalization. With transaction data, retailers can tailor marketing efforts, such as sharing personalized offers, running targeted ad campaigns, and delivering smart product recommendations.
Managing receipt data comes with real challenges. Let's explore how MongoDB is built to solve them. Retailers maintain multiple copies of the same sales data across third-party tools or isolated systems that don't play well together. This leads to fragmented information that's hard to consolidate, analyze, or activate. Without a unified view of operational data, real-time insights become nearly impossible, blocking innovation at the core of the business. By also storing your data in a single, flexible platform, MongoDB helps centralize information, simplify integration, and break down silos. This operational data layer enables a wide range of use cases and supports real-time data analysis for actionable insights. Receipts consolidate data from multiple sources, often coming from legacy systems and in a high-volume XML formats. To make this data usable, teams using traditional database spread complex receipt data across many tables, but that approach is too rigid for such variability. As a result, IT teams rely on patchwork solutions just to access the data, slowing development and blocking innovation. MongoDB offers a fundamentally different approach. Instead of forcing data to fit rigid schemas, MongoDB lets the database fit the data. Its document model supports dynamic schema changes, enabling rapid adaptation as business needs evolve. For example, fields like personalized recommendations can be added at any time and with zero downtime. Retailers and digital platforms generate massive volumes of receipt data every day, and if the systems can't keep up, everything slows down. Searching, loading, analyzing, it all suffers. MongoDB scales with the business. It uses sharding for horizontal scalability and replica set for high availability. With workload isolation, you can run real-time AI reporting or analytics without impacting the core application. Receipts include personal or sensitive customer information, and when a business operates across multiple regions, meeting global standards like GDPR adds extra complexity. MongoDB helps solve this with built-in security features like encryption at rest, in transit, and in use, role-based access control, and auditing. Plus, with source sharding, your data can be stored close to where it's generated, helping you stay compliant and maintaining performance across regions.
We will now walk you through a demo that brings a real-world use case to life, showing how fresh purchase data can be instantly activated to deliver a personalized post-shopping experience. Here is how it works. The customer is at our Leafy e-commerce store. They will go to their cart, proceed to checkout, and confirm their order. This will create a new entry in the orders collection with the data that is displayed inside the details page. When a new order is created, our invoice microservice will pick the new entry and generate the invoice, adding a new entry to the invoice collection. When the customer clicks on See Details, a modal will pop up with the digital receipt. This encompasses all the data inside our invoice document. The receipt contains relevant information such as the order ID, the time of the transaction, and the relevant metadata such as the tax information and loyalty points. You can look at the complete document inside the Document tab. At the bottom of the receipt, there is a list of product recommendations based on the items of this specific order. These suggestions are generated in real time using Voyage AI embedding models and MongoDB's vector search. Each digital receipt shows different recommendations. This is because our algorithm takes the most expensive product in the order and performs a vector search query on the catalog to retrieve the top 6 similar items. This ensures every digital receipt contains a unique and relevant set of suggestions, leading to a more engaging shopping experience. Additionally, shoppers can download their digital receipt at any point in time and as often as they need. This provides customers with ease of access and organization of their expenses. When navigating to the landing page, users will see the latest product recommendations in a carousel, providing a personalized landing page for each user. We use the extended reference pattern to store the latest product recommendations inside the user document, enabling fast retrieval and ensuring the most up-to-date suggestion loads quickly. And this is how the shopping experience doesn't have to end at checkout. All of this comes together to create a smarter, more personalized post-purchase experience powered by MongoDB.
So how does it work under the hood? Let's look at how AI, flexible data, and real-time architecture powers the experience. We will start with one of MongoDB's core strengths, storing diverse data types in one place. In our product catalog collection, each product is a rich document that includes not only basic details, but also an AI-generated embedding from Voyage AI. These embeddings capture the meaning of product as a vectors. By storing them directly in each document, MongoDB Vector Search can find the most similar items based on the user's latest purchase. This way, we can build a ready-to-use recommendation feature in our commerce platform. But real-time personalization needs more than just data storage. You need a system design that can respond the moment something happens. That's the strength of event-driven architecture, a design approach where systems communicate by producing and reacting to events. This well-established pattern is widely used in modern retail platforms because it keeps services decoupled, scalable, and highly responsive. In our demo, we use MongoDB chain streams and Atlas triggers to easily implement this architecture, listening for key database events and triggering the right system actions in real time. Like when an order is placed, an invoice is created, and immediately the recommendation microservice reacts to this database change by generating a recommendation associated with that purchase. And as a part of our event-driven choreography, Atlas triggers inject recommendations into both the invoice and the user profile the moment they are generated. So this not only personalizes the invoice, but also updates the user profile with the latest embedded recommendations, which the front end can easily fetch with a lightweight query and display on the homepage. We use Microsoft Azure Cloud Services as a key partner to build this demo solution. We deploy our solution to the cloud using Azure App Services and easily simulate external systems that enrich invoice metadata using Azure Functions. When a user downloads an invoice, it's rendered as a PDF and stored in Azure Blob Storage. Events from the database can be captured by a microservice or also an Azure function using chain streams and routed to Azure Event Grid or Service Bus for reliable event delivery. And for high-throughput scenarios, the MongoDB Kafka connector streams events directly to Azure Event Hubs through its Kafka-compatible interface.
Great! Let's recap some of the key learnings of today's video. AI-powered personalization is crucial for staying relevant and on top of the game. It can boost engagement, strengthen loyalty, and enable a 360 customer journey. Digital receipts are more than just transactional records, but their insight can be used to personalize a shopper's journey. They are basically a marketing goldmine waiting to be discovered. And last but not least, MongoDB is built for modern use cases. It offers flexibility at scale, built-in security, and removes friction for seamless integration with real-time architectures.
Thanks for watching. You can find the full architecture, code, and setup instructions in the GitHub repo linked below. If you have any questions, feel free to contact the Industry Solutions team, and see you next time.
Everyone, my name is Ricardo Mello, and today I want to talk about one of the most powerful features in MongoDB, the aggregation framework. If you've ever needed to analyze, transform, or group your data directly inside the database, the aggregation is a tool for you. But what is exactly an aggregation? What is a pipeline? Well, the idea is pretty simple, and we can compare it to something many Java developers already know: strings. Take this example. Imagine we have a list of names. With strings, we can map them to lowercase, filter only one, then one starts with the letter A, remove duplicates, and finally count them. And if you notice it, each step, each stage transforms the data and passes to the next one. That is the essence of a pipeline, and MongoDB works in a very similar way. So aggregation is a sequence of stages where each step processes the data and sends the results to the next stage. One stage can filter documents, the next can group them, the another can sort the results or projects, okay? And the cool part is that MongoDB has many different stages you can combine to build exactly the results you need. Let's go through some examples. Let's start with the first stage, the $match. It's basically used to filter documents, just like a where clause in SQL. So you only keep the data that matches your condition. For example, imagine we have a transactions collection and we want to filter only the documents where the status is equal to error. When we run this, the result will include only those transactions that match this condition. Another useful stage is $count. As the name suggests, it simply counts the number of documents that made it through the pipeline. In our transaction example, we could add a $count at the end to see how many documents have the status error and retrieve just these documents. And next we have $group. This stage lets us group documents by specific field and apply operations like sum, average, or count within each group. For example, in our transactions collection, we could group by the status field and count how many transactions fall into each status. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you found it useful, feel free to share with your friends and colleagues. And don't forget, you can always connect with the MongoDB community to learn more and get support for your projects. Okay? See you next time. Bye.
Hi, I'm Eric Newcomer, the author of the Substack Newcomer and the host of the Cerebral Valley AI Summit. We're here live at MongoDB.local in San Francisco, having a bunch of fun conversations with founders and executives working in artificial intelligence. Thrilled to have Ankur Bhatt, the head of AI at Rippling here. I was saying before we got on, I go way back with Parker Conrad, your CEO. I wrote about Zenefits back in the day. I feel like I was, as far as reporters can be bullish, I was pretty bullish on his comeback in Rippling and have been following your work. What's it like to be the head of AI? I feel like Parker is a technologist, forward-thinking guy, but he has not been wrapping himself in AI. Like, how's that? How is it to be the head of AI and CEO sort of coming to the AI hype?
I think it's been exciting, specifically from the lens of there is so much happening in AI every day. So automatically, everybody's curiosity on what's the new model release, what's the new capability release. Like these days, everybody is hyped up on Cloud Code as an example, what Anthropic is doing. So that automatically starts to create this pull internally around what does this mean for Rippling from a product point of view? What does it mean for Rippling in terms of day-to-day business perspective? And what does it mean in terms of customers' expectation on Rippling itself?
Right. You get to be the guy who knows what's happening in AI. It's like, oh, how do we respond to this, that, and the other? We're obviously, at MongoDB.local, obviously sprawling ambition with Rippling. It's like, oh, we want to stack startup on startup. So I can imagine strong data organization capability is part of the business success, but explain Rippling's relationship with Mongo.
Yeah, so we have been a long-time customer of Mongo. From the beginning, I think, as you rightly pointed out, Parker's thesis was compound startup, like product over product. And the core heart of it is the employee graph. And even though, yes, people know us that we can run payroll for you, core of it is the employee graph, which captures not just your pay-related information or benefits-related information.
We also capture your IT and identity related information, your device related information, because at the end, we also have a product portfolio of IT. Similarly, we also have a product portfolio around finance, your corporate card, your spend, your travel expense. We just launched a travel expense product. So that suddenly the amount of data you have about employees gets connected in so many different ways, and having a partnership with Mongo allows us to continue keeping that graph sanity intact in terms of the relationships you have in this business data.
How rigorous are you guys about making sure that everything built at Rippling uses the same tech stack? I mean, if you're acquiring startups and you're letting people sort of do their thing, how do you balance the trade-off of sort of a consistent stack versus letting different people build what they want?
Oh, that's a great question. And speed versus consistency is a constant dialogue we have internally. I think there is a value in terms of letting people innovate on the side, but it's a little bit of a trade-off, because as soon as they are reusing the common capabilities we already have in our platform, there is a dimension of speed which comes with it. And suddenly, for example, the employee graph comes with the workflow. It comes with the notification. It comes with an ability to track the changes that's happening. Now, if I am building now a travel expense product, there are workflows for me. Of course, there is a dimension where I need to go into integrating into flight booking, hotel booking, which is very unique to my product's niche. And there, I'm free to choose what I choose to do that and run faster. But I think we've been able to guide the different product teams, even though running independently, on the core value of building on that common employee graph and common capabilities.
And what has been the value of Mongo? Like, would Rippling be a different company if it was built on Postgres?
I think it would. No, Rippling would not be a different company because of Parker's overall hypothesis of a compound startup and really building it as a connected ecosystem of products running on a common foundation. I think it would have been just a little bit harder. I think, and having that partnership with Mongo from day one allowed us to build this employee graph, build a capability set, so that the next product we were creating was a lot more easier. And this is not just about transactional data which we are maintaining and managing. It's also about analytics and reporting. Being able to take that information and have ability to report across a cross-section of your product portfolio or your business data, not just from HR or IT or finance, has opened up those possibilities which having a common data store, having this Mongo capabilities opened up those possibilities for us, which we would have solved eventually. It would just have taken a lot more effort.
Right. So you're the head of AI. We touched on some of that. Role means translating what's happening in the broader San Francisco ecosystem to Rippling. But in terms of products within Rippling, what are the AI products? Do you have an agent yet? What's that look like inside of Rippling?
Great question. I think originally Rippling also started, we have almost 70 plus products in the portfolio. And originally each product started innovating around how they can embed AI as they're building that product, right? It could be within our recruiting product portfolio. When you're doing interviews, you are meeting candidates, summarizing those information. It could be within our IT product portfolio, where you are issuing devices, you are tracking compliance and security around those things and having a summary of your policies. So people started embedding AI as product capabilities very early at Rippling. I think the change happened the point in time we actively started investing on, for building AI products, you have to use AI every day. Without that, I genuinely believe it's very hard for people to reimagine what it means for their product. So 10 months ago, Albert, our CTO, really put a charter out, and that's where I came in, is driving the AI transformation of Rippling internally. That we use AI every day. We embrace latest and greatest of AI tools every day in our workflow, whether it is product, design, engineering, legal, finance, sales, marketing. And that...
What is that Cursor, Harvey, Sierra? What do you use?
Oh, the tech stack is full of all the tools you can think of.
Right.
So, of course, Gemini, ChatGPT, Cursor, Cloud Code, Codex. So,
You let engineers sort of pick their preferred? Or
I think so, because Rippling deals with a lot of enterprise customer data. We do have a AI pilot process, and I have built up a checklist with our security and legal so that we can quickly assess a new AI solution or somebody will request. So I get request every week. Okay, I want to try Granola. I want to try WhisperFlow. Typically what we do is we run through it through an AI pilot process.
Do you use Factory? I'm going to be talking to the Factory CEO.
It's on my list of an ask from somebody.
Maybe it'll get accelerated after.
Yes, that could be. I'm very keen to learn more, which keeps my job a little curious because a lot of times I can't stay on top of things. So then the rest of the company is constantly keeping top of things and asking me, can we try this or can we try that?
And do you have an overall agent at Rippling, or?
That's one of the new investments we are making.
Okay.
I think Mongo's partnership has helped us because if you think about Rippling, we are not just a payroll system. We are not just a finance or a travel expense system. We are a full suite of products. So for us, we can build an agent which is not a payroll agent or a finance agent or an IT agent. We can actually build a Rippling intelligence agent which can actually answer questions across your entire day-to-day business. And that's essentially what we have embarked upon.
Right.
Parker is extremely excited about.
For business intelligence, you think is a key output, or?
I think it is really productivity.
Okay.
So if you think about AI, productivity is the impact which we see in engineering or product and design or marketing.
Right.
The same productivity impact is what we are hoping to provide to our customers. Because as our footprint has increased, our customers' growth has also happened. So they are growing from, look at Anduril, one of our flagship customers. As Anduril is growing, they are using more products from Rippling. They have larger set of employee base. So essentially, their day-to-day operations has gotten complex.
Yeah.
So now, if we are able to offer them an agent to operate Anduril payroll to their IT to their travel, and the agent takes care of proactively working with their administrators and making sure Anduril stays on top of things which they need to stay on, is the value we are aiming for.
I hate to bring up a competitor, but Ramp and Rippling start in different places. They overlap on some, you now have, I think, credit cards.
Yes.
And you both want to be sort of what's the term of art? Like the record of all things business for somebody.
Yes.
They've clearly leaned into the AI brand more than you have. I don't know. What do you have? You're the AI guy. Like, do you want that AI brand, or it's like we have different sensibilities, or how do you think about it?
I think there is obviously an equity in terms of having a clear AI story around your company and your product, because customers are keen to understand that. Specifically because if I'm a Rippling customer today, or I'm a prospect evaluating Rippling today, I come with that expectation that there is a certain amount of AI automation productivity I will get. So I commend Ramp for what they have been able to embark on, not just on the product side, but as well as in terms of positioning themselves as an AI forward company. I think Rippling is not very far. In terms of our AI transformation internally, we are very further along than what people may be aware of. In terms of our design partnerships, we have design partnerships with Cursor, with OpenAI, with Anthropic, with AWS, where we get early access to the latest and greatest LangChain, Databricks, and even Mongo. So early access to their product capabilities. We are piloting that at Rippling, using that to create productivity and give feedback back. And when I see those interactions and when I see our ability to influence product roadmap of so many ecosystem of AI companies, it reflects back on Rippling's AI impact is much larger than what people may be aware of.
I should know that. Is enterprise search part of Rippling's vision? Because that's been an area, obviously Glean is a very promising AI company.
I would say part of Rippling's AI assistant will take care of answering questions you'll need answers for across your enterprise. Being able to obviously being the system of record of lot of information, you don't need Glean in those cases because we can just answer those questions for you directly.
Right. What do you think? There's been a lot of like, AI is going to replace software companies. I mean, so you get it from both ends. Embrace AI, but also like, individual companies are just going to spin up their own payroll because they can build it with Cursor on their own. Like, I don't know. Payroll obviously to me seems sort of absurd because there's all the regulatory and it's just like sensitive. But clearly there must be pieces of your business where people are sort of hacking together their own apps. Like, what do you make of this narrative that the rise of artificial intelligence is going to have all these sort of homespun software applications?
We actually embrace that wholeheartedly, because what you find at Rippling is, as customers are using our platform, there are always niche, unique use cases for which they like parts of what we offer to them, but they want to extend, enhance, and add new capabilities on top of Rippling, which is why beginning of last year, mid of last year, we launched our custom app capabilities, where you can essentially vibe code an extension app to Rippling at Rippling's platform itself.
Interesting.
And again, going back to, since we are at Mongo's conference, right? Being on Mongo in terms of ability to store generic artifacts and documents actually opened up that possibility for us, essentially then to create custom objects, which then can be used as a container for any customer to bring in whatever data they want to bring in.
Any interesting examples that you can
tons of very unique, very interesting examples in companies, because we deal with a lot of workers who are dealing with shifts, for example, and compliance comes up quite often in terms of having gone through certain amount of rigors in certain industries. Very unique cases in terms of tracking, ticketing, tracking, sign-outs, tracking. So there are like niche sort of use cases people are building, which has actually motivated Rippling to even launch our FDE team, which is actually now going in to our customers and building these niche custom apps for them, and then seeing how we bring that into our platform as capabilities in terms of enhancing our platform to make that easier going forward.
Do you think your code base gets a little worse the more people use AI tools, or what's the risk in terms of over reliance on Cursor?
That's a great question. I think we've started to observe that yes, there is a dimension of an AI slop seeping in to the engineering discipline of coding every day, right? But I think we've been very strict about our AI stance on a couple of things. First, testing is non-negotiable. So any code which is being checked into the main line and pushed to production has to be fully tested and vetted. Second, accountability. Just the fact that I used Cursor in AI doesn't take away my accountability of what that code does.
Right.
And I think we've been very clear to engineers from day one that accountability is still theirs. So that essentially creates a sort of a responsibility, accountability in engineers to be cautious of it. But that's just on the human side. From a system side, we're also bringing in additional AI tools. So AI code review tools, AI tools around looking through in terms of production outages and bringing that information back to engineers to be able to troubleshoot and then improve. Because at the end of the day, the AI enablement or AI use is not just about development. AI can also be used in analysis of what's happening in production. AI can also be used in reviewing and verifying. And essentially, by bringing those systems in those places, overall keeps the health of the code base at a peak and avoids the slops sort of just bleeding into production.
In terms of the Rippling product, maybe have you started to build it at all with the idea that it's like someday soon people are going to have AI agents that they treat as a worker? It's like, oh yeah, I want to in some ways compare apples to apple, this human and this AI agent, and I'm going to like think about it in terms of identity in the same way I would use rippling? Is that started to creep into your
Great.
consciousness?
I don't know. It's like you're just sort of picking up things we are discussing internally. Because one of the things we've been thinking about is agent identity, right? Because now if we think about agents we are building for our customers, at the end of the day, they'll start accessing payroll information. They'll start accessing, information which has its own access management of who can see what and how and what type of actions they can take.
Yeah.
So it does need three things. One, obviously an identity of an agent, which we know who's doing what. But then second, it should still inherit from a human. Because in some ways, that's one of the conclusions at least we landed on, that at the end of the day, humans...
Who's culpable for this agent?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Who is on the hook for the agent at the end of the day, and whose team this essentially, which translates into whose permissions, whose access management this agent has to have. And we found that it's a lot more easier to say that, okay, there is always a human. There is always a human in the system, of course. What we are adding is a productivity element. So instead of in future thinking of adding more humans, you are essentially adding more agents, but they still function as part of a payroll team. And then they get access according to being a payroll admin. They are part of an IT team, and they get access as part of an IT team.
I feel like a lot of people are excited about what agents can do, but not excited about being the one responsible for stopping the agent from doing what it's not supposed to do. Is rippling willing to take that on at all? Or like, do you see a world where you say, yes, we're the barrier for your agent not getting access to some system it's not supposed to have access?
That already is something part of Rippling's ethos. So because we are not just a payroll company, we also have a full-blown identity system. We have a full-blown access management system. We already control what data who has access to. We have a very well-defined access management platform, essentially. And which is what is allowing us to now bring in agents and say, oh, this agent inherits from Ankur, and whatever Ankur can do in Rippling, this agent can do. Right? And that philosophy essentially allows us to guardrail, not just when we are building agents ourselves, but customers deploying agents in their landscape, being able to then start performing tasks and actions and leading to unintended consequences. Because we will still keep that principle even for them accessing Rippling data. We guardrail that heavily. The API access is only enabled through certain controls and access management principles. So randomly, customers can't deploy an agent and start accessing Rippling information.
Well, you have what every AI company wants, which is great data. And now it sounds like you've got the AI conviction. So exciting times ahead at Rippling, and thanks for joining us.
No, thanks for the great conversation, and really enjoyed talking to you. And yeah, let's continue this dialogue.
Sounds good. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I'm Christian Mastrodonato. Everybody here in UK calls me Chris. I work in a wider LexisNexis risk solution group, in particular for the ICIS business. ICIS is a business intelligence company, it's a data services company, and we focus on providing basically data of different kinds for different kind of actors in the commodity industry, up-to-date market information, market trends, forecasts, and so forth.
That must put a certain amount of pressure on the back-end systems that you use. Give me a bird's eye view of what the IT estate looks like for ICIS, and then we'll drill down into some of the more exciting things you're working on.
Sometimes I actually joke that this sort of industry is not really about big data in an actual storage sense, but is more about the quality of the information that you manage. In general, our data is very mixed. So we have a lot of numerical data, as you can guess, mainly prices, of course. We deal a lot of prices and what we call fundamental data. But we also have a lot of content because we have editors, journalists, doing research, talking to people all the time. And so what makes ICIS special in this sense is having quantitative and qualitative data that you have to match all the time. And using documents in MongoDB has been very beneficial.
What are you building on MongoDB?
I would split it up into two major areas. One, which is our core business, really about managing the content. And we are moving towards a micro front-end architecture for all our web channels. And MongoDB has been fundamental as a persistent layer for all these new transformation of our web applications. And the other side, which is more explorative, is around our new generative AI interface, which is called Ask SCIS, which recently launched in production. In that case, we use MongoDB as a vector database for basically what is a RAG application. The key point for us was let's get in front of the customer as soon as we can. So in that sense, we basically leveraged Azure Cognitive Services Stack plus MongoDB to just get out of the door as soon as we could a chat interface to our customers. Most of the value you're getting is just having customers putting a real question every day into the system. And that is really helping us to understand how the user experience is going to change. Because I think when it comes to RAG and Gen AI application, the real transformation is in the user experience and how our customer interacts with our data, which is completely different as it was before.
What is MongoDB like to work with as a non-engineer myself?
The conversation we usually have is basically the speed of transaction. And in that sense, the data quality you want to ensure. When we move closer to slow-moving data that we want to ensure very high quality, especially at the relationship level, of course, we still to go towards SQL. But when we go closer to the customers, and therefore transaction speed starts to become important versus, I would say, enforcing the quality of your relationship in general data models, MongoDB is becoming sort of a default choice for us. We just tried it. It worked out of the box, and that was it.
Yeah, what are your development priorities over the next year?
One area for us where, again, MongoDB is definitely a core element is this transformation of what all of our content creation workflows, which are enabled by web channels because our content creators, they need to access via web system. Then the other priority is around improving the structuring of what we call the central lakehouse structure. The more we can focus on the data quality and in general, the quality of the data model and the way we exchange data across all the estate, the more rapidly we can spin out new application. And especially when it comes to Gen AI, you clearly see the typical computer science rule, garbage in, garbage out. And then these are sort of two foundational elements. And then on top of that, we are what we are calling at the moment the AI factory, building a set of tools where we can easily spin out new AI application.
What do you think you need to do to make that AI factory kind of most effective for the business? What processes are you still refining there to build replicable, easily deliverable AI applications? What do you think still needs a little fine-tuning?
We need to make still certain steps to structure very well the data dictionary in general, the data mesh as a clear domains and bounded context to basically access data in a structured way with the quality that you want. So that's definitely going to be a step. And then the other element is set up a set of tools available to our internal users to build these applications. Gen AI is one of those, but we're thinking, you definitely want to go beyond that. For example, one of the areas that we are exploring a lot is knowledge graphs, which we believe is going to be a core element and also possibly a competitive advantage to being able to build our own knowledge graph and being able to structure it in a way that can be automatically accessed. We believe is going to be a big change.
We started with a vision. That vision was, can we build a marketplace that makes it easier for insurers and brokers to do business together? If you look at the way the market works at the moment, there's a lot of individual connections. There's a lot of effort that goes into it from a broker perspective of getting the data to the insurer and for the insurer to be able to make a decision and be able to get that back to a broker in a meaningful time. All of that is slow and complex. So we started from the premise of saying, can we digitize this process so that there is an easy way for brokers to get information into the system, so there is an easy way for that data to traverse into the multiple insurers that it needs to. When you're working in an industry like an insurance, you can't just say something looks like X or something looks like Y. Neuron is a solution that works inside the commercial market. The commercial insurance market is a huge thing. It's not one thing. So that might be ranging from small businesses who just need to insure a vehicle. It might be enormous organizations who need to insure satellites. When you're dealing with that kind of difference between the goods and services that are being dealt with, you can't just assume that there is a single source of data, single types or sets of data that are valuable. Having a lot of flexibility around the tools that we use. We can't just put in a monolith and assume that that's going to work for the next 20 years. This isn't an internal system, it's a client-facing system. And it is a multi-tenanted system. So we're providing access to many, many different clients, both insurers and brokers. That means that we have to be able to flex. We have to be able to change while still giving access to, for example, older versions of APIs for people who can't move as quickly. So the challenge is always meeting those regulatory requirements wherever they are in the world, and even wherever they are in a given country. If you're in the US, you have multiple different regulations that you have to deal with depending on what state you're in. Meeting those security requirements of your customers' expectation of the data. Also working with the risks, understanding those inherent risks that you're dealing with, and making sure that you are cognizant of and working inside a risk space that you're comfortable. So our strategy has always been to use SaaS technologies wherever we can, because who knows how to run a technology better than the people who've built it. MongoDB itself is pretty unique from a database perspective, because it allows us to store data in that document data store rather than in a relational database. It has the flexibility that we need to deal with all of those different kinds of insurance, those different markets, without having to create a hugely complex, difficult to maintain, difficult to update set of relational databases to solve that problem. If you think you need help in doing some of these implementations, reach out to MongoDB, because our experience is that you get really high quality level of support, you get really good quality direction. They offer that at a reasonable price. And I'm starting to sound a little bit like an advert here, I know that, but genuinely the service that we got from actually asking questions rather than trying to figure it out for ourselves, the difference in the outcomes were stark. Take something that could have taken hours, days, weeks, and you can turn it to something that takes seconds.
I'm confused. MongoDB is a non-relational database. That means you can't store relationships in MongoDB, right?
Well, Jesse, that's a little confusing, isn't it? But you actually can store relationships in MongoDB, even very complicated relationships. They're just stored differently than you are used to in relational database. Instead of non-relational, think of MongoDB as non-tabular. We even have a tool to help you modernize your applications by migrating from old relational database to MongoDB. It's called Relational Migrator.
Interesting. Well, which databases can it migrate from?
You can use it with PostgreSQL, MySQL, Oracle, and several others. It's pretty flexible.
That seems too good to be true. What about data migrations, stored procedures, schema modeling? I mean, MongoDB is schemaless.
Well, not exactly. MongoDB has a flexible schema, but you can define a schema and make it as rich as you would like. It's up to you. With Relational Migrator, you can migrate data, including stored procedures.
Hi, I'm Eric Newcomer, the author of the Substack Newcomer and the host of the Cerebral Valley AI Summit. I'm here at MongoDB.local in San Francisco. This is my last conversation of the day. Thrilled to have Matan Grinberg of Factory here. I feel like we were tracking you pretty early. I forgot. Yeah, you were definitely in the Cerebral Valley orbit.
I think in the
early days.
In the second Cerebral Valley we were there.
Nice,
yeah.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, give people the spiel on Factory real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Matan, CEO at Factory. Our mission at Factory is to bring autonomy to software engineering. And more concretely, we are building autonomous software development agents called droids. These droids, so one, are not just focused on coding, but the entire software development lifecycle. Two, they're model agnostic. So whatever is the latest, hottest model, you can plug it right into Droid, and it ends up actually outperforming every model provider's own agentic harness, which is pretty exciting. We have a killer research team that enables that. And we serve kind of developers, non-developers alike, from the solo, self-service side of things to the largest enterprises in the world, the largest banks in the world.
But you take great pride in trying to serve enterprises,
yes,
right? Or are
yes.
you trying to sort of...
So we're focused in terms of how we build on the enterprise, but I think the nice thing is that generally the enterprise setting is a lot messier. So if you can do well there, it's a lot easier.
Enterprise grade, you can...
Yeah, like if you can deal with like COBOL and like mainframe, like 50-year-old code bases with no documentation, no testing, like all of that mess, then chances are, vibe coding a website is pretty straightforward too.
All right, I'm going to ask you the most direct of direct questions.
Yes.
Cursor has come up a lot today. Yeah. Like, where's the room for you if Cursor looms so large?
Yeah, well, I think, so first of all, I think Cursor is a great product. I think why we didn't go the cursor route, the VS Code fork or the IDE route. First of all, so one key premise is software development is changing in a phase transition manner, such that it's not like a very continuous. It's like, this is how we used to build, and we're going to have some slight iterations. It is going to be dramatically different, and importantly, this transition is towards something that we call agent native development. And the new primitive of agent native development is not, you as a human engineer writing lines of code or writing them faster or tabbing those lines of code. The new primitive is delegating a task to an agent. And if that is your new primitive, you need to rethink the interaction pattern from scratch and not have kind of the baggage of the old interaction patterns. And one, interaction pattern that has a lot of baggage is the IDE. There are developers who you would have to pry Vim out of their cold, dead hands before they would go and switch to VS Code or PyCharm or a tool like Cursor.
Right.
And we want to make sure that we can still meet those developers and kind of have like a clean slate for how they think about building in the future. And so that was kind of why we did.
Now I'm cycling through all the like weird ways we get our identity. It's like the Apple, Android. It's like what car, and for the coder, it's what IDE you're operating.
It's a lot. It's a big thing to ask of a developer to switch, from one IDE to another, and also importantly, it comes with it all of this baggage of how you're used to using IDEs. And I think this is why, like, even you talk to the folks at Cursor, a big thing for them is how do we actually do agents right, because they did autocomplete way better than Copilot, that's for sure. But now there's the question of, okay, but all the people are used to like IDE workflows with the tab autocomplete. They're not using the agents in the same way that they're using agents in Factory or in Droid, because we've built it to be agent native. You can't do IDE stuff in Factory or in Droid by design, so you can't fall back into your old ways. Now, there's a blessing and a curse of that. The blessing is when they do come there, they're like going agent native off the bat. The curse, though, is some people might be scared of, or like it's a little daunting of like, oh, I'm delegating to agents. I'm not familiar with that.
So can I be totally non-technical and manage droids?
Yes.
Do you lean in on that, or you still tend to have people with coding expertise?
So we've built it for those that are technical, but I think a nice side effect is that it's really good for non-technical people. In a similar way that a really good engineer who also has like great communication and social skills is really good at translating ideas from non-technical people into, code or software.
Well, speaking of the Andre Karpathy, who probably fits that description better than anybody in the world. Like, he was bearish on agents pretty recently. Like, what was your reaction to his agent backlash?
I mean, I think so. I guess there's a couple ways to say it. So one, he changed course relatively quickly. Two, I think that emphasizes that, like, okay, so there's a degree to which things become true once Andre Karpathy says it, right? So, like,
he's the conventional wisdom.
Right.
It's like vibe coding, yeah.
Right, and like over the holidays, he says, oh my God, it's here, like these things are good, it's maybe AGI, like that type of thing. And then everyone else is like, oh my God, AGI's here, did you hear it? Like Andre said it. And I think it emphasizes that just like in any scientific discipline, you cannot trust figures of authority. Like, go and see for yourself. And the reality is, like, if you want to be at the cutting edge, you can't just wait for Andre to tweet something for you to believe it.
Right.
Like, you should be going and messing around with these tools and trying it out for yourself, and making that kind of assessment for yourself. And for those that have, it's like, okay, great, Andre is on the train now, because people have been thinking that for a couple months.
So what customers, who's getting the most value out of Factory's droids, or what are real cases where you're seeing sort of...
Yeah, so, I mean, we have largest enterprises in the world, whether it's like the largest banks, the largest systems integrators, large tech companies. I think right now, the thing that I am most proud of is there's an organization that we're going to be public about very shortly, but basically we went from 10 developers to 10,000 active users in 3 months. And I think that's something that's really exciting, because this is an organization...
10,000 humans running?
Using them, yes.
Okay.
Which is crazy, because this is one of the large SIs that traditionally, like, you see this logo, you're not going to think this is the forefront of software development.
Right.
It's really cool to see how when people get, AI pilled, you can actually roll out very quickly and get a lot of success very quickly. Even in these settings where they might have 50-year-old code bases, all this ugliness, I think that's an even better place, because there's more of a delta. if you have engineers who spent 4 years in college learning how to code, 10 years getting experience, and then they go to some large company and they have to spend hours and hours writing docs, that is like an ugly world for everyone involved. And by deploying there, you can now literally never have to write docs again.
Right.
I think that's.
And I imagine from these old guard companies, they're like, we're never going to have a path to hire the type of talent we'd want to be able to really transform our stack. And what are we going to sink all the talent we do have into this Herculean effort? And now, if you have a path where you're like, okay, by having agents, we can really do it. I can see this story. Obviously, we're here, MongoDB.local in San Francisco. How do you guys work with Mongo?
Yeah, so we actually have a nice bilateral relationship where they use us, we use them.
Nice.
We actually were users of Voyage, their embedding provider, pre-acquisition. And so we had used Voyage and Mongo separately. They joined forces, which was even better for us. So
nice.
Deep in the partnership there. And I think what's also really interesting is, I think one thing that we see a lot in the enterprise is, like, what is the ugliest thing that no developer wants to do? Generally, it's a migration. And the worst kind of migrations are the legacy migrations, because you have to find the people who still know how to use, COBOL or mainframe. And a lot of times when they do a migration, they need to figure out what do they want to migrate to. And because of our close partnership with MongoDB, if they're relatively unopinionated, it's just like, hey, by the way, here are our friends at Mongo. We actually think it would make a lot of sense for you to migrate over to them as well. So there's a pretty strong, partner angle there where, their core competency and our core competency kind of fit together with these enterprises that, want to modernize their stacks, but don't necessarily want to spend 36 months of developers going and trying and building out these migrations.
And so explain the value of Voyager too, because I saw that announcement today, but I honestly don't fully understand.
Yeah, so we use Voyage for embeddings.
Voyage,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So Voyage was a startup that Mongo acquired in 2020, either early 2025 or late 2024.
All AI time is a blur.
Honestly, it's such a blur. Great company, founder Chenyu Ma, I believe out of Stanford, and brought him in. And so they do embeddings. Vector embeddings are important for your LLMs because if you want to have good retrieval, you want to make sure, you kind of package things that are related in some space that nearby each other, so that at inference time when you're saying, hey, what part of this code base is responsible for payment, you can kind of quickly, retrieve that, pull it into context. Obviously, that's very relevant to databases and retrieval there. And so I think there's a great kind of better together story, especially as Mongo was kind of preparing for the AI native world. And so that's kind of the joining of Voyage and Mongo there.
And you've also got Mongo using Factory for some of its
internal development.
Coders?
Yeah, that's right.
I still want more case study. It's so from the outside, it's so hard to see, you know, and coding itself is hard to observe, outside of it. What your agents must be particularly capable in some areas, or what are the things they're the best at?
Yeah. So the way that we generally prescribe is, so there are two interaction modes. There's synchronous, which is basically I'm going and doing this task, droid go and help me do this. And then there's asynchronous, which is here are things that I know we're going to have to be doing in the background. Droid, just go and handle it for me. So examples might be code reviews. We're in a world where there is no reason you should jump into a code review raw with no AI processing whatsoever. So having a droid go in and summarize what's happening, point out what are the key areas, maybe do some analysis of potential issues or places that you should pay specific attention to, so that when you, the human, go in to do that review, it's going to take less time. Or similarly, if you have as an org standards about, this is how we need to do our testing, or these are our contributing guides. It shouldn't just be, hey, engineers, please remember to do this. Or even, it shouldn't just be lint rules to enforce it, because not everything can be enforced by a lint rule. You should be able to have an LLM go in and verify, and if there are tests that are missing, go and generate those. And so you can set up a droid to asynchronously, on every PR, go and do that. Or every PR that comes in, let's update the docs, so that now the docs are always up to date to whatever the truth in the code base is. These are things you can set up droids to do. And I think where we're going is, it's looking more and more like a utilization problem. So at labs or at anyone who has large GPU clusters, it's always a question of, are you using your GPUs or are they sitting idle? You never want them to sit idle because that's wasted time. I think similarly, software development is going to look like that. Where, and I do this all the time, if I'm going to a conference that I'm going to be at for 3 hours, I need to send off droids to go and do things so that when I'm back, they can make progress.
Well, yeah, people talk about looking forward to like sleeping so that you can wake up. It's like, oh, what have I done overnight?
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, I promise you, when like next year, the way developers will think is during the day, maybe for the last few hours of the day, they're going to be preparing stuff to delegate overnight.
It's like law firms when you send your associates out and they have to do work all night.
But
it's back.
Yeah, exactly. But it's important to do it at like certain times, because if you do it at the start of your day, now you're like overlapping with the work that you're actively doing. So you want to make sure you have tasks for while you're sleeping so that you have that utilization.
Right. What is the state of, I don't know, open source versus closed source, and just like, or where are the best models coming from? Andre Karpathy, he's not our only prognosticator. You can play it some. Like, what do you think is going to happen this year? Where do you see the relative strength of open versus closed, and where will we see model improvements?
I mean, GLM and Minimax have been fantastic. We're at the point where a lot of Droid users are just consistently using GLM because it's way cheaper and just so good.
Those are both Chinese models, right?
That's right. Which is separately happy to talk about that, because I think that is
I'm not anti-China, but it's fascinating, like people who are paranoid.
I'm not anti-China. I'm pro-America and embarrassed that we have such bad open models as of now. But anyway, the open models are really good and really performant and way cheaper. And so a lot of people, there's this new interaction pattern, which is just, for any given task I'm doing, how much money do I want to put on it? If it's like, tell me about this module. I don't need like Opus maxed out, like, spending a ton of money on that. I can use a, quick LLM call. And having the ability to kind of quickly switch what kind of effort you want is a pretty interesting interaction pattern. And I think the way that I think about these models is it's kind of analogous to, so biology is a field that I don't know too much about. And if I wanted to tell the difference between a middle school biology student and a college biology student, it would be like one question I could tell the difference. And that's maybe GPT-3 versus GPT-4. But then as you get into these better and better models, it's kind of like telling the difference between a third-year postdoc or a fourth-year postdoc. Right. And I think the open versus closed is getting more and more like that, where at the end of the day, if there's a model that's way cheaper, but it's like the third-year postdoc instead of the fourth-year postdoc, I don't really care for the question that I have. I don't really need that fourth year, that extra year.
Do you think that portrait almost suggests that there'll be less improvement? Obviously, the models could exceed human intelligence, leaving more room for leaps, but they're also dependent on the corpus of human knowledge to improve. Do you have a general view on, the frontier models improving?
So I think the delta between open and closed will get smaller. I don't think it's getting larger, at least for general purpose. But I think the kind of cap is, I don't see a reason why it would be capped. I think it'll be harder for us to understand the difference. In a similar sense to, like, it's really hard for me to understand the difference between someone who's been like in biology for 50 years versus someone who's been there for 15, because I just don't have those like tail end nuances to understand the difference. So I think it will feel, to those who don't know whatever, the domain expertise, it'll feel like they're not getting that much better, even though they're just getting into the tail ends of like genius. Right. That's not obvious from the outside.
And obviously in a domain where there are tons of errors, just being consistently correct is so valuable. And part of
exactly.
Super smart people are able to do is just like not get it wrong.
Yeah, that's why the most like opinionated and like expert developers are the ones who are like, actually this code is bad. Meanwhile, people who maybe are less experienced are like, I can't really tell the difference. It's fine. It does what I want it to do. So I think it's kind of related.
Code is so dangerous. And code, it can be like, yes, this works, and therefore it's good. Whereas writing is always subjective. Yes. So you have to sort of be on guard, like, oh, this could be bad. Whereas I feel like with coding, there's this temptation of, it's doing the thing.
Like, there are certain writing patterns that now in my mind are bad writing. Like, if you ever say...
they're killing the M-dash. They're a lot.
Like, M-dash is...
on the one hand, on the other, like...
Or like, it's not just blank.
Right.
It's blank.
Oh,
if you write that, I will hate your writing.
I know, it's unfortunate because some of the stuff, M-dashes are good, and it's trained on good writing. Anyway.
But it's like fashion. It's like fashion, where once everyone does it, then it's no longer cool, and you want to be,
I know, with the interruptive nature. Anyway, but these foundation models, they have a lot of power. I mean, I started this off talking about Cursor, but honestly, Claude Code is looms just as large. Like, what is your relationship, I don't know, to the model companies these days, and how do you think about building a company that once depends on them, or at least, you know, gives access to your customers versus is also a competitor?
Yeah, I mean, so we use all of Anthropic's models through Droid. We use them internally as we develop as well, but we're also very importantly model agnostic. And I think that's really important for us and for our customers because, you know, on one hand, you know, today Anthropic has the best models for code. Tomorrow might be OpenAI. The next day it might be Google. The next day, who knows? Maybe XAI comes in and builds a good coding model.
Well, they don't have access anymore. They don't know how to learn.
Right, but the point is, I think for an enterprise, you don't want to standardize on just one because of how who's number one just changes very quickly. Also, a lot of enterprises like the idea of having Claude generate the code, OpenAI test it, Gemini review it, or something like that. And so for us, being model agnostic is really, really important. It also keeps you robust to any changes of, you know, I mean, there's always drama with all these different companies and how, you know, what's happening in leadership and all this stuff. And so from a business perspective, you want to make sure that your software development lifecycle is robust to any of those changes. And that requires not building all of this like agentic infrastructure on just one of them.
What do you think, this is the most self-interested question, but, you know, I'm not a coder. What do you think I should be using right now in terms of no code? Or like what's going to happen for me this year? Will I be able to use Factory?
So you should use Droid like today.
Okay.
In fact, so my girlfriend, who has never taken a CS course, doesn't know anything about code, uses it literally every day.
Wow.
You can use it to like make presentations. My co-founder, our CTO, he for all of like our eng syncs or our design docs, the first pass will be Droid doing it. And the reality is, the new thing is not knowledge of any of these languages. That doesn't really matter. It does in some cases, but like for the most part, it doesn't matter. What matters is high agency. If there is some idea that you have, waiting and thinking, oh, maybe this person, I'll tell this person to go and do it, or I'll pay this person to go and do that. It's like, do you have the agency to go and just do it now and not be lazy?
Right.
And just you can do so many things that you might think you can't just by being proactive and just let me go and do it.
I feel like I download, you know, I've given both Anthropic and Google now total terminal access to my computer, which seems like a mess given I don't even understand what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And then I do some stuff, people say like, oh, you can do anything. And then I just hit some barrier where like, doesn't output what I want, and I'm not technical, and so then it's like,
yeah. I mean, one, you should use Droid because it probably won't do that as often.
All right, I'll use your product and not complain about other people's products to you.
But two is, it's part of it is the behavior of 90% of the time, if you just explain the problem that you just had, it will be able to fix it. And I think one thing that I really like about Droid is, I don't know if you've ever seen like any of those movies where there's a common trope of like the human in like a machine suit, whether it's like Evangelion or like Iron Man or any of these things. And normally the first thing they do is like, they'll do this and like see that when I move my hand, does the hand of the thing move?
Right.
Droid kind of does a similar thing where it knows if it wants to make a web app, it needs to be able to see what it looks like to verify that it works, verify that you have the right validation loops. And so Droid will do that. And then once you have these validation loops, then you can actually go and make sure what you're doing is right. As opposed to just like generating it and praying.
Right, some of these things they do too much before sort of just seeing, do we have a web app going?
Because for example, if it doesn't have the ability to see what it looks like, it's just guessing what the code will end up looking like once you compile it and run it and build it.
We could talk for a long time. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much, MongoDB, for having me here and doing this. This has been a pleasure. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
And excited for what 2026 holds, and you've got a brawl in front of you. So a fun space to build in. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Cool.
Cheers.
Great.